Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Я рад вас приветствовать на третьем дне конференции
Hello, dear
PhD.
colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you at the third day of the PhD conference. Even though we gave you an opportunity to have an extra half hour of sleep, but nevertheless, the room is not yet full. I'm hoping that will get full during the day. So what we're going to do during our IT track? As usual, we have several units in our session. The first one will be about what all this IT is rotating about, all sorts of data, its use and management. Then we're going to have a big part about a short story from, a hardcore practitioner. So I'm hoping that you'll be able, even though their presentation will be quite short, you'll be able to talk to them offline. And the next track will be the one where we try to combine the human and inhuman. What I'm talking about is what technology does to simplify our uneasy Moscow life. And then we'll come back to the topic that I think will never end, and it has already been discussed at this conference, how to make friends between the IT and the information security departments. And completing the day will be the topic that has gone deep in our life, clouds and virtualization. What we have there in terms of information security, data management, and approaches to the further delineation or separation of the authorities. And ending the day, my colleagues have heard many times the question how to solve a problem or safe connection of remote access. There are all sorts of systems have been mentioned, PAM, privilege access management, but in my opinion, this technology belongs, if not to the previous century, but at least the previous decade. And we'll take a look if anything new has arisen in this area. And now I've exposed the agenda for today very briefly. And today let me come back for the last time to the work that I really hate. The word is import substitution. I actually like such words as technology sovereignty, technology independence, much more. And it's great to see systems and the structured approach to this technology independence and how it actually looks. Alexander is going to speak. Over to you, Alexander.
Hi
everyone, my name is Alexander Voinovsky. Thank you very much for having found the courage and force to come to join us on Saturday. I'll be talking about the IT architecture and the landscape. I work at Gazprom Neft. And a lot of software is developed in my company. We're one of the leaders in the oil and gas sector in this respect. And I'm going to talk to you about how these landscapes are created, why it's important for the company, why it's important for the office, why it's important for the enterprise architecture. Imagine your company has software. Imagine 10 units of software. So it's easy to understand. But what if you have 1,000 of separate IT systems and taking a look at the entire oil and gas industry, 10,000 of those? How can we structure all this software? It's not an easy process. And for this, there are certain principles, methods, and frameworks that are there to help us do that. And this is exactly what we're going to talk about, how to structure, create, and manage the IT landscape involving more than 1,000 IT systems. From the outside, it seems that it's all quite simple. We go one by one. But in fact, it involves a lot of effort, and it's quite difficult. You need to select the right frameworks and the right tools. So what's our goal? The goal of the oil and gas industry is to get a 100% import-independent IT landscape by the year 2027. Now we have hit the threshold of 82%. How do you think? In 2014, was this indicator higher than?
Превышал 15%.
Think it did.
На самом деле не превышал.
Actually, no, it didn't. In 2014, the percentage of import-independent software in the oil and gas industry was only 8%. And so in order to achieve the current number, we needed to exert a lot of effort and create a lot of software. For instance, the Industry Competence Center was set up, oil and gas, petrochemistry, and subsurface use. I don't know if you're aware, but in order to speed up the process of creating domestic software, such competence centers were created in many industries. This involves the major company Gazprom, Lukoil, and many others. So why did these companies get together? In order to create a sanctions-independent landscape. And in this process, architects have taken a very active role. What do? They help creating this landscape. But in order to create it, you need to understand how we do that. Any landscape is built based on a reference model. Every industry has a certain associations framework that help doing that. For instance, in the banking industry, there's a classic standards of reference architectures, BIAN. Banking Integrated Architecture Network. That describes the functionality and capabilities of all the business processes, offers data models. So it creates a map where software is created, what kind, and how this data interacts. So a big glossary, kind of. Other industries also have a lot of reference models. For instance, TM Forum, ODA, Open Digital Architecture in telco, Accord. It's a framework that defines a standard for insurance companies. HL7, FHIR. Healthcare interoperability reference model, something like that. Healthcare companies can use it to exchange data, and based on that, simplify the creation of the software. And there's also a reference architecture in the retail industry, RBA. So there are lots of them in different industries. But surprise, surprise, the oil and gas industry didn't have it. This was either good and bad. Why is it bad? Because without such a model, you can't structure any information. We tried to look up the internet, and we found this kind of table in one of the reports. It's actually quite informative. This shows different processes in the activity of an oil and gas company involving search, exploration, development, drilling, infrastructure design, and so on. And we tried to create the next generation of a reference model, because without it, we just couldn't go towards a fundamental software substitution. So we created this one. It's a basic model of the oil and gas industry created by our competence center. It describes all the basic processes, how the oil is being explored for, or searched for, then explored for, how the equipment, production equipment is being designed, how drilling is done, how drilling is being controlled, how then the transportation of oil all the way to the refinery is happening, primary and secondary logistics, how it all happens. And as part of the oil and gas industry, we decided that we're going to use it in this format. We spent more than 6 months for that. Why so long? One would think there are some boxes, there are names on these boxes, and it's just down to using them. It doesn't work this way. Every company has processes. Some split them in finer details. Some apply only parts of those. But without having agreed on the rules of the game, you can't move forward. We managed to do that as part of this first industry competence center.
Что же мы делали дальше? После того, как
So
мы
what did
получили
we do
базовую
next
референсную
after we got
Дальше
this
мы
basic
попытались
reference model?
аккумулировать информацию о
We
всех
tried to
этих системах, которые
accumulate
есть
the
внутри
information
газового
about all
То
these
есть мы
systems
собрали
that exist in the oil and
перечень
gas
систем,
industry.
какие системы,
So
кто
we
их
brought
владелец,
together a list
как эти
of the
системы
system,
работают, на каком
their
принципе работают,
owners, descriptions of
определили
how they
уровень
work, on which
технической
software
готовности.
stack they operate,
TRL, так называемый,
technical readiness.
справочник цифр, в котором описывается уровень
There's
зрелости
a
программного
certain reference
обеспечения,
book,
который показывает
technology
значение
readiness level,
обновлений,
that
есть
describes
KPI,
the level of readiness
просто идея,
of
а 9 это решение, которое
from
уже
a prototype
растиражировано и
to a
работает в
solution
продуктивной среде.
that has
Тем
already
самым
been
мы отранжировали все
replicated
программное
in
обеспечение по
production.
уровню зрелости.
So that's why,
Что же
so
дальше?
we have
Дальше мы взяли это
ranked
все эти
all
списки
the existing
технологий
software by the
и
level of
нанесли на
maturity.
нашу
Then we
референсную
took all
модель.
these lists and catalogs
Получили более уже
and
продвинутую
mapped
аналитику.
them on our
Это тоже
reference
занимало
model.
очень
So we
много
got
времени, потому что
more
это
advanced
длительный
analytics.
процесс.
It also
Как
took quite a lot
определение
of time
зрелости ГО, потому что у каждой компании
because
были свои классификации.
every
И, в
company had
принципе,
their
понимание,
own
какому процессу
ideas of how to measure maturity and their own definitions of processes. So we need to analyze a lot of information. So we got this map. What has it shown us? Firstly, we clearly understand now in which processes we're doing good. Like, for instance, we have more or less standard software being used in more than one company, and where it's not so good. So we need to develop more domestic software. So we saw focus areas where we need to concentrate our efforts as part of some associations or through the exchange of competencies. So a structured approach emerged for the development of domestic software. The green bar in each box shows the number of domestic software in each area. So we now know not just like we have 50 or 60% of local software, but we need in which areas we have how much to focus our investment. What else have we started to do? We started to note the software that is commercialization and reuse capable. Why so important? Because it helps you save the money. If one oil and gas company has built some software that's prepared for commercialization or for application, or there's a vendor who's done that, everything's easy. You can just take note of that and start working based on that, so that the company should buy ready-made products rather than spend the money and effort to develop their own. And we have all this information. Out of 533 solutions that our industry center has, 436 have a high maturity level, 53 are used by more than one participant, and 61 are ready for commercialization.
Ну хорошо, а что дальше?
Okay, what next?
Мы получили, допустим,
We've got, let's say, we are going to get a 100% sanction independent landscape by 2027. So all the solutions will be domestic, will be operating on the right stack, and everything will be fine. What then? What next? Will everything stop? Of course not. We'll gradually move to achieve the goal of technology leadership. Please raise your hand who understand what these terms mean. The technology leadership of industrial company. Okay, if there are no hands, I'll try to share my understanding. The next phase, after we get this sanctions independent landscape, will be technology leadership, involving the technologies that will help our company to an even higher rung on the ladder of their development. These will be our new competitive advantages. What are these advantages going to be like? Which technologies will offer us that? They will be different for every industry. For oil and gas, this will be AI and data in the first place. A lot has been talked about. They have been talked about a lot in this conference. And, of course, it will involve robotization and automation, the drones and human-free production. And then the question, architecture. What does architecture do in this area? Firstly, we systematize information in this sector and consult and offer advice to the industry where to focus. So, for instance, we have analyzed how many solutions there are and where is AI used. We have found 75 solutions and showed them in our reference landscape. So when leading discussions with heads of companies in our sector, we were able to explain them what's being changed and where success has been achieved. Before talking about drawbacks, I'll comment on the importance of populating the table. It's very important to understand how we're classifying these technologies, because if we just tick a box whether it's there or not, that won't be of interest to anyone, because there won't be any additional information to that. As part of the Industrial Competence Center, we created our own artificial intelligence classification. It's actually quite big and well developed, and if you're going to use some analytics in your companies and will be creating something like that, it would make sense for you to familiarize yourself with it. We split AI in types and podtypes. The main types are agent system, generative AI, hybrid AI, augmented AI, data mining, graph analysis methods, optimizations methods using AI, special AI methods, audio analysis methods, computer vision technologies, and expert systems. So there are quite a lot of areas where AI is used in our companies and where solutions are in existence. So is that enough? So we understand where AI is used. It's just a statistic showing the current status. It's already good because you have to understand it across the industry to save the money. But for the architect, it's important not only to understand what exists today, but what is going to happen in the future. It's a classic question, as is versus to be. And here we decided to think a bit more and do additional analysis. First, we took our reference model in some area, for instance, search, and started looking which solutions from which companies apply AI in certain business processes at level 3 or level 4. And these traffic lights show which companies use what. What next? Then we compared within this reference model which solutions exist in the market, that's the benchmark, and which solutions we have in the company. And we compared how well we're moving towards the result in terms of efficiency or effectiveness. And it turns out that in some companies there are AI-based solutions, and we, for instance, my company, it doesn't, which means that it's an area for possible development. Or if we have something that leading international companies don't have. We understand that here we've already achieved success. And we can flag to the management that we need either to additionally invest or to commercialize what we have. And then we go to the level of specific solutions. For instance, take Tela Oil that was implementing additional solutions. There are references. So we're just showing benchmarks, how AI shows in the different business domains to develop business solutions. So we don't only get an as-is map, but also a to-be map that shows where one needs to develop technology solutions to find better solutions for the existing and prospective challenges. And now a few conclusions. First, technology leadership is impossible without automation, with systematization, the understanding of where we're moving to, what we need to develop, what we don't need to develop. It's very important because without choosing the right priorities, you will hardly achieve success. Industry competence centers, communities, consortia, associations will always be of help to you because they create the unified rules of the game, and this will always help you. And the capability map of an enterprise architecture is an important component of this process. It's a working mechanism that will help a company save money. With this, I've come to the end of my presentation. I'm hoping that it's been of interest to you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Коллеги,
Colleagues.
вопросы к Александру.
Any questions to Alexander?
Так, да, пожалуйста,
Okay.
микрофон.
All right. Please use the microphone.
Все, могу говорить. Вы
Can I
рассказывали
speak?
про тех
You were
лидерство
talking
и про
about
IT
technology
ландшафт
leadership and the
для
IT
искусственного
landscape
интеллекта, цифровые двойники.
regarding
IT
AI,
ландшафт
digital
строится по
twins,
всем
and things like
направлениям
that.
или только по
Is
этим, о
the
которых шла
IT
речь?
landscape built on in all areas or only in these? I've showcased the reference architecture and the solutions for AI. Now we're working on the digital twin landscape, and things are much more difficult there. There are digital twins of different kinds, process-based and hardware-based. The second story is that the digital twin as a whole is a very multifaceted entity. Firstly, you have to understand the data in each domain and define a model to assess the maturity of this model. Then you have to have an assessment model for the equipment. Then you have a big build-up of enterprise management, and it has all to be brought together. It's difficult to formalize. Currently, we haven't found methodologies that could provide a linear or a simple explanation or description of this model. It either exists in a certain area, like for instance in drilling, or not, but nobody understands how it works. So I think that as part of our industrial competence center, we'll develop a model before the end of the year that will describe digital twins at many levels, starting from data all the way to the equipment, to people, to companies. Thank you.
Еще вопросы?
Any more
Так,
questions?
вот еще рядом коллега.
Okay, there's another colleague here. Thank you for your presentation. Your presentation was made with a focus on software. I'd like to learn how it refers to hardware, PLC, workstations, servers, I mean the hardware landscape. Thank you. I agree with you that it was more about software, but in our company these areas are separated. The enterprise segment focuses on software in the first place because in terms of equipment there's no such complexity. It's either there or not.
в рамках нашей жизни. Поэтому здесь больше про развитие
So it's more about the development of software.
10 лет движения.
And we've been doing that for more than 10 years. As I said, we've gone the long way from 8% to 82%, and we'll keep working like that. Do you know any percentages? I wouldn't like to announce them, because every percentage point that I announce should be approved. Thank
Еще
you.
вопросы?
Any more questions? Okay, great.
Перейдем к технологическому лидерству. Есть
Are we
шанс?
going to come to technology leadership? Do we have any chance?
Технологическому лидерству.
Technology independence or technology leadership? In terms of technology independence, let me answer my question that I was answering. I think we will achieve it because we see good dynamics, and colleagues really have the heart to do that, to cover everything with the Russian software.
57 решений с искусственным интеллектом.
Technology leadership is already there. 57% use AI. And this year, I've seen analytics, the number is growing. There are still quite a lot of constraints. The colleagues were speaking yesterday about AI, about information security. There are a lot of pitfalls there that needs to be overcome. Without them, it would be difficult to implement, but moving there. So I hope we'll make it.
Коллеги, вот еще вопрос, да.
Colleagues,
Да,
yeah,
у меня короткий
another
вопрос.
question.
Вот хотелось
Yes,
бы
my
понять,
question is very short.
какой фундамент вот этого программного
I'd like to
обеспечения,
understand
который вы
what's the
говорите,
foundation of
имеется в
this
виду, какая
software
операционная система
you have.
используется
I mean,
под
what's
эти
the operational
80%
system
ПО?
that underlies this 80% of software?
Присаживайтесь,
Please sit down. Different companies have different operating systems. We haven't systemized that. There are over 20 of them, if I'm not mistaken. So each company can use several ones. There is no obligation for all of us to say to use the same product from the point of view of the software. If we look at the industry and we see there are several products that are in charge of drilling, right? So probably it's better not to create the fourth or the fifth. I think it would be wise to reuse the existing software already. So that's why we have mappings like that, maps like that, that explain the companies what the market has to offer. It explains it to them, and it makes it easier to cooperate.
Другой уклон. То есть, если
Oh, thanks, but I have a different angle of that. For instance, if the software works on Windows operation system, can we say that this software is import substituted? Well, I can't speak for all companies, but in our company we work on the domestic systems, and you're absolutely right. If we talk about 100% imports substitution, yes, we work with 100% of domestic software, but there is no direct correlation between the two.
Коллеги, если вопросов больше нет,
Colleagues, there are no more questions, then let's give a round of applause to Alexander for his wonderful systemic presentation.
А можно девушке в третьем ряду подарить?
Can I present a book to somebody else? I'd like to present it to a girl in the third row. Okay.
Интеллект. А скажите,
AI.
дети,
We've mentioned AI here. Who has children that go to the middle and high school here
что ни у
in the
кого
room?
нету?
None of you?
Нет, там
Huh,
надо
how
бы
strange.
пальцем показать. Хорошо. Вот я бы очень
Okay.
внимательно посмотрел бы, да, спасибо.
Some people are
как
pointing
они
fingers at their
домашки
neighbors, but
делают, потому
anyway,
что у меня
I'd
просто
like to
больная
see
тема.
how they
Вот, потому что дети
do their
все делают
homework.
домашку, просто закинул
This is
задание,
something that is very
куда-нибудь
important for
там
me.
в Perplexity,
So
получил
the way
ответ,
I
сдал
see a lot
учителю,
of kids
учитель
do it this
посмотрел,
way.
увидел, что
They
человек
check
воспользовался
their
тем матаппаратом, который
homework
знать не
with
может, и поставил двойку, и задание
AI,
вернул.
and then they give the
Ну, это
results, and
очень
then the
советую
teachers see, of
посмотреть,
course,
опять же,
that
если вдруг всё-таки
the result has
вопрос
been
есть дети
AI
такого
generated.
возраста.
It's
Но, да,
overhead,
давайте теперь
so
о
to speak,
хорошем. На
over the head
самом
of the kids.
деле,
But
в
anyway,
рамках
okay,
нашего
let's go back to the
IT-трека
good
мы особенно
stuff.
еще пока про
In
искусственный
our
интеллект
IT
ничего не
track,
говорили.
we
А
haven't
тема
spoken
эта
about AI at all so far.
неподъемная, огромная,
Whereas this is a very
постоянно
large
меняющаяся
topic.
и
This
тоже
topic changes all the
имеющая
time,
прямое отношение, я
and
бы сказал, к
it has a
технологическому
direct relation
суверенитету. И
to
вот
the
что у нас есть в этой
technological
области, нам как раз сейчас
sovereignty.
Петр расскажет. Прошу.
So Peter, who is coming on stage next, will tell us about the developments in that area.
Так, Миша, как бы переключать?
All right, where is the pointer? Clicker.
Ну ладно.
Okay.
Пока мы ищем кликер, я с вашего позволения.
While we are looking for the clicker, I will start with your permission. Hello, I'm very happy to see you all.
Там согласились потратить свой выходной на то, чтобы прийти.
I'm delighted that you decided to spend your day off in our company.
То, что мы делаем.
Very flattered indeed. So I will tell you what we do and where we're going. While I was listening to Alexander, the previous speaker, I couldn't help noticing that
Несмотря на то, что Александр из
in fact, although Alexander works in a production company that
своими нефтегазовыми технологиями
does its all oil and gas technologies, and I am a representative of an IT company which produced this products. But our thinking is very much alike. We use the same terminology, and I kind of caught myself thinking that I might as well answer the questions that were directed to Alexander very well. Indeed, because I do believe that his company will become a technological leader. Alexander had a slide that explained what technological leadership is in his understanding, and I understand how our products can help him in reaching this goal. So, I will tell you about two popular subjects. One of them is AI, and the other is PAC. So it's the software and kind of the mix of software and hardware. So who are we? My name is Peter. I'm Director of Technological Innovations at the SKL company. We are a producer, a vendor, okay? So what do? We do PAC, right? PAC. We do PAC, and we've started doing it 10 years ago. Alexander gave you the example of 2014, if I'm not mistaken, 8% of import substituted products. So this is when we started our job. We had import substitution as a goal. I don't know how much you like this term, but never mind the terminology. Bottom line is that we started working with the domestic products on the market, software solutions, PAC solutions, and we started working with the Russian leaders of technology. So when I see pictures like that, the one that you see behind me on the slide, I try to understand whether this nice picture is generated by whom? Kandinsky, ChatGPT, or try to guess. Who's the author of that nice picture? Okay. Well, these are our machines, if you will. We call our PAC machines, so that I will refer to this PAC as machines, right? So this is one of our machines at our clients that uses our products. Okay, it started in a sandbox and now it's a full production. All right, no, so switching to AI, a lot of our customers use different machines. We have different directions. We have dynamic infrastructure, database machines, large data storage, and a lot of our clients use several of our products for solving one, let's say, or several, let's say, of their tasks. So the clients get the data and they come to us with the question, do you have anything for AI? Because they say we start thinking about using some AI functions in our daily job. And since all of our machines consist of two modules, we thought of adding on an additional layer, an additional module, which would allow to implement AI components. Given that there are solutions like that abroad, Huawei has a PAC like that, and not only that company, there are some smaller producers, manufacturers in China, but nevertheless there are companies which produce graphic equipment. The PAC topic is quite philosophical and very bulky. We can talk about why PAC became popular, both abroad and in Russia. I think that the principles and the goals of the PAC are slightly different abroad and here, but in any event, we had a good example in front of our eyes that this is indeed doable, and we decided to do it as well. We decided to make a PAC, or a machine, as we call them, that would implement AI function. So initially we had to deal with some problems right away, with a set of problems. We wanted to make sure that such a PAC is needed. Okay, there is a cloud, right? So you can rent space in the cloud and use it for your purposes, including AI. Oh well, not quite. If we talk about talk about use of AI in an enterprise, in a corporate environment, which might have specific requirements, then the cybersec people in such corporations do not like the clouds. They don't want the data that the company owns to be uploaded up there. McKinsey, for example, conducted a study. You know McKinsey, right? It's a consulting company. So McKinsey conducted a study according to which by 2030, 35-40% of all computing equipment will be on premises, right? So that is to say, not in the cloud, but on premises of corporations, companies, entities, which convinced us that we are going in the right direction and we should make an AI machine. And since we are making products for systems with high load, with corporations, with lots of requirements to productivity, fail safety, and so on and so forth. So we started to look at the role and place of such machines and which goals they will be deciding, right? I mean, if we talk about database, it's quite understandable and simple, right? There are some professionals who do wonderful database management system, and we understand how to add on a pack to bring it more efficiency, to give it more efficiency. Talking about AI, it's quite more complex. There's not one single application which could do that. Moreover, for a corporate environment, AI is not a personal system that answers your questions, and it's not some data model, right? It's something else entirely. Well, Alexander was right when he said that you have to build your corporate infrastructure according to specific methodologies and implementation methodologies. And by the same token, introduction of AI changes your approaches towards architecture of such systems. And by the same token, your approaches towards cybersecurity. So if we now look at one of such corporate infrastructure that Alexander mentioned, we will have the following. Let's say there is a cross-industry corporate structure for AI. Okay. Everything that is below the red rectangle and inside it is representing what is being implemented in Russia right now. I mean, there are some exceptions, but mostly it's there. These are, by and large, some ad hoc solutions. But while listening to Alexander, I thought that the technological leaders are trying to go higher and higher and higher. They have to expand to other functional layers, and our goal is to assist them in that. Our goal is to look at how we can make business-critical and mission-critical systems which would comply with IT and cybersec requirements. So we decided to go to dig deeper in this direction and to analyze how the systems are put together, both in Russia and abroad. And to our surprise, we found out that there is no information that would tell us this. Maybe it's some kind of, I don't know, some kind of conspiracy by the vendors and producers. Maybe they just tell about their own piece, but don't tell about everything else. So we don't know anything about the life cycle on which AI should be introduced into the corporate system. There is absolutely zero information about that. Whereas we wanted very much to understand what's going on, so that when we produce, when we make our own PAC, we wouldn't make them in vacuum, but rather with an application in mind. We don't want to make a product that is not needed for everybody or by anybody. All right. So, okay. So if you can follow leads, right, as the saying goes. So together with the consultants and with our partners, we decided to go ahead together. We understand that we won't be able to do this by ourselves. Actually, we like cooperation a lot. And in this specific case, we went into a partnership with a consulting company and started to develop the life cycle for AI introduction into corporate system. I don't think you can see really well what's on the slide, but on the other hand, I don't have a great desire to tell you about all life cycle. I will just give you the bullet points. Okay, so there are 7 phases of introduction of AI into corporate system, and we analyzed which actions have to be performed by IT infrastructure and cybersecurity department in order to support these 7 iterations. Each iteration was subject to a more detailed analysis. The previous slide was just an example. Let's say this iteration or this phase was split into 6 tasks, each of which is split further. There are 26 sub-tasks, and there are different people with different roles that participate in this, which are using over 70 different tools in order to implement these tasks and sub-tasks. So once we did that, we had a question: what kind of support do all of these people need from, as I mentioned before, IT infrastructure and cybersecurity department? Because the cybersecurity is very important here. Our 10-year experience tells us that we have to think about how we're going to protect our systems and our products. We have to start thinking about that from day one. All right, when we're designing or developing anything, we cannot simply give the customer our products, which then the customer will customize in terms of cybersecurity. This is a dead end. So this is why, while thinking about designing and developing our products, we weren't thinking about the cybersecurity aspect on the design phase. Okay, so we can say that our products are secure by design, and of course the cybersecurity features do influence productivity, but we try to make everything so that this effect would not be very big, so that the equipment would still be fail-safe and so on and so forth. So, as I was telling, once we started digging into the CyberSec, it turned out that on top of some standard means and features that we implement in our machines for IT use, there are also 2 directions, 2 areas of application. One of them is for AI, and there are also specialized issues, specialized questions which have to be resolved in order to provide this cybersecurity. Not so much cybersecurity, but TRISM, so to speak, right? If we quote Gartner, right? Just by way of example. So you have to check the origin of data, right? Whether the data is genuine, right? You have to get rid of the bias. You have to test on ethic principles and standards. You have to assess stability, and so on and so forth. So there should be a red button
Или, ну, если мы говорим про искусственный
that a
интеллект,
person, or if we talk about AI,
оператор должен
we will say the
пошло не так в случае
we'll say the
экстраординарном. Я просто напомню,
operator, okay? So the operator have to press if something is going wrong. Once again, we are making a product that will introduce AI piece into the corporate system. It's not just your personal assistant. It's a big part of the system. So something may go wrong any moment, and that will affect the work of a big enterprise. All right, so as a result, we've got a model that looks like this. This is a pre-launch, in fact, so we are letting you in on this. This is the framework on the life cycle of implementation of AI into a corporate system. I think during the next event, we will address this in more detail. And we wanted to actually release several publications about this. So we don't want to hide this know-how that we've come up to. We're ready to share this model with the whole wide world in order to get your recommendations, criticism, and hopefully together we will be able to bring this model to scratch. Okay, to a level. Once we've done this model, we got better understanding of what it is needed in order to make a good PAC AI machine, right, on the customer side. So, pre-train probably is not needed right there. So the customer can do the pre-train in the cloud environment, but fine-tuning, yes, this will be in demand in the local corporate environment. And to this end, we need to manufacture our machines. So we did that. We made the machine. You can get the details on our site. And since there was no single model or app that could test it, we tested it using a lot of different apps with our partners, including MTS and other companies. So right now we are creating a testing ground within our own premises, and we will invite developers to this testing lab, developers of industrial systems that work with AI. This will be a very good opportunity for them to check their own, to check their products under pressure. And on the other hand, this will give us an opportunity to discover bottlenecks and the ways to fine-tune our machine, to make it faster, better, more efficient.
Ну, в результате получилась такая машина у нас на сайте.
So as a result, we got a machine that looks like this. As I already mentioned, if you are interested in the details, please refer to our sites. We were thinking about what it will consist of, where the data will be stored. We are working with a hardware producer very closely, so we will have the platform which supports 8 graphic accelerators in the nearest future. And I also wanted to mention the following. All of the applications operate by graphic cards of specific provider. We allow usage of alternatively produced graphic cards. It's not without problems, but we managed to do so. So when you transfer something from Kudo to Muso, and Muso uses Chinese product, it takes up to 1 day. That's what they told us. Unfortunately, life, of course, is
Мы считаем, что мы научились там с ними бороться.
less predictable than any
Мы
model.
не только научились бороться с ними,
There were certain challenges, but we learned how to overcome them. Not only we learned how to overcome the challenges, but we, at the moment, also help the software producers that are testing their stuff on our machine to migrate, that is to say, to adapt their soft on different types of hardware. Okay, if we talk about graphic accelerators, right? Graphic accelerators with low sanction risks. This machine is not something that is cast in stone. It's developing all the time. We are making lots of experiments. We can't tell you about all of them, but some of AI solutions need a vector database. So, do we have to make a separate vector DB? And if yes, then which one? Or we can take it up, from virtual management or in a container. So we looked at different vendors that already have that. Studied different applications. So that is to say, we continue to dig in this direction. We continue to study and assess different technologies and to make our products better and better and better. Okay, by drawing conclusion, I'd like to say a few words. Once again, I am very much with the previous speaker. I think that AI will allow us to make a huge step forward and in terms of technological leadership, but introduction of such solution in corporate information systems is not without problems and peculiarities, but everything is within reach, and our experience tells us that this is the path that could be traveled. We're ready to share our know-how, share our experience with anybody who's interested. Thank you very much. And also thank the organizers for providing me the opportunity to present my stuff. Thank you for your patience. I'm ready to answer your questions. I'll give a small disclaimer first, though. I'm not an AI specialist. Okay, so if you start asking me about AI fine-tuning, inference, and so on, I will start giving you hallucinations. I will glitch. Ruslan Kazansky, 400 gigabytes network interface. I saw there. How are you going to build the IT fabric on 400 gigabytes? The uplinks should have 800. Is this something that you plan to do? And that's my first question. And yes, the second question is about the Chinese graphic accelerators. Are they cheaper or more expensive? And what about their producer? It's the first time that I hear about that. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. I'll probably won't let you in on a big secret when I say that we use as an interconnect. We use Bifrcom equipment as interconnect. Right now it's 100 gigabytes, but we already have 400 gigabyte connectors, right? It's not 800 yet, mind it, but it is a step forward. But it's not in TORP, right? Not yet, no, because we also look in the Bifrcom direction. Right, you are right. We're talking very closely, and they have some solutions that are useful. When we started our conversation, it turned out that nobody asked them about this. We also do. Okay, well, we didn't know that. Sorry. I think we were the first one to start this conversation with the company. In any event, if we talk about interconnect, so we talk about Bifrcom. Regarding the Chinese graphic accelerators, they're not very much cheaper. They are a bit cheaper than NVIDIA. I will not tell you that it's easy to buy them. The difficulty is still there because for Chinese producers, we are something that they don't understand. And on the other hand, you cannot just go into a store and buy it. You can buy a graphic accelerator if you want to run a video game on it, but not for this. 3 or 30,000 graphic accelerator card. It's less productive than NVIDIA, but our colleagues keep working.
Свои продукты, и судя по их тестам, мы еще пока не тестировали, следующие карты.
They're improving their products, and according to the latest benchmarks, they are doing better. The performance is now almost on par with NVIDIA. I don't know for sure, but indeed, on the previous cards, Llama was working, but one wouldn't say it was flying. And it supports up to 8 cards, right? Yeah. Has anybody implemented Chinese cards in Russia? Or are they just about tests? So for now, it's about tests. It's not only us doing Chinese graphics cards. I know there are some other companies as well, but so far it has yet got to industry-wide use. So you need somebody who will risk all the more. So that, as I said, you have to adapt software for these cards. And how many nodes can you include in a single network, in a single cluster in Scala R? What if you, how many of them have you included? Did you have more than 48? No. So 48 of large computers with 8 cards is enough for most problems. Yes, we're hoping it'll be enough. As I said, an 8-card systems over testing. So it's not yet part of the price list. No, it's not yet part of the price list. So the 8-card system is the state of the art. Thank you.
Добрый день.
Hello. Unfortunately, I was late for the start of the presentation, but still have questions. Thank you for your presentation, firstly. Which models were you using and at which performance? That's the first question. And second, you said you use NVIDIA cards. Did you have experience using AMD cards and similar technology? AMD Firestream, I mean, they have their own libraries. So perhaps they will offer some performance growth, for instance, with chips with onboard memory. Yeah, we're looking at AMD products, haven't yet tested, and we don't yet have plans to use them in this machine with AI. But if it doesn't make it, if it's no problem for the customer, I mean, what means? We're not doing it just on a whim. There's a machine, and then you want to do something from MTS and M1 from somebody else. If this application is written so that it supports CUDO and you welcome NVIDIA, you won't be able to replace it by a Chinese graphics card. Same thing about AMD. So far, we have chosen these two extremities for ourselves, either NVIDIA or lower sanction risk Chinese card. And we'll work on that. If somebody sees reason to employ AMD, come to us and we'll see if we can do that. As to the models, I won't be able to give you a number. Well, we can exchange contact details and I'll get you in touch with the product owner. He'll be coming back on Monday from business trip. Just from my understanding, on the chip, the bus width is an order of magnitude wider than in NVIDIA cards. Yes, indeed, the AMD theme is quite interesting, quite exciting, not only in terms of the graphics card, but also in terms of CPUs. We're keeping a close eye on this area of development. We're talking with the vendors of Russian hardware platforms. They exercise a very cautious approach, saying everybody's asked for Intel. But we already see areas where the focus on the choice of AMD can give a certain boost in performance. Thank you. Well, you can install, but you need a library that will be able to work with it, and then there would be question of whether it will run on the Russian operating system. Such a big heap of questions. Colleagues, any more questions? Unless there are any more questions, thank you, Piotr, for a great systems presentation. Thank you very much. Of course, the topic of a local AI-based solution is very important in terms of cybersecurity. But I mentioned in the beginning that we are going to have a big session on data management and how it can reflect on our life in Moscow, and maybe not only in Moscow. And we're now moving to this important part, and the first presenter will be Mikhail. Mikhail, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. And the clicker is on the desk, right? So, dear speakers, please don't carry the clicker away. Thank you.
Hi,
everyone. My name is Mikhail Krupnov. I'm head of the Big Data Department in the Department of Transport in Moscow. Perhaps my presentation will be the least hardcore. It will probably belong to the area of curious trivia. I will just tell you how we work in the Transport Department with big data. Disclose how we create digital products and what value it brings to the city. We have two major missions in the Innovation Center. Firstly, we try using our services, digital services, to improve the quality of service of people, residents of the city, and also to make transport for them more secure. And the next big task is to offer analytical support at the level of city development and the city planning. The city is developing very fast, and I'll tell you how we impact this process, how the data move us forwards, create new insights, helping us make decisions on what to do next. The Innovation Center is actually quite a large team of people. We have several departments that run their own tracks, but one way or the other we try to organize their work synergistically. And here you end up with this system of the Innovation Center. At the core, there's a big data team that actually plays the role of a core to create digital products. And around all them, we have developers, we have guys who do design, we have guys who do consulting, modeling, simulation, and all taken together, this makes up quite a good team, so that we could create new products. It's actually quite an exciting story, because we're not really talking about some commercial enterprise development. This work is done within a government organization. And from my experience, I can say that perhaps it's the only viable structure where you have a complete vertical or stack of product development, starting from strategic and consultants' idea over to bringing data data to it, developing a service design, and then develop other further development iterations. So one would think, and I actually have an impression that it's only in this kind of environment the whole process of creating viable digital products can be realized. We have quite a large repository, data repository, and when I was preparing this presentation, the model was suggesting that I offer a variety of facts to make the presentation livelier. So, for instance, if you store it all on disks, you'll get like a TV tower as high as the Stankino TV tower. But perhaps this is not the most interesting thing. The important thing is that any action that you make moving about the city generates data based on which we're making decisions. This includes everything to do with transport, the underground, the metro, the Moscow speed rink, Moscow high-speed diameter, bicycles, car sharing, speed bikes. Everything builds a foundation generating data which you can use. Why do we need that? As I said, our city is developing very fast. And if you roll back a few years and remember how it looked about 10 years ago, the first association that we get when we name the month of December is, of course, a complete transport collapse. About 10 years ago, in December, we were experiencing about half the month where the traffic jams were at the level of 10 out of 10. Now, in 2022, we only had 1 day at a 10-point traffic jam. And then you have a question. A city is a very sophisticated system, and there are a lot of factors that have an impact. And all these data help us answer a question. Is it us who are working in the right direction, or there are some other objective facts about the development of the economy of the city, how people use the public transit, what consumption habits they have? I think it's difficult to deny the fact that the role of delivery and couriers have changed the transport behavior of people and made a big contribution. But nevertheless, with the help of data, we don't only look at the prospects, assessing whether the decisions made have been successful or not, but we're now arriving at a level where we can, using our data, take better decisions in terms of modeling, simulating the future development of the city. I can describe it on an example of one of our products that we're preparing for launch as we speak. We have a lot of construction projects going on in Moscow. And for each such site, you need to make a conclusion. And for instance, if we build several 80-story office buildings here in Kamovniko, what is going to happen to this area? So based on the data of the traffic loads or how people move about areas in their home locations, and potentially, as an example, Kamovniki, where these office centers will be built. How many parking locations are available? We can make a conclusion that at certain portions of the road networks, the utilization will grow from, let's say, 7 to 9 points out of 10, and the parking requirements would be such that will not be feasible in this area. So therefore, we will have to draft recommendations. So if we start a project like that, the consequences will be like that. This is already working. People are using this now. And this helps improving the transport situation in the city and improve the life in the city as well. Let me share some more details about how we organize the operation of the team inside the company. So quite often, big discussions are going on how a big data team should be structured, whether this team should be spread across business units so that something should be done within business units, or it should be a team that is organized separately. So in our case, we have something like a hybrid structure. We have 4, so within this department, we have 4 teams: analysts, engineers, systems analysts, and the team that maintains the infrastructure involving systems administrators, DBAs, DevOps, and support professionals. So what's the idea? There's a constant demand for support and improvement of our data repository or our data platform, and depending on the project workload at a given point in time, we vary the number of people in the core team and the people contributing to these cross-functional project teams. Because on the whole, when we're creating some product, we focus in the first place on synergy, on teamwork between our departments. And as a rule, we take one analyst and one engineer from the big data team, but we also make sure to take a person responsible for designing this project. We always have a project manager and a product manager, and also guys who build the entire back end if it's about an application, and also the front-end part. So we pick the product team from all teams, and they start working. They're all quite deeply involved in the internal processes of the department, and therefore, if a need arises to carry through the core team, they're quite deeply involved in this whole thing and are able to interact and accelerate the creation of the product. They asked me, the organizer also asked me to explain how long it takes to create a new data product in our case. Actually, I tried to look it up from the past experience and from what we're doing now. It strongly depends on the input parameters, on what you have. It can take from 3 weeks to perhaps 10 to 12 weeks. In the first place, it depends on whether data is already available for this product. Maybe some components have been used in the previous projects and they can be reused, and you can put this whole thing together as in a construction kit. How difficult it is to interact with other systems in terms of security. These questions provide a very strong impact on the speed of development. If everything's fine, so it takes 4 to 6 weeks. If it's not so good, then up to several months. And of course, in the center of every product lies the idea, the challenge that we want, the problem that we want to solve. Then we try to see how the solution of this problem fits into the strategic approach, the strategy of how we develop the environment. Quite often, even before the creation of the MPV version or even the architecture architectural proof of concept, we do a design or pre-design of the product in order to understand how the users will interact. I mean, the graphic, the UI, how the users will interact it, whether they may like it or not. And just to understand if the whole idea has any visual way of expressing itself. And then we go to the development stage, create an MVP, demo, and then decide what's going to happen with this product next. If it does solve some problems, and if it does it well, okay, maybe it will even stay as some kind of an MVP solution and will be used by support. Or maybe some other features will be added to it. Maybe it will be combined with some other products and they will be tackling some more sophisticated requirements. Okay, what else would I like to talk about? Current trends. Well, these trends are perhaps not the industry trends that companies like Gartner are writing about. It's more about the trends that we see within what we're doing, within the transport department, within the innovation center. In the first place, I must say that the demand for data as such is perhaps not as high as before. Well, people are interested in products that can consume these data in the first place, rather than just a collection of data. So it's not a purpose in itself. So the real products, that's something that evokes interest. Internal products and data as a service. This is a separate story. Perhaps it's related to the fact that we see an internal enlargement of the organization and the processes get more sophisticated. So if in the past we had internal teams that were improving the solutions for themselves, now there's more and more demand at the level of the whole organization, so the data and services should be offered within the corporation as services available to other teams. There's a big demand for video analytics and computer vision. Perhaps we work to a lesser degree with language models. So far, the gamut of problems, of areas where we can apply them are quite limited. But video analytics and computer vision is something in very high demand that allows closing very large gaps in the city data quite cheaply at that. The cameras that run in full HD, they can be put anywhere in the city, are quite cheap, and you can cover a lot of needs using them. For instance, a separate track for us is the guys are creating video analytics for the river transport. So you need to control or keep an eye on the number of people, monitor the number of people at wharfs and quayside. You need to have video analytics and observation tools to monitor the arrival and departure of boats. For instance, certain parts of the city, like the Gorky Park, where the boats are going, GPS doesn't work very well, so they are unable to send the coordinates of their location properly, and so the arrival forecasts can deviate from the real situation. This information comes in quite handy. Now, development of intelligent network systems. This is something about road management, intelligence, traffic lights, adaptive traffic lights, street traffic management. This is basically a huge, I don't even know how to call it, it's a whole area, this whole domain where a lot of efforts will be applied in the next 2 or 3 years, and I'm sure you'll see an improvement on the roads and the results of this activity. Interaction with external services. We have spent quite a lot of time living with our data just inside, not sharing it with anyone. Yes, of course, there's a project of open data run by the government of Moscow, but it's not exactly what companies would like to see. For instance, taxi and car sharing and scooter operators. And we're gradually making steps to provide a usable platform to interact with these services. And this year, already, we're going to see this interaction started. We're prepared to share our data so that rovers could have a better experience driving across the city, and other people as well. And the last, but not least, thing in importance, it's about the reliability of geo-reserving. This is an objective process that's caused by the fact that our services that we create, 3 or 4 years ago, we wrote most of them mostly for ourselves, so that we could prepare some exciting presentation. But now we see that apart from the city dwellers, leaders and managers of city services are using so the demand for the availability of high SLA metrics is as high as, is higher than any time in the past. And by creating additional geo-reservation system, is going to develop as an area. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm prepared to take your questions, to share something else related to the public transit in our city. Well, the time is pressing, but there's a time for a couple of questions. Colleagues.
Добрый день, спасибо за доклад.
Good morning, thank you for your attention.
Вы храните историю и как много по объемам
What's the depth of history storage and how much resources does it take? Depending on the source, different kinds of data have a different history start point. The deepest data, as far as I remember, have been stored since 2017, and now this number is moving closer to petabytes. I mean, in total. Colleagues, more questions? On the right, there's one on the right. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, where do you store so much data? You mean the storage systems, storage technologies? No, the location of storage. Well, our big data cluster of the Innovation Center is a hardware and software complex deployed in racks. It's not yet a cloud-based solution. It's a set of servers, just pieces of hardware, and we maintain and service them ourselves. And in the close future, along with solving the geo-reservation efforts, we are thinking about, expanding through the use of cloud resources. I think it's a relevant way to go. Do you have your data center? Well, it's not our own data center. We have a collocation in one of the Rostelecom data centers, but we would like to have a cloud in addition to that. So racks based on Rostelecom data center, yes. So these are storage systems, but at the core, these are servers with disks. Hadoop Worker, basically. The database is built on Hadoop HDFS. Colleagues, we can take one more question if you have it.
По центру, да.
So, right in the middle.
Добрый день. Насколько у вас вообще стоит
Hello.
сохранение конфиденциальности?
How important do you believe the question of confidentiality to be? Is the data mostly depersonalized? Not mostly. The data, all of the data is depersonalized. Even though we collect transaction-based data about everything that happens in the city, every metro ride, every taxi session, every scooter session, we get this information in a depersonalized way. We're not interested in handling personal data. This is not important for our tasks. What we're interested in is global fundamental trends that roll out in the city. Regarding the confidentiality, yes, that's an important question. So for this reason, we have a secure technology contour. All the servers belong to ourselves. And right now, we are in discussions together with our colleagues how it can be implemented in the cloud.
Whether it corresponds to the security requirements. But yes, this is a good question. Well, let's give a round of applause to Michael for his interesting presentation.
Подарить книгу за один из вопросов, который понравился.
Okay, so and let's present a book to somebody who asked the best question. I will always give a present to somebody who asked me about personal data.
Спасибо. И
Thank you.
Про данные можно говорить бесконечно.
We can talk about data
тем более.
Until kingdom comes, especially about big data. So we'll have another Alexander on stage now.
Александр, вам слово.
Добрый день.
Alexander, the floor is yours. Hello, colleagues.
Я правильно понимаю, что на зеленую кнопочку, да, надо?
Do I have to press the green button?
Да, добрый день, коллеги. Меня зовут Александр.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Alexander Filatov. I work in the Department of Informational Technologies of the city of Moscow, and I work with big data and with some platform services for AI. So I think I will continue Michael's story about how the city is going to use big data in the city and what benefits big city contains for us. Okay, let's go.
Ну, наверное, все мы понимаем, что Москва это.
We all understand that Moscow is a huge city, 15 million people, millions of cars, a lot of utilities, a lot of roads, streets, and whenever you step out of your house, and even without stepping out of your house, you communicate with this environment, and each contact and each city life minute generates a lot of data. A great data flow that has to be collected and processed. Speaking about data like this, I'll mention a few examples. So when you go in the subway, when you use the public transport, all these trips are somehow monitored, or somehow there are GLONASS sensors that monitor the public transportation routes and all that. As I mentioned, a lot of utilities, infrastructure that monitors all failures and collects data. Video surveillance systems that allow to collect data about people traffic during mass events so that there would be no security accidents, and so on.
Это различные сервисы электронной школы, образовательные.
We also talk here about different services such as e-schools, e-dairy,
с которыми вы сталкиваетесь при клинике и при посещении врачей.
MIS service. This is a medical service that you interact when you go to a doctor. So we have to collect all this data. That's why, as a result of this work, we make new public routes, public transport routes. We can forecast the medical load. The same platform, our platform has for a number of years now AI that allows the doctors to diagnose patients based on their exams results. Talking about social life, by using this data, we can detect groups of people and even individuals which need some social help in a specific situation.
И большой такой сейчас пласт работы у нас это создание
digital twin or digital alter ego. This is something we are working on right now. This is a big interactive electronic map with many layers. Based on this, you can model different events. You can model social and economic infrastructure development. You can build kindergartens, medical institutions, introduce new public transportation routes. So with the help of this digital twin of the city of Moscow, you can model the situations which we could not model before.
Ну, общегородской контакт-центр, наверное, все вы сталкивались.
You probably know the contact center of the city of Moscow. It also provides different consulting services with the help of AI. So, in order to process and store all of this data, one needs big infrastructure. So there is a layer of data centers in which all this data is collected and processed. We have 4 different locations for the DCs. Tens of petabytes of data are stored and processed there. Over 100,000 virtual servers. The next layer is the layer of platforms that collects and process the same data on a higher logical level, and a layer of situational centers where, based on that data, the decisions are made.
И, собственно, вообще мониторится, анализируется
the whole operational system. Picture of the city of Moscow is analyzed so that the city life would proceed in a safe and convenient way for everybody.
Сегодня я, наверное, с некоторыми из таких платформ вы сталкивались напрямую.
You probably are aware of some of these platforms. MASH platform, MIS platform. There are some platforms where are in the back room, so to speak. You don't contact with them directly, but they play a very important role in collecting and processing this data. And I will refer to 2 of these platforms in detail. One of them is the platform on data management platform. So what does it do? It collects, processes, and stores large data. And I will refer to AI platform.
В целом, наверное, немножко скажу, для чего мы эти платформы делали. То есть у нас, как вы понимаете, данных много.
To put a perspective of this, why did we decide to introduce these platforms? We have lots of data, we have lots of projects. So, in order to
разработку каких-то сервисов, которые из данных
roll out the services which transform data into specific use, specific benefits, you have to provide. You kind of start production of this benefit, right? You can approach this in different ways, and you can do some unique artisan kind of services that would take care of a problem greatly, but would not be scalable in order to produce in the fast manner. you have to organize some kind of a conveyor. And I think that the platform is one of the key elements of such a conveyor of data processing and transformation into informational products. So the first platform is the data management platform. The data management area has a long history. It's a mature area right now. It has its own standards, and one of the standards is the so-called DMBOK. Okay, so basically it's a data collection about management. It has its own platform provided by a domestic vendor. Okay, I'm not going to tell you who it is. I think domestic is enough in that respect. So we indeed built such a conveyor. We built it according with the guidelines. And pretty much all areas of data management are represented in this conveyor. So who did we make this platform for? Well, let's put it this way. Department of Information Technologies has a lot of teams. These teams differ in their size and in the tasks that they solve. There are some teams which can provide the full cycle of a technological process, starting with the operation of informational systems and finishing with ready-made solutions. There are other teams which specialize more in specific targeted areas. That is to say, they don't have wide competences in technology, but they know really well what it is that they are creating and the end users. And it is specifically for these teams that we've made this platform, and we took over all the risks and all the competences, and instead provided a tool for the analysts of such teams by using which they can start right away write some software, some application.
Talking
about the structure of data management system, I'll say that it's a classical one. Its architecture is pretty standard. It has several layers. There is a layer for ETL. There are also the tools which allow you to organize cold and hot storage for preliminary data and for process data so that you could base your analytics on it. And also a layer of the so-called quick data, which is used for the tasks which need online interaction, so that you could create storefronts and exchange this data. There are end-to-end processes of data management in terms of their quality, security, and there is also catalogization of data. Let's talk about catalogization of data in more detail. I think the rest of the processes are by now common knowledge. The only thing I want to add in this respect is that we don't have our own standards that we push onto this platform. We're ready to share our competences, but the users which collect data are free to use their own approaches. They can build their own process architecture, their own data architecture. It all depends on the specific task. We are ready to consult in that sense. A few numbers. As you can see, we have increased the number of the sources of incoming data, but as far as the data volume itself, it remains on a flat value. So let's go to the data catalogs. This component is often neglected, but it became one of the key links for us, which allowed us to attract a lot of users to our services. It allows us to answer to big questions that people always go to the data owner. What do you have and where did you get it from? So basically, we have a glossary of data, which in a very simple human language describes what it is that we indeed have on this platform, what kind of data, and also describe the different terminology, what we mean when we say family, a person, an individual family, a transportation or a vehicle, real estate, and so on and so forth. The next level is more abstract. It is below that, but it gives you an understanding from which storefronts you have collected this data. And then it can go even deeper down to the primary data in order to understand which sources are sending this data, what algorithms are processing this data, what processes are used, so top-down business can look at this, and down to top specialists can look at the system if the process for some reason halts or crashes. So the system of data catalogs is kept constantly current. We have a lot of described data, both initial data and specific entities, and we plan to expand the system even further. Now let's switch to the AI platform. There's a lot of interest towards AI-based services lately. And there are a lot of requests to organize another conveyor that would develop services like that. The AI platform serves yet as another key link that would allow us to organize this process. We started working at an AI platform 4 years ago, and we looked at the platform developers to whom we would provide a comfortable environment so that they wouldn't have to deal with infrastructural issues. Those of you who worked with graphic cards understand that it's a little bit more difficult here than in case of typical kind of standard processes. So we focus more on Google Colab service, where you can just start writing code right away. Talking about the platform itself, the platform consists of different layers. The lowest layer is the infrastructural one. So they are virtual or hardware graphic cards that allow you to do the computation. And the core of the platform that contains the major services both for developers and administrators and operators of these platforms, which allows them to load, unload, and use the resources. This is the level at which developers are given access rights to write their code. There is the environment where they can store their code and the models, map data sets depending on their tasks, and different services that have to do with cybersecurity. 2 years into the process, we understood that a lot of teams have advanced in their competences and start to replicate their work. We understood that by looking at the sheer volume of data. We understood that people start using the same models and that these models could be brought up onto the service level and allow several teams to use this model. That's how we get away with redundancy of the volume of the stored data and also save computing resources, because loading of one service is much simpler than monitoring all commands that have to utilize these resources. So we decided to call it the layer of centralized services. And it is here where we push our methodology And our hypothesis so far is coming true. So based on these centralized services, one can build applications rather quickly, applications for our customers. The solutions which we develop lie on the highest level. This is the business service layer, which can be reused, and after some fine-tuning, they can be used in different areas. So what is in great demand today? Let's give a few examples. In the department and in the city government, there are several things in demand. These are simple services which allow their users to get rid of a lot of routine work. These are chatbots which provide consultations on the knowledge database. These are services for preparing documentation. These are the services which help the user to look for specific documents based on the query, services which compare different texts, find discrepancies, differences, and similarities. So these are very simple but routine operations that take a lot of time, take up a lot of time. So by doing this, we are saving a lot of man hours. So how do we see our development? What's in the future? In terms of the platform, right now we have to optimize the resource use. This is in the focus of our studies right now. How can we organize the work in a better manner so that the resources would be utilized more efficiently? Because yes, we do have resources, but we have a great number of projects, and we do have scarcity of resources that we feel, frankly speaking. We expand the line of our services, both centralized and applied. We are optimizing the processes that underlie the services. And as usual, we develop the interface of the platform, so it would be more user-friendly. Talking about the services itself, I'd like to mention the following. We are introducing a lot of services in our digital master planning of Cityland. I think that very soon the digital services for the citizens of Moscow will also appear. And we will be able, by using AI services, to bring up these products much quicker and with greater quality. Okay, so this is the bulk of my presentation. If you have any questions, I will be happy to entertain them. Well, let's thank Alexander. Thank you for letting the common citizens behind the curtains of your kitchen, so to speak. Well, thanks. I'm also Alexander. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned that you started with the conveyor of different nodes, and now you have just one model. No. I wanted to say that there are two approaches, and actually both of them are used, and both of them have their rationale, raison d'être. There is an approach based on a hypothesis that says you can only make a good server with a targeted user and a targeted task. That's why you have to provide unique solutions, and they have to live, if you will, separately. There can be no centralization. They're all custom-made. And there is another theory or another concept, that is to say, that you need to build typical services on the common components. So the business logic will be outside, and this business logic is runs the different services and builds final customized solutions. So right now we try to find the balance between these two approaches. We've got a great number of tasks. All of these tasks are different, and in some cases it is not possible to find the middle ground and build a solution based on it. However, it's not feasible to create 100 individual customized solutions because we will not be able to support them and store them later on. So one of the research directions that we have is to find the balance. But when you use one model, one decision, or when different developers use the same model, what solutions do you use for isolation of different layers? Each developer works in, let's say, its or his own virtual environment. Secondly, the centralized models that I showed you does not mean that exists only that there is only one copy. There can be several models of the same family, different inside and customized or localized for a specific task. That is to say that we have several instances of such models, and we manage the resource scaling depending on the load that we have. So the nodes are different, the models are different, right? We have over 200 developers that work on the platform, and we have over 50 teams. So we don't want to have a large language model for each team. No, we have one unique LLM for all of them. And based on their prompts, the teams can use that LLM and customize the product.
Понятно, спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you. And any other questions, colleagues, please? Hello, thank you for your presentation. It was quite interesting. You haven't said anything about tracking. Maybe you can't tell us anything about that. But is there any task of the tracking merging so that one can trace and track across the city and get information about a specific track? That is, if you are allowed to speak about that. Well, you know, I haven't had anything like that in my tasks. Well, actually, the previous presentation, Michael's presentation, was partly devoted to the data use for the purposes of approval of going around the city. You can look that up. But Michael said that it's all anonymous. That's true. Hello, my name is also Alexander. Which tool do you use for the data catalog? Do you categorize the information, kind of allocate it into categories for purposes of for access control? Yes, we use a component for the data catalog that is provided as a distributed package from the vendor. And the second is data categorization. Yes, that's only the business use data categorization, or maybe categorization of information from the cybersecurity point of view, such as access control, makes sense. CyberSec uses in its tools the mapping, among other things, because we can do the mapping in the catalog of data, right? And you can track the data flow and its path. And as far as I know, our CyberSec in its products, in Ranger, I think, they use this this mapping and they use this tags.
Коллеги, если есть еще один вопрос.
Colleagues, if you have questions, we have time for one more question. If not, let's thank Alexander for his nice presentation. And traditionally, Alexander, you will present a book for the best question. Who will the book be given? Well, I like the catalog question a lot, because this is something that is very, very keen to me. So you get the book. Thank you. Okay, so the next presentation.
в продолжение темы управления данными.
Presentation of Renat, we will continue big data management subject. Renat, the floor is yours.
Всем добрый день. Я буду рассказывать.
Hello, everybody. I will address the big data. I work in Moscow subway system. We have the center of unmanned transportation development, and we will talk about contemporary approach towards the management of big data in AI and big data time. So why are we talking about unmanned trams in this respect? Well, technologically speaking, this is a very difficult product, unmanned vehicles, but by the end of this year, we plan the launch of our tram. On one of the routes, it is equipped with advanced sensors, such as radars and cameras, about 4 radars, viders, 6 cameras, which allows it to localize in real time and to locate itself in the city. It also allows it to find all the other participants of the traffic and to make its own decisions based on the environment. That is to say, what it has to do and where it has to go.
Такой технологически сложный продукт собирает большое количество данных.
As you understand, a technology-intensive product like this must collect a lot of good data. We can collect up to 70 megabytes of data per second in just a LiDAR, and there are several of them. We also have radars and cameras, GPS and other devices. They all collect the data, and it needs to be analyzed in some way. If you consider this data collection, then it must be marked up in some way, because for machine learning, it needs to be tagged. If it's clear how to tag data from cameras, but the data coming from LiDARs and radars are quite sparse. They represent points in space, and it's difficult to say which object you're talking about. It's still quite a work-intensive process, and one needs to cope with it somehow to minimize the cost of data collection and minimize the workload on its tagging annotation. So what are the main reasons? Firstly, you need to identify all members of traffic, which category they belong to, where they're moving. Especially important it is to build paths or trajectories of movement for non-cars, like pedestrians or scooter drivers. That can behave unpredictably on the road, at pedestrian crossings, and they can present danger for themselves and for those around them. So it's important for us to be able to collect this kind of data. Not all the data that we're collecting can improve our models. In the traditional approach, we collect data. For instance, we have a route, and we spend 8 hours a day driving along those routes. And then we can use this data to tag the data, but it doesn't work. In order to tag all the data, you need to view it all, and it takes quite a lot of effort. This approach is not scalable. We can't afford going about this way. So what are the approaches to avoid tagging or marking up all the scenes? That's, for instance, an approach based on location. Knowing that the tram at a certain point in time is at a crossing or at a stop, we're saying that we're going to collect the data based on geolocation. So we carve out a 20-second long scene. Or we can say say, let's do it by time. Let's see if it's peak time or not peak time, and see how passengers behave at this time and what passenger traffic flow we observe at the street at that time, or in the morning or in the evening. Also, we can consider stratified sampling, where we have to understand what's happening at a certain in a certain season or at a certain weather, what happens under rain or when it's snowing. And perhaps the most important kind of sampling is event-triggered. It's about those events that happen unexpectedly. For instance, the driver has overridden the control or pressed the brake button. It's important for us to understand why they did so, and based on which data the model took a decision that either something needs to be done or the person has taken this decision. So, considering the traditional approach to training, we collect big data from the 8-hour route. We split it into small pieces, and we add data from LiDARs and radars at our cloud storage. Later, we can get data from the in response to our requests, and based on the sampling strategy chosen, we pick and load the data. Then we can send these 20-second scenes for the markup. Data gets to the Label Studio, and radar and paint cloud data gets to the CBUS, where the markup agents are doing that either with 2D bounding boxes or 3D bounding boxes. Later, the marked up data needs to be verified. We have validated the check how well the data quality meets our requirements for machine learning. They go quickly in memory, and we control versions of these data so that we can understand how well our data behave compared to the current data. And then we can run experiments on our ML platform. This way, we get an interactive process. We add data, we build a machine, and deploy our models. In this case, a problem arises. What data to choose? And I mean, if the data volume keeps growing, so the process doesn't scale very well. In this case, what can help us is the so-called active loop learning. What's the gist of it? So that our model itself would pick. The model says she's not sure about certain samples, and then we can send these samples directly for the markup. If in the current version the model says it's not sure, a certain cluster is collected based on this data, it's sent to the sampler, and the sampler decides whether it should be sent for markup. In this case, the quality of our data improves, because not all the data is worth sending for markup. So what cases needs to be considered? In the current situation, we need to choose which metrics are not good enough, and we need to improve them. We have to set the threshold confidence. So we have this average confidence, less than 60%, for instance. In this case, we say that the model, we're not confident enough about the method. Also, disagreement metrics can be used. So if several models disagree, then we need... Well, it says that this data does not exactly fit the current model, and we need to improve the data to meet the current metric. Later, a decision may take to use VLMs and MLMs and LLMs to further improve our data. So if, for instance, we have a demand of certain data, for instance, we have a great disbalance between classes, too few prams or kids or bicycle drivers, you can look for the required data in the 8-hour bag to carve them out to improve the quality of the metrics. So how does the pipeline look if we use the so-called active loop learning? In this case, the model is trained on initially a small set of data. Then it's run through non-marked up data. After we've got some metrics, we say that they need to be sorted and to choose the less confident ones. And the most confident ones we're sending for markup. After the markup, we send them back to the selection, and we get into this kind of loop. We supply new data all the time and allow the model to choose in those cases where it's not confident new data, and it becomes more robust. Does active loop learning really help in training our model? If you take a look at our metrics, you can understand that nuisance, for instance, when being learned on only 70% of data, allows achieving map metrics up to 72. But if we use the entirety of data, this metric achieves 83. So one can confidently say that using just half of the data, that the data wasn't sure about, can allow us achieving quite a good metric. One can say, why must one use half the data when one can use 100% of the data? But in the current situation, when I have a tram, we don't have 100% of data, and we don't know what this 100% is all about. For instance, in new scenes, there are about 3,000 scenes. It's difficult to say whether it's too few or too many. I saw data sets including more than 100,000 scenes, and the data keep being added. It's difficult to say how much data you need to improve the quality of our model to a certain level. So therefore, you need to keep selecting the scenes that we need and improve our metric.
Так, а видео не запустилось.
The video isn't running. Well, a GIF file should have worked here. So basically what it's all about, if you take random scenes, it means that quite a lot of objects can be absent. If you take this picture of the cloud, you can see 3 cars there. So the data is quite sparse. No objects are seen. But because we don't have enough targets, it leads the model to degrade. So therefore, we need to select those scenes that have the largest value for us. So when we were selecting in a random way, we picked a bridge where there's no data that's valuable for us. So we need to approach the object selection in a more in a more appropriate way. In this case, large language models or multimodal models allow us doing data pre-markup or finding those classes that we'd like to find to improve these balances. For instance, you can add people, and the model would be able not only to identify people but also to submit them. Like in this example, we're saying that we want to find people, then the bounding boxes are sent to SM2 and segmentation of the model is happening. Here, a pre-trained model, a so-called foundation model, can solve this problem for us and even do the pseudo markup, segmentation markup. That's actually quite work-intensive. I mean, to identify pixels of different colors. It appears that using large language models, we can build a data set, for instance, to ask questions so that it should describe a scene, and then to find the scenes that are of interest to us based on the text prompt, or to set visual question and answers. Like, for instance, we're asking how many people are there in this picture, and it could answer not exactly accurate, but in most cases roughly accurate. That would allow sending it for validation, whether we need to send this data further. And of course, image search. We can feed some scenes and try to find. For instance, we have a day-like scene, and we'd like to find similar scenes using embeddings, so as not to do it manually based on geolocation, because geolocation is not always accurate, especially these days. So to correct for that, so we can use this approach. In this case, we see our pipeline changed a bit. So now, in order to identify a random scene, instead of identifying scenes by geo marks, we use VLM. So it would calculate the possible path and select the scenes, so that we should understand if it makes sense to mark up those data. So the pipeline changed. Instead of 3 pre-training phases, we get 4 pre-training and training. The training, query, and to find the new data, and then this new data adds to the current data. So unfortunately, I won't be able to run the video here again. But why? This one was supposed to show why we need data. A person was running across the picture here, but unfortunately we can't see it. So the situation is like that. The tram stops and the person is running to board it in a not allowed place. This data is very valuable for us because it's an accident-prone situation. As you can see, it's quite difficult to mark up these areas. It takes a long time to get used to understanding where a person is, or where a bike or a scooter is, a kick bike is. If active loop learning helps you, then why VLMs are needed? This one shows that a motorcycle lying on the road is a perambulator with a confidence of more than 50%. And if you take across the scene, it turned out to be more than 60. And then it won't get into our selection. Then you can ask a question to VLM: is anything strange happening on the road? And it will correctly say there's a bike lying on the carriageway, and there are cones around it, which means that an accident happened. So these models can really help you identifying those situations that you can skip or miss using active loop learning. Also, using multimodal models, we can send a whole video instead of a single picture, and based on the video we can learn asking questions. For instance, we ask how many people are there on the bus stop. Our model says 2 people, but if you take a look on the right, indeed there are only 2 people. And it also says, yeah, it's going to happen next. And it can also output the so-called timestamps. We can ask a question, at which time range do we see a blue bus? And the model gives the correct answer between seconds 10 and 11. If you take a look, indeed, it's at that time range that the bus starts appearing on the right. So, basically, language models and VLMs help speeding up our data markup.
Если посмотреть в целом, то можно сказать,
if you take a look in general, then you can see that using active learning and VLMs, we can reduce the number of data required by 30 to 70%, depending on the metric we want to achieve. And more likely than not, the drones will be using end-to-end. So there'll be different. There won't be different models responsible for perception localization, but there'll be one linguistic model that will be responsible for planning, motion, locomotion, and detection. As you can see, the reasoning is happening with the machine, and it's asking which actions needs to be taken. On the right, you see that construction work is happening, the road is being repaired, and the machine decides that one needs to change to the left lane in order to avoid a situation in the future. In conclusion, I can say that indeed some visual models and active learning can indeed help speeding up data processing. They can also improve the quality of our model because we may use them to effectively train and to teach our model. This process becomes more scalable and more intelligent. So through going away from manual data selection, but allowing the model to do that, we can achieve a much better performance. Also, the use of LLMs or VLMs or multimodal tools, we can check we can correct for the class disbalance problem. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Renat. Exciting. Colleagues, let's try and ask a few questions. Okay, one in the center of the room. Hello, thank you for your presentation. Can you please... Well, I actually have two questions. First, which LLMs have you used? Did you have some open source LLMs, just as a matter of by way of advice? And the second question, it appears that you already use VLMs. So what is the percentage of a manual markup that went away once you started using VLM, or you gave up on manual at all? In the current situation, the way things stand now, people say that the SAM model that has been released can mark up with a higher quality than a human. So humans mark up very well in 2D, but when it's about 3D, with data from radars or LIDARs, the data is very sparse, and either VLMs or LLMs don't really work very well, so you can't go away from labeling. And also, in pseudo-labeling, it's indeed important to make sure that it really works. They come here, see that everything is marked, and then they say one shouldn't do anything about that. And you have to be very careful about that, because it looks we needed to get data pseudo-labeling, and the labelers didn't work. They just corrected something. So going away from human intervention is not possible at all. As to the models, in the current version we use Qwen. It's a Chinese model from Alibaba, I think. Then there's a Chinese open source model. I won't be able to recall right now off the cuff. Llama? Ilama? No, not Ilama, no. It's from the OpenGL lab, the Shanghai lab. They had quite a good model. You can come up and I'll show it to you. Thank you. Colleagues. Another question. Thank you for your presentation. It's been extremely exciting. So I have a question. If a driverless tram is moving, and then I see it from 30 meters and start running, will it wait for me? Well, I think hardly. It will follow the schedule. If it has a time planned for the schedule, it will stay at the bus stop. If it's lagging, then I don't think it will act as a human driver to wait for a person running to board it.
Вот тут, скорее всего, он не тронется, это точно?
Well, in that case, it won't start if the person is already on the step. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have two questions. One about LiDARs. As far as I know, they don't work in fog or rain. So will your trams just stop, or will they rely on other kinds of information? Who's cleaning those LiDARs? Or do you have a special person to run before the tram to create accident-prone situation to improve the model? Well, actually, LiDARs can see.
Если так смотреть,
Well, if you look,
какие-то погодные условия они все-таки видят.
in some weather conditions, they still see. But we have backup sources, cameras and radars. So radars will cope with some metal objects, cars, but others are controlled by cameras. It doesn't mean that we don't have a backup set of sources. We have data fusion models based on multimodality. By adding all these three modality, we can predict if there's an object on the way or not. As to the dust on the sensors, yes, it is a problem, but we are not really working on it right now. All large companies are solving it in some way. For instance, they look at the camera and need to decide where cleaner, it's time to clean it, or after the cleaning, we need to dust off the water as such. So indeed, so a problem like that exists, but we're not yet working on it. It's just before each departure, you have to make sure that the sensors are in good condition. Let me just add, in terms of creating or not creating a test situation, one colleague of mine has a great phrase. So life-wise, it's more complicated than a real-life situation. So what you get from roads is clearly more sophisticated or complex than the real-life situation. My name is Vlad. Thank you. My question is about the security of machine learning algorithms. In public transit, in self-driving transport, it's extremely important. In order to teach a model, you use different data modalities, LiDARs, GPS data, cameras. Do you apply any algorithms to protect your model from a person, for instance, who will decide to stand near the tramway with a plaque with a sheet of paper showing some alternative situation? You know, as every system, it has to have several contours backing each other up. You can't rely just on the LiDAR or on the camera. There's an additional algorithm, so you can use a point-based algorithm. If you manage to cheat the LiDARs, for instance, pointing a laser beam at it, some other algorithms will use. If some sensors break, data spoofing occurs, and the machine must take a decision that it's better to stop, because otherwise it's not clear which actions needs to be taken. So all models, all the backup models needs to go through a test based on the test data, and we have these test runs where we do that. Also, we have a simulator. We can simulate what happens if a car stops abruptly or a pedestrian steps on the road. So it looks that we can model all the extreme situations, and based on them, make a decision of whether indeed our model is safe for the current situation or not. Got it. Thank you. Colleagues, yes. We still have questions, maybe a couple more questions. Thank you for your presentation. I remember from augmented reality that they say that there are two processes. One is the detection and the other one is tracking. And response speeds are different. I guess you must have something like that. So what kind of speeds you are supporting in terms of detection and maintaining objects? It looks that if you take a look at maintaining or following the object, it works quite fast because it doesn't use any neural networks. You can use some Kalman filter, for instance, just to sort things out and attract the closest points from the previous prediction. Here, you don't need to worry about the speed regarding the tracker. As to detection is the main consumer in time, but it runs within milliseconds in our case. I can't give you an exact number, but we get it working quite fast. The question then is more about not how long one perception runs for, but the whole system, because just any system works on ROS, and there are a lot of nodes in the ROS, each of them responsible for their own action. If taken in sum, it fits within the parameters of human perception. So in time, the response time is much better than a human driver would respond to a situation. Okay, got it. And how do you explain why the model has taken this particular decision? I'm asking about the decision interpretation. In the current version, unless you use VLMs or you just get perceptrons or transformer models, the situation with the interpretability is quite difficult. You need to build some heat maps and try and analyze why it happened this way, not the other. Sometimes it's about some classification. So a person has become a bicycle driver. So such moments are difficult to interpret. In these cases, in order to improve the interpretability, you need to change the model, for instance, to add some heads, so it should predict add some text for every predict. In that case, we can understand based on which the model has taken this decision or that. In the current version, unfortunately, we don't have this interpretation. One can apply interpretation for 2D and 3D. It's very difficult, and basically there's too little research in that area. And of course, it's worthwhile working in this direction to understand why the model is taking certain decision. So far, it works like a black box. So yeah, there's a certain problem with interpretability.
Okay, so the final question. Okay. There was a question here. Please try to be short. Thank you for your presentation. Talking about efficient data sampling, are we going to take into account that each element has less than zero chance to be or rather more than a zero chance to be selected? Sometimes they will not be selected at all. If you look at some projects, there will be cases when an object will not be detected at all. Let's say somebody which is lying on the ground as a motorcycle, for instance. In 3D, it will not be detected as an object. It will either be something unknown or will not be detected at all. So therefore, more than zero, I don't know. There is a chance that it will not be detected. There are some hard cases, right? Difficult cases. That is to say, it's not kind of one pill approach. It's not like we're going to only use one algorithm and everything will be all right. No, I don't think this will lead to a good decision. If active learning worked that well, everybody would teach it. Everybody would use it, but I don't see it working that well. Well, Renat, thank you so much. If you have more questions to Renat, and I know there are, you can do it offline. Okay, and traditionally, the prize for the best question goes to cognitive learning. I think this was the most difficult question for me. Would you please approach the stage? Thank you for your question.
Ренат, спасибо.
Renat, thank you.
У нас будет посвящен data governance, важной теме.
The next presentation will be on data governance. It's an important topic. So I'd like to invite the next speaker. Everybody knows you. Almost. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Everybody hears me? Okay. Colleagues, greetings to everybody. My name is Grigory Rivenka. I work in Excel Pro. Before we dwell into the substance, I want to thank all of you for finding time on Saturday to come to this track and to listen to big data discussions. Our colleagues already spoke about big data management and their benefits. I will refer to something else. Peter had a great slide with architecture and everything, and there was a layer devoted to data storage, okay? How we store data and how we store data. This is what we're going to talk about. Okay, let's do the who is here from cybersecurity, okay, and who's here from IT, and who is in superposition. Okay, great. A year and a half ago, I also was in such superposition. I am a cybersecurity specialist for a number of years. On the other hand, there is big data. Big data has to be protected. How do we do it? Well, we know that there are some storages with petabytes of data. And it wasn't easy. Okay, in order to create a common context, let's recall how data is stored at all. Let's talk about the data evolution and prerequisites of how the approaches were made or chosen. All right, and then switch to contemporary data governance. Well, you remember everything. There was a task to store structured data in the 60s or in the 70s. And there was a class of solutions as DWH, data warehouse. Its implementation could be different, but if we talk about values, its major value is this: the structured data is easy to find and is easy to retrieve and use. So the model of its work is extract, transform, load, ETL. So we take data from somewhere, this is extract. Before loading, we transform this data into a needed data set, and only then we save it. Right? This is the way to work with the structured data. It's a great way to approach it, and everything would be fine if for the need that Renat already referred to, the need of visualization, the need of machine vision, okay, which you cannot store as text. Okay, so there is a need right now to store unstructured data. The data lake concept was born. About 5 years ago, people spoke a lot about, oh, we have great storage, we put everything there. So this concept was born. Okay, so we load the data from a source, we keep it there, but transformation of data is not that easy. Okay, so data lake is basically you collect data, you put it there, and maybe sometimes we will get there and extract it. Truth be told, the data from data lakes is used, but there are always situations where these data lakes become data swamps. Okay, so the people who work with big data know what I'm talking about, right? they become black boxes, like this lake swamps. It's not clear how to work with them. And I'm not even talking about the quality of data, but one can spend days, weeks, and even months searching for data in those swamps. Okay, well, evolution was continuing, and we have two approaches, both of which have their pros and cons. So the data is easy the lake easy to store, DWH easy to retrieve. There are new concepts right now that unite pros of the both solutions, like data fabric, data lakehouse, or data mesh, if you will. I had a slide devoted to that, but decided not to include it into the presentation because all of these solutions, they all are based on these two words, data governance. So what is data governance? Okay, let's dig into this. It's not about equipment. It's not about technology. We are in 2025. I'm not going to talk about this. So we are going to answer these questions on the screen, right? Which knowledge domain answers this question? Okay, so where is data stored? Alexander, I think, gave us a wonderful description of data catalog. Okay, who is responsible for this data? Who has access to this data? Can we trust this data? And which data are important and which are not? Which do we have to secure and which we can afford to lose? So basically, data governance makes it possible for us to find data, understand the data, assess according to risk, secure it, if we talk about cybersecurity, and most importantly, use for business purposes in order to have some value. So we have 5 questions. So what's the most important thing here? What do you think? Let's think about that for about 10 seconds. What is the most important thing? Do we trust this data, or actually everything is important, absolutely everything? So let's go point by point, bullet by bullet. Access and ownership control. Why is this important? Without understanding who is responsible for this data, you will never be able to figure out, and I'm talking in a cybersecurity context, of course, from this superposition. If you have an incident on data, it doesn't matter what it was, leakage or data transformed into some kind of an unrecognizable mesh, who is responsible for this? This is a key question, indeed. Because as my colleagues told you before, if the company is big or organization is big, it started categorizing the data, the development colleagues decided to take the data storages outside, which became shadow IT. So there were a lot of shadow ITs. Right? Well. And that was kept as if a secret. So anyway, to avoid a situation like this, we have to understand who owns the data. And this is what data governance solves. The second question, it's the classification of the data sensitivity. We have tens of databases, sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands of databases, which have, millions of tables with billions of strings. Which of these strings are important? And without classification of such data, of such databases, of specific tables or even specific columns. We will be doing this either badly or with a big price ticket. So we're all about efficiency here, so I think we don't have to refer to this anymore. We will talk about quality of data a little bit later. Logging and auditing is a different story. My cybersecurity colleagues deal with this a lot. When the system is rolled out, there are certain requirements for logging. So loggings have to contain 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 things, and the guys from will not let me tell you a lie. So they are fighting for each tool. They're fighting for the quality for the logging, because without quality logs, you won't be able to build the monitoring system, nor the security system. Okay, it's called CEM in cybersecurity parlance. You won't be able to understand whether this data is good or normal or not normal, whether the system is configured correctly, or you have to go to the system owner and ask him to adapt the system to your tasks. And compliance is the last point here. If we talk about Russia, it's law number 152. It's law about personal data that we all are familiar with for the last 15 years and got tired of, frankly speaking. GDPR, if we talk about foreign laws, but not only. But by and large, the governance story is to be able to find personal data and to understand how to protect it. I neglected one of the data governance features here on purpose. I'm talking about the data quality. Why is data quality important in cybersec context? I'm not going to refer to machine learning right now. I'm not an expert of that. But in cybersec context, data quality is important because it's an incident indicator. So an incident is not only when our data is stolen, right? When there is a data leakage happened. No, an incident of informational security also is about data which is not coming to us in the correct format. Those of you who is engaged in monitoring perhaps have witnessed a situation when you had a wonderful system that gives you regularly great logs and correct logs, but then all of a sudden, at a certain point, source IP is missing, or some other important part of information is missing from that log. And when did it disappear? Who knows? An analyst found it, but without data quality control, you will not have anything to work with. Okay, I hope I'm not boring you too much, and let's get to these 5 questions. These are not all questions that could be asked about data governance, but these questions are pertinent to cybersec. How can we cover these questions from the technical point of view? Alexander already mentioned something before me. You have to put attention to 2 types of solutions. First of all, these are data catalogs. All right, data catalogs, and there is the solutions which help us with data quality. The practice shows us that the data catalogs are already implemented as a function of data quality monitoring. What is data catalog? Show up. Who of you did not understand? Okay, all right, then perhaps it's worth a few sentences. What is a data catalog? Let's speak allegorically. It's a library of data where we have information that stores information about data. Right, it stores information about the source of the data.
Какая информация была, какие данные были сопутствующими или так называемая метадата, то есть откуда
metadata, in other words, what does data have inside it, what types of columns there are, and so on and so forth. Again, how they are changing over time, and the most important thing that I already started referring to in the beginning, who is the owner of that data and what kind of data these are. Are these passwords or something else, something important or not? So this is a big library, in fact. Okay, so this is what a catalog is. Well, data quality. I think it's pretty much clear. Data quality is a set of tests that allows us to say with confidentiality that, yes, this data is good. This is what we need.
Стихийный, как я уже сказал, уже можно выделить один класс решений дата-каталоги.
There is one class of solution, which is data catalogs. Right now we go a little bit into the theory, so that you won't suspect me of imagining things. I'm not imagining things. All I'm telling you is based on research. It's called DMBOK. All right, it's a Bible of tens of domains, which tell you how to work with data, what differentiates data from information, and so on and so forth. But DMBOK has a chapter about data security. It's not about. It's not just saying that data should be somewhere else to be protected. No, data is security is an inalienable part of working with data. And how do we protect it? We control access, we protect the sensitive data, we respect the policies. So if we found PDN once and we decided, oh, this is the way we are going to protect them, no, this is not that. So DAMA DMBOK insists that the tests should be A, regular, and B, automated, okay? But we're not going to talk about automation in 2025. And of course, auditing and monitoring. And you all know about this. These are the requirements of our CyberSec colleagues of specific logs and catalogs. So these are all completely adequate and rational requirements that are also applied to big data. Okay? All right, so we have two domains. Data governance that manages data and information security. So how can we be useful to each other? What does cybersecurity or informational security need? They need an answer to the response, where is the sensitive data stored? How can we help? Okay, we have a library, the data catalog that I told you about, and inside that catalog we can classify the data. The next question, who is responsible for the data? If something goes wrong, who do we go to? Okay, the data governance solution, the catalog format comes to the rescue here. We have to understand who the owner of data is, who is the steward, data steward, security steward, and so on. Who and when had access? Okay, here it is, an audit question. Right, audit and logging. Which data is critical? We already spoke about that. Classification and also automatic checks of data quality. Because from a practical point of view, mechanisms of data quality are used very often. In order to understand whether, for instance, passwords are encrypted, and often enough, I saw how people took data quality mechanism and they start utilizing those for specific testing. All right. And finally, compliance. Well, compliance is not a technical, it's more of organizational part. But this framework is also described in DAMA DMBOK. All right, let's talk value. Let's talk value. My colleagues advised me to put this slide into the presentation to make it look somewhat practical. I already referred to the point that in 2025, cybersec and big data are not opposing domains. These are domains which have to run hand in hand. And what I see is that inside cybersecurity, there is a need, a request to work with big data from the point of view of their protection. So, do we have in the game as well? Okay. First, we have to make a decision of where we're going to keep data catalog. In order to simplify this task for you, I am providing a QR code. There is a wonderful study behind that QR code that was done on GitHub. I think it was updated a month ago, so this is a very topical research. Open metadata is an undeniable leader there. If we talk about domestic solutions, and I think Alexander already mentioned that, then I think we should look at the vendors who use domestically developed solutions. There can be a number of these solutions, but there are some specific open metadata-based companies that do that. Okay, once we've determined the tool, we have to audit the landscape in order to understand what it is exactly that we want to protect, where is this stored. We have to formulate or structure audit of, okay, in order to understand what is subject to risk, what kind of risks we have, and so on and so forth. Once we have a picture of the risk, we have to word the tasks, kind of decide upon the tasks and practices for the data protection programs. That is to say, the solutions. Okay, we'll start the life cycle of data protection, and as a consequence of that, we have the cybersecurity. On this stage, cybersecurity can use the context analysis in order to integrate the systems of the data protection into the CyberSec solution. You will lack some methodological data at a certain point, and I can recommend DAMA DMBOK. In this respect, it exists in Russian in its 2020 version. There is an English version of 2025. It came out in March. So that's it, basically. Okay, in 2025, you will not be able to create your cybersecurity system not taking into account that big data. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Hopefully I didn't bore you too much. Please rate my presentation, whether it was useful or not, and I'm ready for your questions. Colleagues, I think this was a great story about data governance and its compatibility with big data that we referred to before. Any questions? Oh yes. While you're thinking about your questions, there's a great book that will be given to the best questioner. Thank you. I found your presentation quite interesting. This is my question. So if we talk about DWH, data lakes, data governance is the data engineer domain, right? So there's people who can do that, who have the skills. If we talk about the classical IT infrastructure that had broad base, there are data there already, and we are interested in the same issues. But the data governance expression never sounds there. Do you think, is it applicable? I think so, absolutely. And there is a demand for that already. About a month ago, we spoke with a large client, a big client, and there was a request from a colleague who told me, okay, we had 1.5 internal prod systems, 1,500 internal prod systems, and we don't know which data lies where. What do we do? So we basically we sifted through that framework work. And right now we are on the kind of final leg of the journal. We will transform all of this into logs, catalogs rather, and then, yes, we will be auditing them. Bottom line, yes, it is needed. The bigger the company, the bigger the possibility that the data is already lost. Right. I will add to this that this topic is not anything new. Big data is being developed, yes. From the point of view of structured, non-structured data, the last decade, I think we've seen a lot of attention to that subject. It is coming now onto the Russian market. And there are vendors who are providing solutions in this area because, yes, indeed, there is demand. Thank you for your presentation. Given that there's a lot of data that has been accumulated over years, if not decades, how often do you see migration need and parallel sorting of this data? Yes, I've encountered that as well. A disclaimer, I'm a former cybersecurity guy, right? And I deal with this problem when there is a migration problem from one vendor to another. Sometimes data is not compatible. We are trying to resolve this by fine-tuning ETL and by manual catalogization of data. So we put together the data of the meta of the existing data, see where it's stored, and on. The CIM change cycles are about 5 years, right? So right now, yes. Right now, yes. This particular year now. Then we'll deal with this 5 years from now. Okay, we have time for one more question. Right here in the middle is the mic.
Да, добрый день.
Okay, hello. Data catalog is a great stuff, a great thing. Its problem, however, is that it's not enough to connect databases. You have to categorize the information, you have to describe it, and this is the most challenging task when you are implementing the data catalog. I will not agree. Well, probably yes, probably no. But anyway, maybe you use some automated ways or means of tagging and categorizing data while making your catalogs. Okay, people ask me not to advertise anybody, right? So we did that using one vendor's product. Okay, our problem is somewhat different to find all of these databases because none of these catalogs has a stroller that will sift through all the network and find the shadow IT.
And when it came to markup, what the vendor offered at the starting point, that was enough. So we didn't have a goal of doing it in a very detailed way for this field. No, the task was like, here's PDM, it looks like this, data quality check, this way, looks like, okay. But we're not yet mature enough to go beyond that. Grigory, thank you. And who gets the prize? The last one, a very good question. Thank you for your question. Thank you.
Colleagues,
reminding you that we are in the IT infrastructure track, and the previous presentation has raised the bar, but now we are going to get a whole set of consecutive presentation that will bring the bar even higher. And the first one will be from Igor. Once, no microphone at all yet. Hello. Colleagues, hello. My name is Igor Shkonda. Can you please put my presentation up. Yeah, it's already here. My name is Igor Shkonda. I'm head of backup department at JET. And today I'll try to help you find an answer to the question of what's the current status of modern backup systems and how they protect against threats and malware.
Не нажимается.
It doesn't click, it doesn't work.
Ага. Да. Это я? Еще раз. Sorry за заминку.
Once again. I'm sorry for the delay. So, protection against cyber threats and ransomware. So, if you consider this area, today we are talking about products, technologies, but the remaining two P's are processes and people. One shouldn't forget about these areas because they are very important aspects to build a backup and data restoration system. We're sure that the data backup system is the last line of defense to protect you against ransomware, because no other systems have this functionality. You can use different tools, but it's only a backup system that will provide you with the ability to restore data with the required consistency. We have heard a lot here that the whole business rotates around business, so data is really important now. In a modern backup system, and when I say modern, I rather mean a backup system that appeared in the middle of 2022, more often than not Russian-made. We identify two problems, which area they belong to, and it's about the question of import substitution. There are a number of adjacent problems that we're not going to dwell on today because we're in a fast track now, but they're also very important, especially in the context of import substitution. At the end of 2025, mass media showed a statistic that was that put the IT managers in quite a bad light. So the viruses and ransomware put many companies in a deplorable situation in terms of the IT infrastructure. And it was all seen as a sign that something needed to be changed. And what needed to be changed in the first place is the IT infrastructure and the backup architecture. The typical backup architecture looks like in this slide. Let's go through it briefly. Usually, the basic IT infrastructure of a customer is built on a virtualization system, whereas a backup system is a set of software and hardware. The master server is a head server that passes the data from clients for copying, databases, Kubernetes, data lakes, any sources of data they need to protect. The master server transmits data over the network. The system interacts with the adjacent systems on IT security and data networks. It's all passed through media servers running under the control of the master server. And another important layer is the storage layer, which uses either file or block protocols, tape libraries can be used, or other storage systems. But, as I said, you need to rebuild the approach to meet the current requirements. Modern backup architecture is the way we see it. It is a bit different. Western products have security functionality embedded, but Russian products don't yet have it. So what do we do? What do we offer? What do we suggest doing? We suggest that when you use component hardware and software using multi-factor systems, make the directory services separate from enterprise because it's ADs that are being hacked more often than anything else. Also, we suggest using tape libraries with worm so that cartridges could be written only once, and then they will be immutable, and you will have to either put them off-site or store them on-site. And or you can do object storage in public or private clouds as much as your information security rules allow. This is a minimal checklist through which you can run your infrastructure to see how correctly the backup system is built. For business, it's not important who builds it. Every option has its pros and cons. Usually a back system was part of IT, and everything was managed from a single source, because every source could provide for its own methods of backup, and a set of such sources makes the system and the process and the backup and restore process unmanageable, especially in large, especially geo-distributed installations. So one need to take account of requirements not only of information security, but everything else, doing it holistically. If the customers can't find agreement, there needs to be a quorum mechanism. There needs to be a person making the decision. And in this case, such partners as systems integrators can come to help. As I said, when the ransomware has appeared in the system and made everything inaccessible, and data, especially in the bank, costs a lot. It doesn't matter who's going to restore it. The important thing is for it to be restorable, and we write processes and write response plans to do that. So it's an infrastructure typical of a mid-sized customer. They broke AD, spoofed the admin, deleted the data, not even offering them to pay ransom. The customer tried to fix that, failed. Then they came to us, and the supplier of information security solutions. We had experience, 3 years experience, fast response under the technical leadership of project managers. We helped them restore their backup system, but part of the data was lost anyway. So some data had to be restored from test environments. Even though the size wasn't too big, it took the whole of 4 days. It's a real-life case. Talk about import substitution briefly. The regulatory requirement for information security is something I'm not going to dwell on. Here I have a typo. The technical prerequisites are that one needs to make sure the products are interoperable, because in import substitution, operating systems, storage systems, and virtualization systems have to be replaced. Also, there are problems with licensing, support, and patching. Regarding backup import substitution, we identify two main tracks here. This is first is the migration from Western solution, and here we run an audit in order to understand which infrastructure entities map on the information systems, physical or logical, because quite often business people, the customers themselves don't quite understand what the system consists of. And it's very important to understand it all very well, to not only provide for data restoration, but also for fast data restoration. Of course, you can do it yourself, but we help the customer. We have our own checklists. We do pilots on the Russian solutions, some test data, and only then we go to production. With the installation of a new backup system, it's a bit simpler. We just talk to the customer and do the sizing for the IT infrastructure. In conclusion, I'd like every one of you to either think themselves or to pass on to those who are responsible for backup in your company when you ran backup restore cycle last, because one needs to keep practicing that. So if something happens to your production Monday, how much time will you need to bring it back into operation? Last slide, please help me with this. Paul, your feedback is very valuable for me. Colleagues and I wrote how to protect from ransomware in this article, and this talks about both information security and infrastructure tools. Thank you. Igor, thank you very much. There are no questions at the fast track. Questions? Well, you can discuss questions offline. No questions in the room. Igor gave us a very interesting story about backup systems. But backup systems are not something that the entire infrastructure is built of. In particular, monitoring and management are also an important part in a large organization. So let's listen to Julia. She'll tell us how a large company can manage and monitor the infrastructure.
Добрый день.
Hello.
Расскажу сегодня про мониторинг и управление
Today I'll tell you about the monitoring and management of decentralized objects. I mean retail stores.
Я представляю компанию X5 Group.
I represent X5 Group. X5 Group is a retail company represented across the Russian Federation. We now have about 30,000 outlets. As of the presentation design moment, the number was lower, and so all of these 30,000 sites, they have their own infrastructure. Within X5 Group, there's a dedicated IT tech, X5 Tech, that we're part of. What I'm going to speak about today, what a retail store is, what we monitor, and I'll share a cool case that we implemented quite recently. So, who am I? I'm Yulia Yugaman. I'm responsible for the entire infrastructure of X5, for the construction of data centers, for the centralized infrastructure, for data storage, backup systems, but we're also right up cases at the infrastructure level. So what's a retail store? A retail store is an IT site with its own internal network. We believe this segment untrusted for the data center, and we manage it separately, remotely, with separate tools. Within each retail store, we have a server, we have cash registers, coffee machines. I never imagined that I would have coffee machines as part of my responsibility. There are access points, there are scanners, there are price checkers, weights, scales, and everything needs to get monitored, because sometimes an image gets lost and the employee doesn't know what to do. So all this equipment is represented here, and we monitor all this, including fiscal registration terminals. So for me, a retail store looks like this. We have an umbrella monitoring systems on the left. On the left of me and the right of you. So this is an object in which you have all the objects that we monitor, every cash register, every monitor, every server, every scanner, everything. Health checks and metrics are collected for all of them. They're all output at unified server boards. And if we see, you see here the router is green or the server is red, which means that something is wrong with the server at this retail store at Lenina Street. In addition to that, all admins enjoy integration. Why? In order to understand if it's about a communication link, what is the provider? If it's a cash register, then what kind of equipment? Our infrastructure has been developing over the past 19 years, and we have 7 vendors of access points at the moment and 12 vendors of routers. All this, in order to respond to a ticket, requires real data. So we output for real-life administrators what this router, what kind of router it's about, when it was last checked, what subnet it's connected to, and the rest. So we integrated it to the database of all IP points with the ERP system. And by the way, it has not yet been import substituted. It stores information of where this piece of equipment, when this piece of equipment was supplied. There's a site where we store all the information about contracts, so as to understand everything. But what really happens? So we keep monitoring all this. There are a lot of health checks. They regularly turn yellow or red, and we have you have to understand. The store can keep selling. It's not red, and if it's red, it can't sell. So it becomes becoming top priority. The cashiers, the director and the warehouse keeper, the people who work in the store, and they don't have authority to touch any IT equipment except for cover machine. So we automatically check the monitoring system, 120 tickets per month. So on average, every store generates 3 to 5 tickets a day. For alarms and pre-alarms, we have different criteria. For instance, there are cash registered in the store. One of them broke. It's an alarm. And pre-alarm is you have to respond to pre-alarm in 4 hours, to alarm in 4 minutes. There are different chats that help communicating with the people responsible. We do data aggregation on all alarms and incidents. For instance, the case happened a month ago. Monitors would just switch off, so it's a recurring alarm. And you can't sell without a monitor. So we started figuring out what happened. It turned out that the supplier of the cash registered supplied power units to these monitors that would just, burn out. And so we had to understand which ones were connected where. And using this monitoring system, we found out what was supplied, what had been supplied, and we replaced them. And now, for instance, we see something happen, and give a ring to the cash register employee and say, look, here are the instructions for you. Take this blue cable and put it here and take it out or take it in. And we automate whenever it can be automated. Next, where can I go? This is an alarm that is being fixed automatically in 3 months. So, as you see, the product acceptance causes most problems. All these problems are solved automatically more likely than not, we know what the underlying reason was. The robots start scripts and tell the warehouse employee or the person at the cash register what to do. Also, problems that happen quite often are communication links failures. There are 50,000 of them, which means that the session has either been broken completely or started degrading. For instance, you're waiting at the cash register and your loyalty card just wouldn't get recognized. So it is recognized now, but then it isn't in a minute. And of course, it leads to the customer happiness going down, ours as well. In order to go away from this, our automated solution that I'm going to share about now switches communication links within the store. At every server in the store, we installed a small script, indeed a very small one, analyzing the session to the data center. And it doesn't just track if it's up or down, because over the past several failures, it wasn't really about this. It was about backhaul. So the traffic goes all the way to the operator, the session is up, but further the communication doesn't go. And so from the store we understand whether we reach the data center, when the host at the data center has responded to us. If not, we switch. Mikhail asked me to say what is in-house developed or what's proprietary. This one has been written in-house, and we have all sorts of routers, QTACs, sometimes we still have Cisco's, sometimes we have LTACs, which can't even monitor the second session. So we wrote ourselves. And what advantage did we get? We have 50,000 tickets a month, not registered. So for this year, we had 0 failures like this on the retail store network. I believe it to be my personal victory. This year it was 0. Last year, we prevented 8 mass failures. And by the way, same thing during the May holidays, MTS was closing channels, but our stores were working fine. We were able to keep up with the maximum load. And so answering the question of the previous speaker, when we check this, we check this regularly, about 50,000 times a month. So what we're going to do next, we're going to put all the monitors under the same standards, maintain the monitoring function, because it's very important to understand what's happening. We'll build an umbrella monitoring system and build a resource model. We need to understand what business effect it has given us. So we cover all services into this monitoring, put all these units into the resource model. It appeared to be quite difficult because balances were needed. And then we integrate it all in the incident management system. I've only had 15 minutes and I'm in time. Let's thank Yulia for an exciting presentation. Yulia, thank you very much. And correspondingly, we've talked about technologies, a little bit about processes, but we still have such an important thing as part of this triangle as people. So Anna is the one who is going to talk about people to us today.
Добрый день.
Hello. We're all used to improving our technology, we update our servers, we implement new solutions, but it appears that the time has come when we need to upgrade not only our IT system, but also our skills. And if you look at the hyped word, artificial intelligence, not the best term, but I will be using AI to be brief. So when I I say AI will mean LLMs and ML. They indeed change the way we work, the way we approach the problems we face. And we can deny that the new future is going to arrive and the information security will be replaced. Or we can start preparing for this new future. Why am I saying that you can't close your eyes to things that change? Because now the pace of change has grown considerably, and the problem is that evolution is working against us. Several hundred years ago, in order to get some information, we needed to organize an expedition to a library, for instance, to Alexandria, to spend several years getting there to find the information we needed in the scripts, to process it, and to take several years to come back. Compare this to the swarm of information that overwhelms us every day. If in the past we have had a food shortage and now we have plenty of food, it can be easily on the faces of the people, but the fact that we're not coping with the flow of information is not so obvious. So what do we see? We see that all the major companies, in terms of development, are already using these tools actively. All the major international vendors write 20 to 30% of new code with the help of AI tools. They said many of them predicted by the end of this year or maybe next year, up to 80 or even 90% of code could be written by AI. Again, one can shirk this away, that's all about code. But if you take a look at all the tests regarding mathematics, language understanding, exams and tests, you'll see that most modern LLMs shows that they're able to pass these tests at 80 to 90%. Like within the top 20 percentile of people, it reflects on the speed of development over the past year and a half.
Мыльных, непонятных форм, мы действительно пришли к фотографиям, на которых иногда надо задуматься, сгенерирована она или настоящая. При этом мы очень часто любим называть искусство вещь, которую мы не можем оценить. И мы говорим, что у нас есть искусство теста, искусство аудита, искусство обеспечения безопасности информационных систем. Но кажется, что искусство мы называем то, для чего мы не можем выработать нормальный критерий оценки. И здесь опять же сила искусственного интеллекта в том, что анализируя большой объем данных, он учится довольно хорошо имитировать. Имитировать картины, имитировать искусство, имитировать музыку. И эта имитация, в принципе, во многих случаях, она довольно хорошо срабатывает.
And this imitation works quite well in most cases, and it's also probable that all the skills that we've got used to call the art will, in information security, will soon be performed by AI. And the main thing is that we need to learn new skills, new CMs, new operating systems. It's not enough. The whole, it's not even the whole technology stack that's getting changed, but the whole paradigm of how we're going to interact with other systems. And here you need to think, as you start to design a system, that a year down the line is going to be several orders of magnitude better than you can do today. For instance, if you take a look at those pictures where it's clear what progress has been achieved over a year and a half. Same thing about detecting malware and others. So designing a system today, we need to understand that by the time we'll have implemented it, all systems will probably will have moved several steps ahead. So what needs to be done? We need to do changes at all levels. On the one hand, employers need to change the employment process rather than checking the knowledge of specific facts. They need to verify the ability to solve problems. The candidates, on the one hand, should pick up their skills, but also to find the employers who understand that the learning curve is actually much more important than the amount of information you know. And in general, you need to go away from evaluation by the knowledge of facts, knowledge of certain numbers or numbers in laws. You need to pimp up the meta skills. It's clear that technical skills will not go away.
технические навыки все равно нужны. Но вопрос в том, что
However, technical skills at a certain point will be lower, kind of weaker in people than in AI. So the question is, which of these skills we can upgrade and use? And I think critical thinking is one of these. That is to say, when we can assess the solution of the task that we have received, and not only to assess the solution of somebody who is not as smart, but also to assess the solution of somebody who is smarter than we. So this is a task that requires a lot. The next issue, from the point of view of knowledge of basic things, we will not be able to compete with AI. If we look at the speed of the analysis of texts and information, we are already losing. However, we are winning because we can go into the environment. We can go out of the box. So basically, all that AI has is a connection between different texts and information, right? So basically, it can connect different sources of information and compare them. We have a unique opportunity to develop neuron links inside our brains, right? So while you are listening to me, some neurons are passing the tracks in your brain, and you will have an association of a good sunny day at this lecture, and maybe a year from now, this connection will give birth to an idea. So this opportunity to go out into the environment and to basically generate new neuron links is something that we have to pump up and use. This sounds strange, but a lot of technical solutions were born out of this. For instance, the Japanese high-speed trains, when they were designing them, there was a very bad, unpleasant sound when the train was exiting a tunnel. So they were thinking about the kind of the nose, if you will, of the train, its head part. So actually, they took a bird as a prototype for that. It was not a very technical decision, and came from the fact that one of the Japanese employers was watching this particular bird. He was a bird lover. Talk about critical solution. I think this is indeed one of the major skills that has to be upgraded in us humans, because it will later help us decide which more skills we have to upgrade. We won't be able to do everything, but we have to choose some more important things. Okay, I'll start with the less obvious thing. I'll talk about long reads, long and critical reading. The short reads right now is actually killing critical thinking, whereas when we read long books, long articles, this helps us create critical thinking. Next thing is studying logic and the argumentation practice. We can choose arguments for and against any decision, any argument that we've heard before. And by doing this, we kind of looking at the problem from different sides, because very rarely we have a decision that suits all. We will have compromises. So when you are able to argue for your own point of view and that of your opponent, your critical thinking grows. Project learning, right? So when you learn not the material that you've memorized, but try to resolve an issue, and metacognitive strategies. We have to find emotional decisions. We have to find the moments when we chose the decision because we know it and don't want to study anything else, or because our intuition tells us about that, because we're interested in something new. So we have to capture instances like that and assess our own thinking. Different philosophical disciplines are still here with us. The Socratic method is actually at the base of many formulas today, 5 whys, and so on and so forth. So this is the method that makes us ask questions. And unfortunately, what I say a lot during IT conferences is that everybody wants to make believe that he's the smartest guy. Okay, including myself. People are not thinking about the best solution, they're thinking of presenting themselves as best. But I think we have to strive towards the truth and towards coming together to the best solution. If we speak about more specific things, what else can we do? The employees have to start checking how people can resolve or solve specific tasks. I'm talking about hackathons, which will reveal how people use the tools, rather than asking which port hosts this or that. Talking about candidates, we have to understand that even a line employee has a managerial role right now. He will have a pool of AI agent that he will have to manage, and he will have to give them tasks. So these managerial skills are completely different from traditional technical solutions. We have to use the advantages that we have to experiment, and we have to test them. We have to step away from the corporate governance practice. Okay, they're over 100 years old. They were all developed in the early 20th century, but I don't think they're the most efficient right now. So what can we do here? We have to think about new type of teams, dynamic teams, that can compete with AI and assess the solutions that AI offers. We don't have to push through one solution, but rather to collectively arrive at the decision which we can call truthful, the only truthful. So when we talk about teams like that, you see, AI shows us the problems that we have, and with the things that we do not understand. What is art? What is intellect? What is a good solution? Among the things, if we talk about LLM, we see that when we give a lot of data to AI, it all of a sudden has additional creative abilities. We can do the same thing with the teams. We can put together the teams in such a way that they would have synergy effect. I do recommend everybody to start working on your critical thinking and unsuspected neural links. Thank you so much, neural connections, rather. Thank you, Anna. It was lovely.
Я думаю, что с точки зрения
I think that from the point of view of people, of humans, from the point of view of how humans should be developing and how they can win in this struggle with AI, the picture has become clearer. But we still need people. We have a deficit of people. And we will switch into another topic right now. We will be talking about process automation. Okay?
Сейчас выведут. Иван.
Спасибо. Раз, два, три. О, работает, да, значит я.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
Так, а мне нужен кликер. Так, я разобрался. Всем привет. Расскажу немного о себе. Меня зовут Буlavin.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ivan Bulavin. I am Standoff Product Director. I'm working in cybersecurity. Oh, wait a second. It's from another presentation. You don't need that. We'll talk about automation. Okay. Okay, this is the slide that I need. It's great. There are fewer of them than I expected. People told me there will be 400 of you. So when I came to the standoff, for about 6 years prior to that, I was playing in Kyberbit standoff. Right? So what was interesting there, I was participating every time, and I was asking them, how are they doing that?
I'll
try to understand it. So when I came into the company, I asked them, what kind of automation you're using at the moment? What are you doing at the moment? And they told me that a big layer of IT infrastructure is already being assembled. So,
и я спросил, как вы накладываете ультра или как рисуете пресеты офиса?
How do you do the office presets or vulnerable layers? Because they were all looking the same. So we decided to make a configurator. It was a working title. Everybody was doing that. So the goal is to make it into a tool for an architect. Okay, we had a different position. We called it architect. Somebody who is designing the company and the company's infrastructure that will be used in the CyberSec, and we wanted to make it completely different. So configurator is a Photoshop for designer or AutoCAD for an engineer, if you will.
Major
features. I will tell you about two parts of this configurator. One is visual, okay, so you can click everything and do everything quickly. And the second part is the one which deploys everything, right? Okay, everything under the hood, so to speak.
When we're trying
to resolve this issue, when we decided to make the configurator, the technical team asks me, you know what to do, you know what idea this is? I said yes, and we tried to implement the first version of it. We encountered a problem. The vulnerable vectors were very hard to allocate along the structure. So the solutions which we see at the market and the way we also used to do it is basically distributing the virtual machines which later on are connected manually. So this thing is not scalable. So we decided to go one layer down and to write an algorithm which, taking into account the architecture's created infrastructure, okay, will understand which critical event can be put into this infrastructure and how to get to it.
Let me
tell you a little more about the technical aspect of it, about what we've already done. We have a standard solution of Ansible. Why Ansible? Because when you use Terraform, it's more for virtual cloud solutions and for the deploy. All right, it's harder to fine-tune. That's why we decided to use Ansible. Besides, it's an open source thing. A lot of things has been done there. And we use Jenkins for the assembly, for the deployment. These are basic things. I'll tell you what we did with Ansible. The key advantages are as follows. Right now, we can work with the Sphere, with OpenStack and Yandex Cloud. In order to deploy any other connector, virtually we need a month at least. Okay, we can come up with any connector you want. By and large, the other bullets, I'm not going to read through them, tell us about how we learned to deploy infrastructure from A to Z. This is how it looks. All right, great. Okay, you have time to look at the picture. In our assembly architecture, there are three modules: deployer and inventory. This is the same block, and its function is this. When it gets a YAML file, a large file, based on that, it launches the A services. Initially, in Ansible, you take something out of the box, right? you take a role and you deploy it. Whereas when you work with vulnerable services, you need to calculate in such a way so that when you deploy a domain, you have to put the vulnerable account somewhere. Anyway, so these are key chains which would be deployed automatically from deployer. So this is why we created these 8 services for ourselves, and they have the structure of dependability. If I want to deploy a GitLab, it has a requirement of previous domain deployment. And the main deployment has its own requirements. So deployer, understanding all of this, helps us to launch 8 services in the right order. And that's why we have the infrastructure put together. I will provide a link where you could look all of this up. We have 12 articles about how we do this and what challenges we face. Talking about interesting solutions, I already told you about custom module as service. And why are we doing this? For instance, if you want to deploy, well, I don't know, a Windows Server 12, and then the second you want to do on the 23rd server. So in order not to create dynamic, or rather static playbook for each of it, right, in their inversion and services and all what, we made this story dynamic one, throw in 8 servants, and it understands working with YAML that was originally put into it. He understands how to put together the needed playbook. So we don't multiply them, we have ready-made machines, and we roll out whatever has been in the parameters. Another thing, this is an open source problem, I think. When we started working with Sphere, we noticed that when you work with the Ansible in the community, you only had 10 machines, and we had about 400. 2 of them are active, 200 active, 200 not. So when we configure those, we have a module which goes to eSphere and asks to fine-tune the machines one by one. It all takes about 20 minutes. We wanted to optimize this, and we found out that the module which lives in the Ansible core doesn't have a filter. So we introduced the custom filtration, configured it, put it, and committed it to the Git. That was great. Now, this will be long, right? My presentation should have been half an hour. Let me speed up. You have hardware in any network. This is the firewall, so that you would have interaction. We use checkpoints. It's a very quick decision. There are no checkpoint template in the box. That's why we wrote our own. But, you know, once you introduce something, your own license crashes, so you have to do everything manually, which is a problem. The next problem is that tuning goes through SSH, and the standard SLI is the Cisco SLI. And when you configure it, there is a dynamic input, and the Cisco client doesn't get a response. So you can only push commands to it, but you will never get a response. And that's why where everything crashes here. And that's where we decided to write our own stuff. And right now we use Sphere in order to create the hardware, then we the firewall, then we connect Cisco, and then we use TPI. Okay, very quickly, I'll try to go through this because time is running. These are the cases that we're using right now Cyberbeat,
возможно, тестирование IT-инфраструктуры,
testing of IT infrastructure
все очень быстро, по клику,
on this decision. It is deployed at a click. An architecture put it together, clicks, that's it. The functional copies is an important topic. This is what we're going towards. Okay, we're not going to build a digital twin. We'll just provide a functional copy. This is the part which is important in the process and which has to be tested. So our configurator does this very quickly and without problems. This is a quick example of something that is already deployed in 2 clicks, phishing, Kerberoasting, and domain swap. All of this can be automated already. So we basically have expertise, which is to create networks like that for accumulating cases like that. And right now, we only need an architect. It's all up to architect to get the right approach and to communicate with that. This is an attack, a type of an attack. Kerberoasting, yes. Yes, cyber roasting, that's what it's called. It's a 2-stage attack about SPN message that... all right, the results. Time of infrastructure customization was brought down to 4 hours. The number of mistakes is also reduced. If you've done everything, if you're doing everything manually, there will be lots of mistakes. You will be reusing some stuff. And up to 1 day, that's the deployment story. But you can do it even quicker. We decided to be modest enough and mention just 1 day. Development plans. I'll just tell you about one topic. So far, this is an internal module, an internal product. We're not going to sell it. But we want to make a workshop out of it. If you play games, then you know that the best thing that exists is something that people put their experience in. Let's say a scanner of open source vulnerabilities, right? There are a lot of people around the world which want to put in their expertise into it, right? Their experience into it. So we want to make our module into something of the sort, right? So we want to provide this for other people to add on their connectors and put their experience into that. All right. So please scan these QR codes. These are great articles, I promise. If I omitted something, you'll find more details there. Solution to sell or not to sell? No, we don't want to sell. We want to roll it out only when it's good for use. You know? Maybe end of the year. We'll announce. We'll make an announcement. Thank you. Thank you. What a short track this is. Yeah, 15 minutes, you know, at one breath. I needed 40 minutes, frankly. Well, next time. All right, colleagues, we mentioned automation. So the next presentation will be about Windows and Linux crossover. How can we, what can we do with Windows through SSH?
Всем привет.
Thank you.
Я Синёв Матвей, и старший инженер отдела технической реализации. Хочу
рассказать
про то, что
можно
реализовать не только через WinRAM, но также
you can also use SSH, not just WinRAM, to take stock of the Windows hosts.
Это и процесс учета.
This is a process of kind of taking stock of informational assets. Basically, what you do, you do an assessment of all informational assets that the organization has in order to automate the collection of your asset information. We use the network scanners, we use different software for information collected from the devices, as well as from different other systems. However, what's more important and more interesting, perhaps, is that the domestic market today has a lot of asset management software that is being deployed on Linux systems. So we have a problem here. We have to teach the Windows system to connect to these devices and get information from them. So there are two types of connection. One is by using agents. So the end device has an agent. It's deployed there, and the agent initiates the informational query, or the agent, following a certain schedule, sends the information to us, to the system.
Поэтому здесь, то есть получается, что
So what do we have here? We have two types, with an agent and without an agent. So let's first discuss the situation without an agent. When we connect to Windows House with IRM and SSH connection to Linux and SSH scripts usage regarding this.
Ну и в принципе сейчас я не наблюдал, чтобы кто-то у себя в организации
Basically, I haven't seen a single instance where an organization uses SSH from Windows hosts. This is not a top popular solution, so let's look into this. Let's compare NRAM connection, which is a standard instrument, and SSH. We'll start with WinRAM. WinRM. It's a Microsoft protocol, kind of a management protocol that is deployed on Windows and all its hosts, starting with Vista and Server 2008. It is not a cross-platform communication. It uses HTTPS communication. It supports Kerberos and NTLM. And when it sends messages, it does it in a sub format, okay, in messages. And also, there is another peculiarity to get certificates. It takes a lot of time, and I will tell you, based on my experience and our clients, people do just HTTP, okay, and password. This is the solution that we see a lot. In order to teach Linux to connect to Windows using WinRM, we have to provide a set of tools that is GSS and TLM SSP package. We also need the shell and a module for the connection itself, which is WSMan. But there is a nuance regarding WSMan. Microsoft announced that it is not going to support this module anymore for Linux systems. I think it happened after a lot of Linux distributed packages stopped using this library, and that's why they decided not to support it anymore. But there is a solution. It's EPS Westman, which was developed in MIT but I looked at it.
Его лицензии там, в принципе,
I looked the licenses, and what did I discover?
и поддержкой не занимается, и там...
Nobody provides support for this solution as of now, and they explicitly tell us that you can use it at your own risk.
По поводу SSH.
All right, now a few words about SSH. SSH is a protocol.
И графический протокол сетевого уровня.
It's a graphic protocol of network level. Okay, let's rephrase it. So basically, it's a protocol for connecting, as a rule, to Unix hosts, right? And Microsoft in 2018 announced that they are Windows is going to support OpenSSH, starting with the versions of Windows 10, 18.3.
Так, по поводу OpenSSH, то есть
Now regarding OpenSSH, it's an open source protocol implementation. It's cross-platform. It supports the functionality to do SCP and SFTP and also tunneling. It also has open key authentication, and it does encryption as well.
Подключение к Windows и машинам возникает там
OpenSSH?
проблем с Linux.
So you get into a number of problems when connected to Windows machine. Windows has its own difficulties. So in any event, you need to set up a connection over HTTPS, even though the data is not encrypted. It uses the EVL security, but it's not safe. Also, Microsoft doesn't support WS-MAN for Linux. And from the experience, when setting up the connection, you get into different errors, wrong passwords, absence of some permissions, or the host is not listed as a trusted one. And WS just throws out an error. Look up somewhere where the error may be. If you take Linux and OpenSSH, well, I've already listed the advantages. It's a bit more secure out of the box. It also passes all the data where you need them. And there's another point, that it can be assembled bypassing any backdoors that can be placed in OpenSSH, in RRM, and so on and so forth. So what needs to be done to connect to a Windows machine using OpenSSH? We need to have a client. It's present in all Linux systems. We need to deploy the OpenSSH server on a Windows machine. It can be done, and one recommends it to be done via group policies. Just deploy MSI package and configure it, and enable public keys if you want to use public keys to communicate. And there are several points there that you need to set up. Key-based authentication, that's set in SSH. Then you need to install the PowerShell interpreter by default. Even though if we don't do that, we'll just get to CMD and would be able to call PowerShell from there. Also, it turned out there's an open SSH has a great parameter called authorized keys command, which can be used to distribute distribute those public keys.
команде
And
описано,
indeed,
что мы вызываем скрипт, который избирает
in this command, we're saying that we're describing the script
где у нас есть доп. Свойства, где у нас хранится этот самый
that has some additional
и мы с этой
attributes
можем подключаться на эти
describing where this public key is, so that using this record we can connect to all those hosts. I'm running out of time.
Последний слайд.
And this is my last slide.
Что по рискам ИБ,
I just wanted to talk about risks.
санкционированные подключения,
Information is risk. It could be unauthorized connection, open SSH, vulnerabilities, open SSH key, being compromised, MITM sessions, DOS, and others. So it can be done. Key-based authentication, TLS with strict rights delegation that control, centralized security console and hosts, and prompt update management and mitigation measures in case of being compromised. So I tried to fit within the time allowed. Thank you.
Мы поговорили про технологии.
So we've discussed technologies.
Про людей.
We've discussed
Про
people.
что осталось еще поговорить?
What else do we need to discuss?
Нет, про деньги.
No, money.
Деньги, как
Money.
обосновывать бизнесу
How to justify to business the money
не тратятся и на людей не
that
тратятся.
they, don't like to spend on technology or people. So I'm passing the floor to the next speaker. Yes, colleagues, no. We'll get abstracted now from all those terrible words such as SSH, Kerberos, and others. Let's try to use simple pictures like for those with deviant behavior to explain how to explain why we need to buy so many things costing so much. Let me just sort it out with a clicker and we'll move on. Okay, great. Just a few weeks ago, I had a very curious discussion with my kid. She said, Mom, why don't they attach a parachute to an airplane? If it fails, then everybody goes down. I said, it's a bad engineering decision. He says, why? I said, parachutes is a weighted thing. The airplane is also a weighted thing. You put the parachute and people won't fit in. I said, no, Mom, I don't understand. The parachute should be built of a super light material. Where's the problem? And then I said, look, there's your father there, and he'll explain to you. And in our family, I played the role of the beautiful one. But when they come to me, when controllers come to me and ask me, why do you need 20? The requirement document says you need to have 20 virtual machines. Why are you requesting a physical server? Well, these questions get being asked, and they sound very much like kids' questions because the controller's understanding is really not deep. They just really can't understand why, if the document says you need a VM, you need a physical server. So what have we thought of to answer such questions in a structured and understandable way? We're split all the regular IT needs in three portions. The first one is the planned updating of the aging equipment fleet. The second is about the organic growth of systems and data. And the third part is about the need to launch new systems and products, including the update of functionality and things that we are used to call IT for IT. First thing, planned updating of the aging equipment. I still remember the times when you could set a fixed date of replacing the servers, like N years. And then, after N years, they were updated. But unfortunately, the times goes on, and the controlling people start learning new words, and they start asking, why N years? Why 5 or 6 years? And what will happen to the server after 6 years? It will still keep running, and why would you want to replace it? What would you want to replace it for? Can you please show me a CMDB that shows the age of equipment? And God forbid, you still have like a 10-year-old switch there that is still up and running. So what we came up to explain why 6 years, not 7 years, is very difficult, because there's not a single vendor that would testify against themselves and say, look, in 6 years the server will have to be thrown to the dumpster. But we tried to calculate the cost of equipment via the total cost of ownership, TCO. So we've just put some number for orientation here. They're not real. So we take the cost of equipment, we have the cost of switching equipment, we take the cost of repairs and the guidelines for people costs, support costs, and through simple manipulations we come up with a graph like this. By changing the service coefficients of equipment, you see that up until the year 5 or 6 the TCO stays flat, and then it looks like if we want to buy something else, we're not going to buy anything for this equipment. It's end of sale, end of support, and paying for support from an integrator is also becoming quite expensive. And then we just spread the cost of the equipment over the span of 10 years, and understand that the minimum cost of ownership is achieved at the level of 7 years. And actually, for virtually every piece of equipment that's installed in racks, we arrived at this horizon of 6 or 7 years, and now we don't really have these problems. I mean, it's easy. It's become much easier for us to explain why we have set this replacement term. Second, organic growth of systems. The organic growth is really about organic growth. It's not about, changing or adding the functionality of removing the technical debt. It's just how the system gradually changes during its life cycle, depending on some parameters. As parameters, and we call them business drivers, we can count users, integrations, the number of services, number of systems, whatever. The important thing is that these drivers should meet some simple requirements. Firstly, they have to be understandable. It shouldn't be an IT driver. It should be a driver that's understandable to a non-IT user. This driver should be easily calculable, and there shouldn't be a lot of them. If there's one driver, it's okay. If 3 drivers, it's still okay, but 5 is too much. My favorite example, VDI, direct dependency on the number of users and the number of resources consumed. 10 users, that much resources. 20 users, this much resources. 50, again. We can take a look at the historic data, how much the system occupied with 50 users, with 100 users, and in a year when HR will give us a hiring plan, we'll tell them we'll be consuming that many resources. Let's just plan for that. Unfortunately, this works backwards as well. So if we make us redundant, we have to subtract from resources. Another contribution to the organic growth is CAGR, compounded annual growth rate. This is a formula that financial people understand. It allows calculating how we're going to grow in the future within the horizon of 3 to 5 years. Actually, it's quite a comfortable thing when we need to calculate some parameter that we don't know anything about. Like, for instance, some time ago, we needed to understand how many racks we'll need in 5 years. Look, in the current situation, the planning horizon is 2 weeks. What can we say about what happens in 5 weeks? So in 5 years, so in order to resort to expert opinions that our controllers hate, actually, so we take this financial formula, we look how many racks we had 5 years ago, we see how many of them we have today, put it into formula, say, so as a rough idea, within 3 to 5 years, we'll be growing at the rate of 15% 6% a year. No, you're welcome. It's not an expert opinion. It's a real financial calculation that's used in finances, for instance, in the investment value growth calculations. And the last hard to explain piece is about new business initiatives, change initiatives, and IT for IT initiatives. When they bring something to you and tell you, we want to do something absolutely new, we haven't had this before, we don't have it now, we'll build this and we'll earn a lot of money on that. You have to take this request to business, calculate the resources, and if it's your in-house development, the opinion, and we want this much, in most cases won't be accepted. So we tried to come up with a methodology in combination with financials that we go through 3 simple steps. Request based on analysis of the consumption of similar systems. Well, maybe not the same, but I'm sure that we have done something like that. And we say, look, it was about like this at that time. Here it's going to be about the same, but with an adjustment for scale. Second thing what to do, we ask business to offer us business service for these new business drivers, for these new features, and try to validate on that. So for instance, they say, they're saying that this will allow us taking on 10 new customers. So let's take a look at the resources. Are we going to have enough resources to handle them? And the last thing that caused a lot of trust from our financiers, and I recommend using that, it's about an attempt to address to our industry organizations, like in fintech, wherever we are, to the experience of other companies in our industry who've already done something like that. Please tell us how much it cost you in terms of resources, equipment, and I mean, people respond quite happily and willingly. And again, this is something that you can rely on to predict your own costs. The bonus here is that after these explanations, we start understanding what we're really planning to do ourselves, what we will have done ourselves, what we'll need to have purchased, and which condition shall we arrive at the start of the next budget year? Will we request more resources or less resources, or maybe we'll need to shrink the planning horizon twice? Actually, there's also a second part. And unfortunately, I won't be able to fit in the timing for my presentation, but I'm hoping I'll be able to do it in the future. So in the second part, we're explaining how we prove the controlling function that we are indeed managing the capacity. It's not just dissolve somewhere. So we're looking at its operation, we monitor the utilization, and take away the necessary. So colleagues, if you have any questions, you can ask them of me, so over email, and please provide feedback. Colleagues, I remind you that we're in the fast track, so you can ask your question using the email address. Anastasia, thank you very much. And the next presentation, here again, we're leaving the fast track format. So the next presentation will take 30 minutes, and you'll be able to ask questions after it. It'll be devoted to the topic. So we've discussed technology, we've discussed people, we've discussed money, how it affects all of us, how and affected us as the dwellers of the city of Moscow.
Раз-два. Круто, коллеги, всем привет.
Cool colleagues, hi everyone. I'm very happy to see you all here. Actually, I was expecting that there would only be a couple of people here, of whom, or 2 or 3 people, of whom a couple would be my most loyal fans, mother and father, mom and dad. Hi, they're watching me online. Today I'll talk about a product, a service, a user service. When they came to us with an idea of taking a stage, I thought, why me? Because I am a product owner, so where am I and where's cybersecurity? But my colleagues from the cybersecurity department always take part in conferences like this. They always work with positive technologies and always bring back such great merchandise that I thought, why don't I go there and get some merch myself? Well, actually, it was a joke. We actually built some really cool service, and I'm sure it brings value to the lives of rank-and-file citizens. It's about time to introduce myself. My name is Anastasia Shvetsova. I'm head of development at Mostrans Project. Mostrans Project is part of the transport department of the city of Moscow. We are its intellectual center, intellectual hub, and all decisions as to how transport is going to develop in the city, where it's going to go, where the metro will reach in 2030, goes through our institute one way or the other. We have 500 people working, including designers, analysts, engineers, and other cool people who are working every day on ensuring that city transport in Moscow should be good and useful for everyone. Let's imagine if you had, let's say, an X million rubles and you were selecting an apartment in a newly built development, what would you pay your attention at? Well, perhaps on the cost of a square meter in the first place, and the cost of the whole apartment. According to our research, according to the research of our partners, the number one factor that determines the choice of an apartment is, surprise, transport accessibility. But what is transport accessibility? Developers think that it's like 10 minutes of walking to the next metro station. We at the transport department do not quite agree with that, because it's not really about 20 minutes of walking to the metro station, according to the Yandex Maps. It's actually about broader everyday, day-to-day experience set. What kind of metro is there? Are there other social sites, socially important sites available, schools or outpatient facilities? What else the developer has envisaged in the complex? So we at Mostrans Project, on behalf of the Transport Department of Moscow, developed a transport accessibility index. So what it's all about? It's a methodology of assessment that's based on 36 different parameters: public transit, then private car, distance from socially important sites, and so on and so forth. And also it includes an assessment of the infrastructure from the real estate developer. We wrapped it all up as a city service on the portal. You can go there, you can click items there, take a look at the catalog, and we also have an industry API for our partners. So what do we have under the hood? As I said, the core and the heart of it is a methodology. The methodology as such was also born within our Mostrans project. It includes 36 assessment parameters. We have 2 rankings: geographic accessibility and the community infrastructure. Geographic accessibility shows how easy and fast it will be for you to use public transit in Moscow. And the second is what the developer has envisaged in the facility. Whether there are parkings, whether there are convenient pathways to the mass transit stops. Why do we have two of these? Because the developer cannot affect the geographic accessibility index, whereas the community infrastructure is something that's under direct purview of the real estate developer. So we have two rankings, and the maximum rating number is 10. So we need a lot of data. Mikhail Kortunov from the Innovation Center, Safe Transport of Moscow, spoke here. They also collect quite a lot of data, and we also use the data hub. But not only this, not only it. We have almost all data about the traffic in Moscow, and it's not only GIS data about sites or transport infrastructure. This includes some analytics, data about passenger traffic and so on and so on. And it's quite natural that we collect a lot of data on construction. We are connected to several systems of the construction complex of the government of Moscow. We are also connected to our partners, and we aggregate it all, formalize much, and as a result, we get these two integral indicators. So that are approved by professionals and analysts. We call this a hybrid calculation because every construction site, every community development project has specific features. It can't be formalized through unified rules. So every calculation has to be approved by our analysts, because we will be held responsible if we're wrong. So if the methodology is the heart, is the core of the project, then around this core, we have built an interface. It's a website with a mobile version, with a catalog of development projects that you can look up, applying different filters to select the residential community that you're interested in. On the page of each residential community, you have two rating numbers, and you can also see a map that shows you the components that contribute to these ratings. So the transport accessibility, including the plans up until 2032, we have this data. Also, you can see whether parking is available or where a school is being planned to be built so that your kid could go there, could walk there. We also have quite a lot of additional features, user features. For instance, the personal selection, where you just use your own life scenario to pick the residential community that fits you best. For instance, it's important for you that schools, a park, and the pharmacy should be within walking distance, and we'll offer you the record that fits you best. Of course, our service can't exist without a good and powerful mapping partner. In our case, this is a 2GIS. It's mapping platform and the router. These guys have a very good industry strength API that won over all the competitors at the start of our project and meets all the requirements for the visualization that our product offers. And we also use our own partner API so that we could pass the data to our major partners. At the very start of the project, we had a perfect understanding that going about just one website is not a goal in itself. One needs to reach those sites and venues where people go when looking for an apartment. These are, of course, real estate classifieds, and our first partner, and Cian became the first partner that we enrolled. They were the first ones to believe in us. It's with them that we released our website and ratings. Thank you, dear designers, for adding these red frames here, because the UI is very busy and it's difficult. So we send our transport accessibility index to these guys, and it has become sort of a quality mark. Also, we pass them not only the numbers of this rating, but also some additional parameters that we have. So we are not a commercial service, we're not greedy, so therefore whatever we have, we try to share with our partners. So they should have something to show the users, so that the dweller of the city should be able to get the most unbiased assessment. We do the same with Avito, and in addition to that, we pass these guys with an absolute values regarding the traveling or accessibility of this site to the next transport venues. Also, we're planning to become available at dom.rf in a couple of weeks. We'll be there. All right, so why do we need that? The service is not commercial. We don't do commercial money. We don't work with the developers. So basically what we do is an unbiased assessment of transport accessibility. And it does offer dwellers an assessment like this. What the city gets, it's motivated real estate developers, so that the developer should fight for these numbers. And we offer another site for developers to show off their advantages. Can it be scaled? Yes, you can, but you need to ask, does the city really need that? Because your own methodology of assessment is required. There are a lot of Moscow fine-tuning that needs to be done, and also not everybody is ready to provide all this data. A few words about who we are and what we do. We at Moss Project, actually, it's the IT department that's responsible for it. We close business in our institute. We have about 50 people, half of which are developers. We have a full cycle in-house development team, starting from designers and analysts all the way to systems analysts and developers and other cool guys.
Часть правительства Москвы, естественно, пользуемся либо российским ПО, либо open-source решениями. И стек у нас, в принципе, там не самый широкий, но достаточно большой, наверное, для небольшой команды. скрипты мы пишем на PHP, на Python.
The scripts we're writing on the Python, the back is also on PHP and JavaScript frameworks, different frameworks. As for the Postgres, we've been using this for working with data. Many processes are on the firewall, and also we do visualization in Superside. I mean the data visualization. Also, these are the great team that we have that you see on the picture. And I have to say that we call ourselves, turquoise sort of like organization. Maybe you've heard about the spiral dynamic of teams developing these turquoise organizations, like on the top, and sort of this is how we refer to ourselves. Why? Because we have the special environment and atmosphere. We've been using all these agile practices and tools which are common thing for IT companies, and like planning, sprints and backlogs and you name it. And of course all of these adjusted to us being sort of like a governmental organization. And one of the secret sauce, so to speak, why we are able to work the way we do is that we have this like a principle, like a zero tolerance to just pure bureaucracy and red tape. How do we do that? Setting priorities, setting right goals, and constantly asking ourselves why we do what we do. There was a joke, like a parent was taught to ask, why you do this, and he became a product manager. It's supposed to be a joke. And what else can we do? We can do different non-public services for our analysts and designers of this transportation institute. Basically, these are the tools which are helping our designers to do the subway map until 2030, different cartographic services like layers of data for different objects of the transportation cluster for making managerial decisions. Like I said before, we collect, not only we model data and visualize data, but all of this in a superset, like you can see, related to metro or subway passengers. And we did not disclose some of the numbers due to NDAs. Next, I want to go back to one of the final slides. It's a bunch of QR codes on my slide, but
Какая анимация красивая.
Look at this animation, and you can get more information about the MOS-Trans project on our website. And we write lots of articles on Harvard.ru. You can read, you can see how we work with data and cartography and all the things, and how we connect all the services. We have a Telegram channel. If you'll be interested, you can join in. And also, there is something about the residential complex. You can come and you can find out your particular home or house in the city, and you can evaluate. And if you have any questions or complaints, you can also write. These are my contacts in Telegram, and please evaluate my presentation. And with this, I'm done. Yeah, dear colleagues, thank you for the presentation. Any questions, if you have any, please? Yes, go ahead. Microphone is on the way, and now you know for sure about this service. Yeah, hello. My main question is, yes, we live in the best city on earth, goes without saying, but are you planning to scale up your wonderful solutions to other cities, other towns, in terms of like sharing the experience or something like that? And actually, this is the most popular question, indeed, the one that I get very often whenever I share about this service. And like I said before, it is quite possible to transfer or share this data, but you need a special methodology for in any cities. In Moscow, it's already radial, circle structure. St. Petersburg, for example, has a totally different structure because other towns may not have any subway at all. And yes, it's about, applying this data, passenger traffic and influence. Like how would you apply it to a local region or a local city? But very recently we got an approval from our senior management in terms of us moving out to the Moscow region, larger Moscow, metro area, because now we're going to take the 20 kilometers from the Moscow Circle Road radius, because we want to see not only to make a statement, hey, transportation department is came up with a certain rating. We want to do some objective and good evaluation for people, because we know that people are choosing the place to live, and the larger Moscow region is also going to be affected. We are going to pay some attention to that. Any other questions, please? As a reminder, if you have a great question, we've prepared a book as a bonus we want to give to you. And now the book is The Modern Approach to Program Architecture. Yeah, actually, it's very much on the topic of my presentation. No questions, and then the book goes to the only person who asked the question. I think it was a great question. Thanks a lot. Stay in touch, and
Да, а кликер лучше оставить.
Yeah, let's leave clicker on stage. I don't know why, but every presenter is trying to get the clicker and bring it with you, thinking that maybe it's their cell phone or something. So far, we've spoken about people and about technologies, and we've spoken about construction, and now I think this would be a very fitting moment to talk about architecture and the architecture, how to manage it and why to manage it, and how this can be done in one great company. Dmitry, over to you. Can you please share with us how you do what you do?
Так, звук.
Yeah, the sound mic is on.
Всем привет.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you for being part of this presentation. I feel very flattered. Today, I want to communicate the experience, and my clicker seems to be working. I want to share about our experience of implementing architectural supervision in the Positive Technologies company. My name is Dmitry Saluiko, and I'm the director of the Department of Developing Information System, GIT Positive Technologies. Yep, when we first came to this company, it was a year and a half ago. We faced a situation that Positive Technologies is quite a large company. It's a growing company, and probably it still has this spirit of a startup, like a very entrepreneurial company. And it has over 25 product teams and over 100 services, over 2,000 IT professionals. And when we first came into the company, we saw that, the management were changing. We had to do the audit of IT systems in the company, and we saw that the company has certain issues which would be specific for growing companies. What I mean is that we did not have any service catalog in the company, and we had no idea of where the services are located, who deployed them before us, and when they did it, on what infrastructure. And I guess the problem or problems were specific, they were specific for the whole company. In particular, in our department, like when integration does not work, when you change a contract with an external party, and even suppliers may not know who the consumers are. There were some microservices, but it was like uncontrollable usage of microservices, and it was like a mix of technological stacks. They were different, especially in our directorate, because in our department we've had some proprietary software, and all of this means that you have very labor-intensive tech support and labor-intensive maintenance for the whole infrastructure. And given the fact that back at the time we had to develop several interconnected services, we did not want to follow the negative experience of many big companies like Amazon, Uber, and Netflix, and so on, who all have faced this problem of uncontrollable expansion of microservices in their companies. And we did not want for this whole architectural landscape to be like a sponge. You mean when teams are spending lots of time discussing how to better integrate among themselves and how to control the changes with their consumers and suppliers. And we came to an opinion that back at that stage we had to create a process of architectural supervision. Now, a couple of words about the goals. We wanted to control the process of architecture development, and we intended to see the overall architecture landscape of the company, meaning that there were the goals about calculating the services, maybe building some catalog of the services, then supervising and controlling technologies and processes related to integrations. Another important item, because we were the information security company, that we had to make sure that data integration and apps would be secure by design, even before we roll it into production, and like we see, oops, we have some security problems, as it is usually happening with other entities. And eventually the goal was to save on labor, to save on pen testing and support, and also to save on the integration expenses. And the main issue is like, okay, everything was invented before us. Why should we reinvent the wheel, so to speak, if we have those apps like Confluence, Nairo, and others which we know and love so much? But there are problems nevertheless, because everybody is drawing these architecture and diagrams in their own ways, and people have their own ideas about how it all should be and look. Yeah, there are some issues of getting approvals and version control, because yes, you have confusion, we have the different versions management, but it's hard to use it, and sometimes this version control may be absent altogether. And it brought us to the idea that basically you cannot control all of that. And also there are tools like Archimate and other tools, very specialized ones, that have been created to be able to follow the architectural development, but they also have some problems, because there is a high threshold for teams and no standard notations and reality is different with the designing, because you don't have the right path of development. It's not a code. You cannot interpret it. This is pretty much binary, and of course you cannot like disintegrate it. Or on the other hand, we have our current reality, programming reality, when modern practice of development is coding at each stage. I mean, the code for applications, delivery codes, testing by the code, infrastructure is also being deployed by the code. Then why can't architecture also be a code? So the IT trans developments are the code management and the follow interpretation of this code into something, to make it something more visual. And as it turned out, there are quite many tools for the code representation. One of them, Plan QML, basically you can take any QML diagram and represent it as a code. One of the examples would be the transition diagrams, and this is the diagram of it shows how the system is kind of morphing one into the other, and you can see that in several lines you can build this diagram without thinking about the arrows, and this would be just a pure help for an architect without even bothering about formatting and how you locate these boxes. This software is generating the way it should be, and it works with any common IDE. No problems with this. Also, Plan QML is supporting C4 notation. It's a quite common notation, and they position themselves as a very simple tools for creating architectural solutions. On the left, you can see on the slide that we are identifying some borders of context, connections, storage systems, and it's quite easy to build up this kind of flowchart or diagram. As for documentation, you can use the most popular tool, Markdown, the name of it. Not only it enables you to format the text, you can also insert some videos and table data, links, and also plan of QML diagram. This also can be rendered very well. Since we've defined that architecture can be a code, for the code management, we need a tool to be able to manage this code. And I think we've chosen GitLab. Mostly for its convenience of working with changes and approvals for changes. And at this slide, I show how the work in GitLab is happening. It's basically branching, creating threads from the main tree, and then making changes and getting approvals, and then bringing them back into the main thread. To be very short. As for the tools, we've made a decision. The list of the tools is quite wide. I mean, those you can use for dealing with architecture as a code. Then we thought about how to structure this code, and also how to structure storage of this architecture. We were inspired by the C4 notation, which is basically like nesting dolls, Russian nesting dolls, in terms of level of representation of the architecture. So each of these levels is a detail of the previous one, and out of this context diagram you can dive deeper into container one. You can see the composure components of each of the systems, and then go down to the code. From the organizational level, you can dive into all the way to the code level. DDD, domain driven design approach, is an approach for designing the subject area, enabling one to define those context borders, out of which you later on create domains and subdomains of the services themselves. And also the process of building this model of the subject area called storming, event storming. We've been using this quite a lot, and it helps us to build architectural decision very easy, understanding business process. And the methodology itself is saying that the development guys should be speaking the same language with the business guys, not on the developers guys, but on the language of the subject area. And we are going to look at some examples later on. So what the structure of a repository should look like for the architecture. We were also guided by the DDD methodology that says that you have to divide the domain area, and basically each of the catalogs in the repository should be repeating the structure of the organization. Now, well, basically, this is not a brand new solution. We did not come up with this. We simply used it, seeing how other large companies have been using the same approach, but of course we've corrected it for our own needs, and we were able to assemble all of these approaches, and this is what we came up with. We got quite a big process. I mean, we collected the structure and the tools and wrote out this whole process, what it should be looking like. So an employee is talking about the domains with their boss or with a technical supervisor, or they're discussing some idea. They first build a draft of the so-called architectural design, ADR. That is, they're building this thread in the architectural repository, introducing changes and then approve it with their own architects, and then sort of like escalates this decision for the special body, which is architectural committee. I'll give you the breakdown of the committee later on. And here also launching the approval process. Basically, it's like a merge request in GitLab. It's there's a special procedure, and you have some like approval body and the approval person from the architectural committee. They have a certain description and also a name for it. So after that, there is usually a discussion in GitLab. In GitLab, actually, you have a very great tool for reviewing changes and for providing commands. All of this is happening actually quite fast, and then a decision is made. If there are some outstanding questions or decision cannot be made, then we escalate it to a regular meeting of the architectural committee. Now, currently, it is taking place every 2 weeks. And only after a decision is made, we launch the development. I mean, not before the architectural decision, but after. No, architectural committee or supervision, you don't have to pass it every time, but only when you build a service and maybe microservices, or when some material changes are taking place in the service which affect or maybe affecting other teams which somehow are integrated with this service. Now let's move on to the composition of the architecture committee. These are architects of the divisions or departments, then also heads of the quality assurance departments and DevOps, infrastructure, and also information security guys. And also, I guess you can see that some other stakeholders which are part of the integration, they also need to understand how this whole, communication network is going to change, and also external suppliers that can be those stakeholders. They could also be a part of the architecture supervision, be part of the architecture committee. But first we need to sign an NDA with them, and it usually takes to write in the contract that they will be a part of this process. Otherwise, usually they say, no, we don't want to be a part of it. So if any item of this is missing, usually we delegate it to a team responsible for that, or to a domain architect. And so the architectural committee is basically an open group of members who, like any employee, can be a part of this committee if they express their desire to do so and have an impact on the architecture design of the company. Now, what are the focus areas? We control the common patterns of development. We control whether there is a correct integration between services and whether it in line with the technological radar of the company, lest they choose the stack they prefer, and harmony with the architectural standards and decisions which have been adopted earlier in the company, like domain standards or overall company standards, and also operational risks. And of course, the Information Security Department is looking at the cybersecurity level of the solution and integration. And also what it's going to look like. SLA, we have 4 days to make a decision. And sometimes we have delays, we have the charts of escalation for the domain architects, and after my presentation we can also catch up and talk about that. Now, what is a part of architecture solution? We've built a template that has all the problems or problem description and solution description, because oftentimes, there is no problem. You simply want to build some kind of a service. And all these diagrams I've shown so far, they are part of this template, and the links, and also description of contracts, if we have any interactions, what kind of technologies, metadata that has been used, planned resources which you may need, authorization, authentication, the full description of this solution, which will give us like a top-level understanding of why this solution is needed in the first place. These architecture solutions fall under the 2 categories. Category 1 would be I need, which is built when the service is first being created. All these things are being described. And the second type or kind of the solution is the one which is introducing some changes. This is easier because this could be like one or a couple of files that will be affected by changes, and otherwise you don't need to write anything else. Let's go to such an architecture decision. It's a diagram of the C4, and it shows you the borders of the context. This is the System 5A, which is managing our infrastructure and also the standing of the company.
We see which systems it integrates with. We can take a look at the user roles and how many users, and it's a multi-level diagram. If you drill down, you can see container-based diagrams, which details it. So we see the containers that composes it. It's more technology-based. It shows the technologies being used, the interactions between containers, also how users interact with containers. We don't use other detailed diagrams to save work effort, so we stop L1, L2, and C4, don't going beyond. Then we can go through sequence diagrams. That's a real-life diagram. It's also interactive. You can drill down. This cannot be done. So the usage option diagram, another UML diagram that allows describing the ways of using the functionality. A mandatory, or let's say an important part of the architecture solution is contracts, their descriptions. We need contracts to register agreements between of interactions between subsystems. We prefer those contracts that don't break the previous versions, but should that happen, we change attributes, their names, types, and naturally we have to warn our subscribers, our users, and to do that you should at least know them. Before this, nobody had known them. So therefore, our process implies version control of contracts, and we use several types of contracts. Well, there are quite a lot of them, but we only use 3. For synchronous interactions, we use YAML, an open API format. This is the way it looks in GitLab, as a Swagger. As a user UI, you can even try it out. And for the event-based integration, we use Protobuf and JSON to work with Kafka. One can't help dwelling on the business process or model, event stalling. This is a real-life example. We can see for context, we can see differences between these contexts, the complexity of the context, how users interact with these contexts, the interfaces that need to be used, and in which context they all will exist. And therefore, you can actually assess the composition of teams and define at a high level the solution. Actually, I'm not going to go into detail about event storming because it's a subject for a separate presentation. So should you have any questions, we can have an offline conversation. But we use event storming quite broadly in development. As I've already mentioned, the users or employees who want an architecture decision to be made get an approval for the committee. It's done through a merge request into GitLab. This is the way it looks. It contains a certain composition, a certain set of approval issues. For instance, it also determines if enough votes have been accepted. For instance, the group of architects consists of 6 architects, and you need at least 3 for this approval to take place. And this approval taking place means that a minimally required number of votes has been cast in for this RFC. Correspondingly, the merging of this RFC into the branch means that we allow this architecture decision to be sent to development. Also, the architecture solution, architectural decision, becomes a reason for further actions such as investigations, justifications, authority being assigned to the team, and so on and so forth. And based on the architecture decision, the following versions are created. And in addition to these architecture decisions from teams, the architecture committee also accepts and considers the drafting of standards. Any participant in the architecture committee can initiate a domain standard or a company standard. The procedure of adoption is exactly the same. It's just it lies either in the arch-hot route or in the domain route. So these are examples of standards adopted in our department. For instance, the REST API standard, the standard services, contracts, and buckets. We have a standard for the cybersecurity of applications and a standard defining how we interact with brokers. So 77 decisions have been made over the year. 7 were denied, were rejected, and now we have 5 architecture decisions under consideration and 3 drafts. Apart from adopting architecture decisions, the regular architecture committee meeting, which happens once every 2 weeks, discusses all sorts of problems that the department is facing. Professionals are sharing their experience using some technologies, and some other discussions are being conducted. So it's not just about accepting architecture decisions. Unless we can accept an architecture decision asynchronously, we launch it into a synchronous discussion right at this meeting. So what did the implementation of architecture supervision or oversight give us? So we got real control over the creation of new services. We got the current understanding of the architecture landscape, at least within our department. We got a low entry threshold for the teams because it's quite easy to master this tool, and teams do use it. We don't allow integration collisions. We have contracts. We abide by these contracts. We run audits of these contracts. We use them in the integrations. We do version control, and we don't have collisions happening. And if they do happen, there's a process that can be used to resolve them. We bring down the workload, the effort for testing, for the design of integrations. I can give you a number. Well, after the presentation, if you're interested. So we've got some unified technology radar because we're collecting metadata from these architecture decisions. I mean, on the technologies being used. And somehow we got general technology awareness. And what's most important is that teams started to understand their own products better. They used it as like a hint that they need to understand their technology better. Of course, there's some overhead to make these architecture decisions and to get them adopted to meet SLAs, but I think we've discussed all the pros and cons here. The bottom line is that we like this approach better than what we used to have. It's more or less transparent and controllable. After some period of use, we got a lot of ideas to develop this approach further. We accumulated some pool of architecture descriptions. And one other advantage of this approach is that you can convert this data anywhere you want. We can create a catalog of services. We can create some visualization of this radar. There are special tools for that. For instance, Backstage Doc Hub, that is being used quite broadly in Russia. And correspondingly, this will help us attract a broader audience, including not only developers, architects, and systems analysts, but maybe also business analysts who are thinking about the application side of the service. That basically brings me to the end of what I was planning to say. If our experience is going to be useful to you, or there are some subtle points that you would like to discuss, these are my contact details on Telegram and on email. I'm always online. I'll be able to answer your questions. So that's basically all I wanted to say. Thank you for your attention. I have a QR code using which you can vote for this presentation. And I'm ready for questions. Colleagues, questions to Dima. Okay, I see some questions already. Dima, let me just have a drink.
Добрый день.
Hello. First, thank you very much for such an easy to understand presentation and at the same time so comprehensive one regarding the architecture. As to my question, you mentioned that the SLA to make a decision is 4 days. I'd like to drill down into this question, asking how do you control the SLA execution regarding the adoption of architecture decisions? Very good question. First, we have an administrator that keeps an eye on that. That's the domain architect. And he is the one to administer this process. Second, we have an idea to set up a special board that will automatically generate tasks on the start of consideration of an architecture decision. And this way, I think, we will create yet another channel to notify the approvers. And perhaps it's the responsibility of each one of them. I believe that our employees who are members in the architecture committee are responsible persons. They are not arbitrarily selected to join it, and I think we'll cope with it. Of course, there's always room for improvement. The deadlines are sometimes broken, but I think we're coping with it, and the statistic is quite good. About 100 architecture decisions considered over the year. Thank you. Can you bring the QR code back? Well, I don't know how to do that. Just press back. I pressed, but it's too late. The moment is gone. The boat has left. More questions? Hello. My question is, how you monitor and keep under control that the developers have really implemented what you described in the architecture? Do you verify? Of course we do. We run an audit of what has been implemented, and also they'll come to pen testing after they're done developing their solution, because our company specializes in information security, and we have this condition that solutions should be released for production. And there's this pen testing phase, so they'll come to pen testing, and if they've done their work poorly, they'll have a problem passing. And it's in they know, they're aware of that, and it's in their interest that the code should pass these tests. Also, the creation of an architecture decision is not where it ends. Changes happen in contracts and approaches, new services being developed, and if they come with a decision that is not a fit, then questions will be asked. Why last time you were blaming something else? Well, basically, the process works quite well. At least our teams know that you can't get away with declaring one thing and implementing another. Well, sometimes developers can make a certain change that you won't learn about. I'm sure you have cases like this. Look, architecture oversight only covers important changes or services. We're absolutely not interested in internal changes. But if they start impacting other teams, it's 100% that we'll learn about that, because other teams will come to us and say, look, we have this integration, it doesn't work. So only in this case, they will make an architecture decision, And that will allow reducing the workload on the teams themselves. And secondly, how to put it? Secondly, they'll arrive with some specific idea. Put it this way, we're not positioning ourselves as a body to ban things. We are positioning ourselves as a guiding body that explains the best practices, what to do to pass the pen testing, and the teams are interested in passing them. There's a question here and at the back as well.
Dmitry, спасибо.
Dmitry, thank you. Very exciting presentation. I'm joining to what the lady said, asking the question. Do you have your own questions? Yes, I do. We have time for any number of questions to you. Any number. Well, of course, some of them are better to be discussed on sidelines. So my question is, you told us about your use GI, how do you work in MRs, how approvals happen. Do you have conflicts in branches, and how do you cope with them? Well, of course, conflicts do happen, but very rarely. Because the DDD approach says that every domain should be separated and should have low connectivity. So because of this, the teams implement the decisions or make the decisions for the most part sequentially. And second, GitLab allows us resolving all our conflicts. It's a very usable tool, and I'm sure all developers have used this functionality. So conflicts do happen, but we managed to resolve them successfully. Thank you. And there was another question at the end of the room. Thank you very much. The presentation has been really exciting. I just wanted to have one thing clarified. Look, when you do this architecture process, it's a very useful solution for projects that are quite established and for which you more or less know how they're going to be developed further. But what do you offer, what practices you have for some really new solutions for which it's not yet clear how to embed them, that can also be very quickly integrated in order to find the right approach, to accumulate some good experience, and then, based on this experience, to understand how to do the integration to this large-scale architecture to get a stable solution. Well, look, firstly, there's a draft. You create a draft, and if you have changes every week, and it happens, you can send these changes by batch, so accumulating them and then send for consideration, not necessarily every week. Second, I am not sure that such important changes happen every week over a large span of time. In any event, we are keeping under control some large-scale external integrations, the creation of new services, and that's it, nothing else. Whatever is happening inside, we don't care about that. We have standards for teams. For the teams, have a recommendation power. We do not ban releasing products if some REST calls don't meet the standards. We just help making this product release procedure less costly. So, for instance, we have several stages, including pen testing that I mentioned, that are very hard to pass. And in my memory, not a single application has passed pen testing from the first attempt. But we actually managed to reduce the workload considerably. For instance, for pen testing, the reports used to measure in 100 pages, and now this average number of pages has gone down to 20. It's a big advantage, and we basically don't use scripts. So this is a great result. Because, like for instance, external systems have a real hard time going through our pen testing, whereas inside we manage. This regards deployment and some other patterns that you don't need to rework later. The integration is also becoming very transparent if you keep to the process. So, in answering your question, yes, we propose that you accumulate changes in drafts. We propose that you discuss these decisions with your architects beforehand, but if they need to be adopted all the time, we're doing it all the time. We have a 4-day SLA and we're fitting into it. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Any more questions? Look, if there are no more questions, let's give a round of applause to Dmitry. Dima is going to hand the book for the best question, and another round of applause because Dmitry is not going to leave the stage after that. I'm giving it over to the lady that asked this question for the best question. So, Dmitry mentioned among the architectures, including for the stands, and Positive Technologies is deploying a lot of stands, a lot of workbenches for work, for training, for whatever. And now Dmitry and Iskander will tell us how they manage to cope with such an incredible number of very diverse workbenches. Thank you. You go there? Yeah, it's my place. Okay. Looks, it's ours. Look, just a digression. I arrived here with my daughter, and my daughter has asked, "Dad, will I be able to understand anything of what you are going to say?" And I said, "Well, as a minimum, the pictures will be nice, will be cool, and now you're going to see some pics. Keep an eye on them." Yeah. Today, we're going to deliver another presentation explaining how we approached how we arrived at this approach, the methodology stands as a service. We'll explain how it all started, where we are today, and where we're moving in this methodology to achieve a stand. And so let's see what happens. Julia, did you have the time to read it? No? Let me bring it back. Do you recognize the surname? Okay, let's move on. Let me introduce Iskander. Iskander Timoshin. He is a product manager of our PT-AIM product. He's been working with server cloud infrastructure for 5 years. So thank you for joining us at this presentation. Dmitry is still with us, development director, more than 20 years in IT, and one of our technical experts. But let's get close to the subject. So stand as a service, a start. We couldn't go past the pop singer Stas Mikhailov. I'll explain why. We came up with uncame-upable. Yes, that's the term. There's EAS, Infrastructure as a Code, and EFC, Infrastructure Front-End as a Code. I'll talk about that in more detail. Why STaaS, Stand as a Service? From our experience, we're joining the product teams with our solution, saying that we want to deliver a ready-made stands to you. The colleagues were asking us, and you, as a product, who are you? Are you a cloud management platform? And we said, no, yes, no, but at the same time, no. And they asked us, are you orchestrators? Well, yes, both yes and no. And then they said, well, maybe then you are infrastructure as a service. We said, well, we do supply infrastructure, but not completely. So perhaps we are more like a separate direction, and this direction should be called Stand as a Service. Stand as a Service. It makes sense that describing what a stand is a service, it takes explaining what it means, and Dmitry is going to do exactly that. So what do we call a stand? A stand is a set of equipment, infrastructure, and information systems set up in a specialized way to solve specific problems, such as development, testing, demoing, training them to do some research, and so on and so forth. A stand can be deployed on bare hardware or in virtualization systems, in Kubernetes, for instance, in many places. So what is Stand as a Service? It's an approach, a service method, where a pre-configured stand is given to a subscriber and keeps being fully serviced by the service provider. Depending on the task, the result of standing could be bare-bone infrastructure, an infrastructure with a distribution set uploaded, for instance, for its testing. It could be some isolated environment, it could be a clean installation, it could be an installation with data, it could be an installation with some build bolt-ons, and also for the quality assurance process, stands need to be supplied without a product so as to test its installation.
Хотя, может, и стандартный. Или, например, подразделениям обучения необходимо делать внешнюю обвязку для того, чтобы эти стенды отдавать наружу в интернет, проводить какие-то лабораторные работы и так далее. И, в принципе, как бы они еще используют стендирование через портал обучения. То есть это интерфейс API. Я к тому, что задачи самые разные, и необходима кастомизация на каждом шаге. О шагах чуть попозже. Мы, год, наверное, назад общались, больше, наверное, 1,5, общались с командами и выявили эти проблемы, которые в прошлый раз на ПХД тоже озвучивали. Ручные процессы между получением ресурсов, накатыванием дистрибутивов, накатыванием продуктов и их тестированием, отсутствие стандартизации стендирования, то есть, в принципе, развертывание нестандартное в компании. У кого-то Ansible, у кого-то Salt, у кого-то Bash, у кого-то комплекс из этих инструментов. И в таком режиме, в такой ситуации очень сложно универсальное решение какое-то придумать.
So in this situation, it would be difficult to come up with a universal solution, depending on the provider. If you add a provider we would have to build a new stand solution. The same thing would happen when you add a new product, a new task, maybe new division, and so it's a hard scalability, and also unpredictability. You know, when one bunch of people is making network, the setup is done by different people, so this is also not great. And the products. You know, the third team is building products, provisioning by the fourth, and the setup by the fifth people. And those fifth team has no idea what the first team or previous team were doing. And it's hard to understand who will give us this learning stand. So we had built a certain division in charge of that. Now, let me tell you how it all started. The initial idea was to get some kind of universal tool which would do the functions of the automatic standing, like a test bench for different solutions, and like a demo, development, training, irrespective of a provider of where the resource will be placed. And the question is, what had to be done? We had to create a methodology of how to build this training stand, and also how to automate some manual projects, like between this stand and this stand, and then building distributives, and then filling up with data, and also wanted to increase observability, because each team were developing their own, deploying their own stands. Not all of them, not everybody in each team were thinking about monitoring and logging and traceability. So this had also to be some kind of like a centralized mechanism. We wanted to build some interface and also isolate layers from the infrastructure layer, so that we would be able to build a certain level of abstraction, allowing us to work with different providers for the placement. So we had to build a certain number of configurations, maybe some manifests and examples, so that we could be able to reuse them, repurpose them for different teams. And many teams expressed their desire to work in autonomous mode, like to be like a multi sort of task, and for this stand to be given to independent teams, or the teams independent from each other. Next, what were we saying a couple of years ago at the Positive Hack Days? I even got some, socks for that. We've written methodology, we've built some requirements, and built a solution, enabling us to be like unified sort of point of receiving stand, dependent on the placement provider for different goals. So this is what the sequence of our work looked like, and this was actually a screenshot of my presentation. And I believe, look at this guy, look at this spaceman. And this was me. This was me. Now I am 1 year older. Also, what was the part of our methodology? A unified format of describing manifests, then the product specifications, next contracts for applications for stands, some example of templates of those manifests, and also as a part of this methodology we've got a status model for the stand, and also description of working with stand at each of the step of creating this. And next, you are going to see some diagrams. It's going to be more visual. And this is what a context module of our solution looks like, PT-AIM, which was located in the infrastructure platform of Git Positive Technologies. At this diagram, you can see how internal and external users have been communicating with it. You can see that there are many communication interfaces and pipeline, user interface and other products which would communicate through the API with them. And also, there is a communication with the BI system to be able to send reports, and also those placement providers. And this infrastructure, as we thought back then, or like a model infrastructure, this is the way it should be. But actually, many things have changed. And as we see now what the infrastructure looks like, Iskander is going to give you an update. Exactly. The infrastructure in Russia and in the world has its own, should I say, vibe, or it's very different because all the teams and major companies, they would like to do their own unique solution. Nobody wants to make like a cookie cutter solution which would be identical to their colleagues and their competition. And if market has this expectation, then market of ready products and infrastructure products is always responding that yes, we provide this kind of solution to our consumers. So you can see these periodic tables of all infrastructure products available in the world. I would say this matrix covers like a 90%, and we're also using this here in Russia. This is the table by the XC Biolabs. They are building this table every year by pulling about 18,000 of infrastructure and DevOps professionals. Now, looking at this table, I want to say that, as you can see, there are so many products, and each of the products requires some deep dive and understanding of what are the main benefits of the products and what challenges this product is good for. And interestingly enough, that when Mikhail and I, we've shown this table to the moderator, he looked at it and said, yeah, it looks very much like the original periodic tables of the famous scientist Mendeleev. And if you want to have a better understanding, we have some context, so you and I can take a look at this table and give you like onboarding. As I've mentioned already, everybody wants to be different, unique. People want to stand out. They want to have unique products. Some teams have absolutely different, different structure. We, as Positive Technologies, are not much different. And speaking about our infrastructure, then we have some standard tools we have been using. How do we know that? Because we're also introducing the Directorate of Information Technologies to make sure that these tools would be up and running. This is what we are responsible for. But again, we give choice to our teams. Speaking about infrastructure on the level of teams, each of the teams, depending on what purpose their product serves and what kind of technological strategy they've chosen, they may select a build from or a setup from different products and services which they may be using in their infrastructure. And this is what I mean. Let's say one team may have this kind of mix of services. The other team may have their own mix. And this mix could be totally unique. Again, the fourth team may have their own kind of setup or mix of services. We, as products and service, we have to work with each of the teams, and with each of the teams, we have to stay in touch and give them the best stand which should be relevant for them. So it's about a deep dive into these stands. It's only one of our core goals. What else? A couple of words about configuration. These stands could be different. At least three separations. It's separations on the level of business. Should I say that there are stands like all-in-one when you are building your VM virtual machine with one product, for example, CM installed in it, and this could also be used on the Kubernetes clusters, or NG or new generation firewall product NGFW. Does your daughter know what it means? Of course she does. And this also could be installed again on another virtual machine. There are also mid-level of business or mid-load stand where we have a bunch of hours and maybe not hours products, and they're interconnected. And of course, this third type would be high-load stands, where we have some very high hierarchy and connection between different products. Some VMs and also virtual machines which are lower in terms of the level and submitted. And we also have some very heavy, high-intensity logics and communication between those virtual machines. Now, going back to the question of services on what teams may be using, we usually would come to the teams and say, hey, we would like to supply you with this stands, and dear colleagues, what are you using the most? And this is the short list. What our teams have been using, what they would like to continue to use, and also at the same time they want to make sure that this will be convenient for them, and we want to be the part of our service mix. Now, IAC, infrastructure as code. It is basically when you use stands or virtual machine and you deploy your infrastructure as a code, and you do not do it in interface by clicking like a million times for many different virtual machines. Our colleagues from the teams initially, they did not, speak about this approach, but I probably have to step back and to give you a heads up and to give you a background of how these products have been developed and what the strategy was like. We thought that our clients would be housewives, the type of typical housewives or men who between cooking the dinner and doing dishes would like to deploy a couple of stands with the NGFW, and they would like to do it with a couple of pushing a couple of buttons. We have found this type of proverbial housewives, and we said that we're going to do this kind of stance with a 2-button push, and the housewife said, yeah, that's great. We're not going to do this because we have DevOps professionals and infrastructure professionals. Go to them and speak to them. We came to our colleagues. We've spoken with them and they said, yeah, it's a great idea, pushing 2 buttons sounds great, but before we will push these 2 buttons, we want to do individual setup, customized setup, because you do not know what we need. Okay, we get it. Thank you very much for giving us this feedback. So we rolled up our sleeves and we've done it the way our internal clients requested. We did the Ansible and Terraform, the 2 basic IAC tools which enable you to set up your infrastructure even before you press these couple of buttons. And also, right here, I should have mentioned about the relaunching of our products, which we began doing, but now we can deploy the stand not only via the program interface, but also we can do it through the manifests. This will be the final composure of this infrastructure which you hand over to Terraform, and it takes your resources and deploys your infrastructure. You're saying, hey, I need a couple of virtual machines with a certain memory capacity and processes, and then it goes to a resource part, it brings up this whole thing, brings up this stand for you. It is available, became available also in our software. Next, we did a relaunch. From the older interface, we've migrated into the newer version, where now you can trace our own stance, we can see what is happening with the stance, and also it is possible to do a deep dive into each stand. We have a role model with a multi-tenancy that Dmitry has mentioned about. There is also a possibility to follow up and trace the history, and also you can conveniently manage all the stands that have been developed by yourself and by your team, depending on what role model you've chosen for yourself. Now, we've realized that that stand as a service, or STaaS, would be our main approach, and we provide the product as a stand. And this is what makes us unique and different. At the same time, this is what this would be our main differentiator, set us apart from the crowd management or orchestrators. And for each client, like in one song, oceans and seas, like you can get whatever you want, like the proverbial song goes. Dmitry, how does it work right now from the technical standpoint? Yes, I'm hoping, Stas, that we will not be litigated after we do all of that. Yes. Now, so the current architecture. Right now, the system is more focused on the manifest orchestration, which have been created, and the teams had saved them in a repository. Looking at this diagram, left to right, you can see that a client submitted some kind of request to build a stand, and the system, looking at this inquiry, sees what kind of manifests have to be used, and step by step is making the deployment. Number one is building infrastructure. We do this in both ways, by the Terraform and also API provider. Next, we do provisioning. Next, we launch deploy. This would be Ansible or different scripts. And right after getting a stand, we do the double check, the checking it for consistency and checking whether it performs right. Right after that, a client who initially requested the stand get access to this stand, and at each stand that I've described, they get a certain status. That's why it's a status model, because this process is quite lengthy, it's quite time-consuming. And also, I would say, very high-tech. At the same time, we've added to this diagram working with stands after they will have been created. So this is all related to working with images and copying images, which is, by the way, a very cool feature in between the clouds. And also launching virtual machines and getting statistics and you name it. Now let's take a peek at the components and system architecture. It's a microservice-based architecture with inter-service communication through the bus of commands. So you have the manifest, and depending on the route, the system passes on this manifest to different controllers. Each platform has its own unique controllers, and it executes on its piece of controls, depending on the attributes of the API version. It's a Kubernetes-like format of the manifest, nothing radically new here. This format of manifest is quite standardized. And also there is a service which is getting analytics and forwards the dashboard to the BI. Yes, Iskander, can you please highlight what kind of value this service brought to the teams? I will definitely do, and I'm done with my part. Now, metrics, which will be over and covered. First, when we launched as a product, the most logical metric would be for us the number of teams which have been using us as the kind of ready-made solutions for building stands. But then we got some not so obvious metrics when we spoke with our colleagues. We've learned that basically one engineer is preparing 10 stands a week, can save up to 20% of time. And this is about 20 hours of savings per week, because they would be using us and not some other solutions. And based on these methodologies, it will be quite logical to say what would be the avenue for development. The next logical step would be opening up cloud providers so that our colleagues would be able to evolve and to build stands and virtual machines with different providers, and also all kinds of virtualization, but again, it is about working with external market. If any of our clients need some non-conventional stand solutions, for example, for the domestic virtualizations, and it's also about integration with other services such as a task tracker, such as messengers, because this scenario when you get a message that, hey, something happened with your stand, it is down, or somebody modified it, it's quite convenient, and I think our internal clients will be super happy if we will have this kind of a service. Speaking about the global goals, large goals, you may have seen this magic numbers EFC, infrastructure from code. It's basically rethinking of the standard approach which has been used by the market, like infrastructure as code. When now the infrastructure is written within the code by a developer on the level of backend, and the community and our fellows from other countries are developing this new trend on their JavaScript and Python languages. So far in Russia, I haven't seen anybody who would have expertise in these developments. So sometimes you need to collect all the information by pieces and on international resources, and probably we may become the first ever product which will be pioneering the path and new approaches that I've just mentioned. What else? Of course, in the year 2025, if you do not have machine learning and artificial intelligence in your products, probably something is wrong with you. That's why we, as living and breathing beings, we benefit from the AI. You can do this kind of request, create to me so many virtual machines. You can even make a mistake. I mean about the favorite name. There is a wrong English phrase or word. So you can push enter, and artificial intelligence will give you a ready manifest. You basically insert either to Terraform or to Ansible, or you may be using this inside of the VM itself. And the stance is being created by just pressing two buttons. But this is not it. Our team, who is preparing the different solutions, we are staying in very close contact with them, and probably we'll be able to implement more complex and more interesting functionality. So far, we've decided to use this one. Haters gonna hate, and then we say, hey, this is too simple. But our clients are saying that this is basically like works like magic. Thank you so much. And so we love our clients more than we love our haters, obviously. Targeted operational scheme, I guess. What it's going to look like, Dmitry is going to take over. I definitely will. This system is going to be more focused on manifest generation, and it will not force users to do the manual input based on the product specifications. And this was done by design to use these product specification descriptions in different variations and components and what other systems they may be connected to. So we will be using them to build architectural landscape, as I've mentioned in my previous presentation. And also on top of that, basically we are open for all the internal teams, and not only for expanding amount of controllers, but also for writing more specific flows of getting these stands. Summing up what we said before, some conclusions over to you, Iskander. No, these conclusions or resume is very, very simple. Old is our world, so to speak. Product-wise, long-term planning versus a market situation or market requests. By thinking some new ideas, we also have to look around. Maybe the market already has this idea. We simply have to grab it and you have to make it a reality, because the market basically, you simply need to do your best to to take these clues from the market and make lives of their users more confident. You don't have to look like too far into the future. Just listen to what you have in your immediate environment. At the same time, there's also like a flip coin. It's a mixed blessing, so to speak. When you're doing cost devs, I mean, you do interviews with your clients. Many of them may consider that, this chance of when some kind of narrow case could be resolved with your products, and they'll say, hey, that's a bad solution for the market. Of course, so do not lose your focus, because sometimes some of your co-workers, some of your competitors as well, may use you trying to solve their own problems, but at the same time, this is not the problem that will be solved for the market. Like one product fits all. This would be the perfect idea for any product owner or product manager when your product is used by internal and external clients as well. But in reality, I think it's going to be just a mess. Nobody will enjoy it. It will not address anybody's problems. It looks like a problem, just put it on shelf, but nobody takes it. Nobody cares about that. So these are the conclusions, and thanks a lot. It looks like our presentation is over. These are our contacts. Should you have any questions and you want to talk, you want to chat, you want to pilot our project, we would be very happy to see you in your DMs. And please, let's give a round of applause to Dmitry, because 2 presentations in the row, I mean, that's amazing. Good job. First of all, folks, let's keep them on stage, let's evaluate the presentation, and also it's a chance to ask any questions. Yeah, it looks like we have at least 3 questions. Let's go ahead, please. Hello again. No, you're 2, because that's why I have 2 questions, 1 for each. Why do you need another book? You've already gotten 1 book, It's not about the book. It's not about the book. Anyway, my first question is to you, Dmitry, and it's about your technical solution. You said that you're using 2 approaches, and my question is, why are you using a couple of approaches? I mean, the Terraform and the second one. Well, I think it's quite obvious, because, again, for those who are non-housewives, so to speak, they have a lot of their own developments and ideas, and to avoid changing them, reshaping them, to decrease this kind of lower entry thresholds, we are using quite common tools which are usually used to raise up the infrastructure. Basically, these are Terraform modules, and we are using the specially kind of prepared Terraform modules with like a predetermined contracts, output contracts, but also we're using different ones, not only those with limited functionality. Thank you. And my second question is for you, Iskandar. You've mentioned about EFC, and it's like a new sort of development, a new level. Is there any community which would be developing this new thing? Like, are there any people? Can you please give us a little bit more details about EFC? Well, speaking of the international level, yes, there are maintainers, and mostly there are like server as a cloud companies. And this would be a community or bunch of people who have been using CDK or Cloud Development Kit tools, and also AWS, I mean Amazon Web Services tools like Amplify, because those are quite similar, I would say, and in nature, and they have their own, combined community of those who love these products, and now they try to come up with something new. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
We have some more questions there. Firstly, thank you for your presentation. It's all been quite informative, exciting, and easy to understand. I have a couple of questions. How do you control the size of the resources for each stand? So do you have any quota system? How do you offer resources for this, for a specific stand? And if you need to extend the resources, how does it happen? Well, we do have quoting, sizing, but it all depends on the placing platform. There are controlled placing platforms and internal ones where quotas can be extended at any moment in time. But for external clouds, of course, funding is needed, and you need to have budgets approved, and of course, quoting is important. We have it automated for such systems, and we're working on somehow automating the process of internal quotation. So far, we don't have it. Have I understood it correctly that you have implemented the quotation mechanism, quota mechanism for external clouds and not for internal ones? Not yet. There's this transition period, so far we don't have a process for that. And there was another question. Yes, another question, more to Iskander, I guess. When do you plan to monetize this wonder of the world in the external market? Well, we're now piloting it with internal teams in Positive Technologies. That coincided with the migration to our internal cloud. The teams are piloting and using the OpenStack together with us. As soon as we finish this process, it'll be a sign for us to start working with external customers. So we plan to productize this whole thing. You can put it this way, but to start with, we would just like to kind of touch the market, to feel the market. Thank you very much for your presentation. I like the idea very much that you have a personalized approach to each team depending on the services they're using. From which I get the following question. At the current stage of development, will all product teams be able to use the platform? If yes, then it's cool, and if not, then maybe you can explain some subtleties. Okay, let me take this question. Look, everybody can use it, but it all depends on the specific task. Because if your stands are the same from day to day and it's a repetitive experience, for instance, you're running tests, you raise a test and then you drop it, or you run a training, you raise 150 stands and then drop it. But if I have an infrastructure and I have to think about its design, of course we can bring it up, but the question is why. It's a question of the effort. So basically, if you have some automation, we can reuse it. For instance, Terraform, and we can launch it via the system. But normally, there's no requirement for that. So to start with, we just wanted to provide those teams with automation who bring up stands every day. So basically, it's about repeatable stands with a determined life cycle. Well, the life cycle can be regulated. You can automate that. There's a parameter setting for its lifespan. But we also have long-living stands, so it's not the criterion. The criterion is repeatability. Thank you. There was a question at the back. Yes, thank you for your presentation. My question is about who is going to have the responsibility for completing these manifests? Will the work be passed on to customers, or will you, as part of support, be creating their own manifests for them? Or maybe you'll create some database with public access on the open source principles that will also be supported by the community. Let me know. First, great idea. Thank you very much. Regarding who will draft the manifests, as I said, housewives have their own specialists who usually do that. And if the housewives don't have these specialists, then our team will help them not only with AI, but with the natural interface as well. Yes. Natural, very natural. And correspondingly, we will work hand in hand with every internal user all the way to them having their stand deployed and until things happen with the stands that they had expected to happen. So in answering your question, we help them in this aspect if there's nobody else who can do it for the customer. Okay, there's another question. Let me also add that we have this end-to-end support organized because the number of steps to get this stand is quite high, and anything can happen at each of these stands. So there's a process of support covering the entire process. And it's not our team, only our team is that's responsible. Oleg, Gas-Inform Service. Well, you're our partners, and the topic is quite exciting. Thank you for your presentation, not because I'd like to claim the book, but it's just the topic is very relevant. Everybody, including integrators in the first place, are thinking about that. But my question is more to Iskander. It's more about operations and the further positioning of these future product in the market. If my understanding is correct, unfortunately, we were late for the beginning, Iskander and you are heading the structure within the positive. Not yet. You are within the IT department, right? Dmitry is one of the heads of DIT in positive technologies, and Iskander is one of his subordinates. So it appears that you are the guys who are providing IT services to the company, and you took this burden of developing a product. Nobody actually imposed this responsibility on you, so it was your initiative. And now this product may also become a commercial product. That's right, that's very right. DIT has no obligation to anyone. Okay. I just wanted to note that DIT has taken up this responsibility. Well, it does make sense, doesn't it? Well, if you allow me, as an employee of Positive, I'll reformat it. It was a big request from other departments, including development. It was a request from other departments to DIT. It's just commendable that you have responded, considering all the many problems that DIT has to solve. That's a great job. Thank you. And the other question is technical, but quite easy. As far as I understood, you are only deploying stands, or do you do something for applications? So, like for instance, you deploy stand, load CM, for instance, to check. Well, this is one of the scenarios. So it's not just the operating system. There are no technical limitations here. And the very last question, it's still about development. I, for one, see that this topic bringing up several stands a day. It's not really for a usual customer, but for someone like systems integrator. Have you assessed the market size, or maybe that's a commercial secret? I think I can give you an answer without any numbers. Firstly, the market is just taking shape, so it doesn't have clear-cut boundaries. I started with it. This kind of software products, utilities, platforms position themselves differently. Sometimes some people call themselves a cloud management platform, some as an additional utility to IaaS. Some other people call themselves orchestrators. But if you bring all these products together, even within Russia, then the market is quite easy to understand, and the number can also be figured out. I'm just not going to name it. Regarding the international market, it's also quite clear. There are major vendors, Amazon, Google, and next to them, there are products that do about the same. It's just that the level of automation that runs together with the infrastructure is arriving at a situation that the market for such products is only starting to take shape. And we're at the very start of this process. And I see that in the next 5 years, I will see a multifold growth of this kind of products. And we're among the ones who are starting doing that. Colleagues, by the way, I have a question. If there are no more questions in the room, Iskander, is my understanding correct? And there was an answer to this question from a colleague there, that one can suppose that you, think about a publication of this product and its community development. Well, open source is a separate area, a separate philosophy when it comes to making sure that your products gets developed. We're going to think about that. I, myself, as a product manager, have an opinion that open source is about community. And so if you're putting something into open source, you're taking a huge responsibility for offering your product to the market. And at the same time, it's a huge responsibility that you have to package the idea that you've implemented in your product into the shape that would be as usable by people who's going to use it. Well, it can be done, but it's going to take effort. I would also like to add that we've tried this approach within PT, and we were developing the controllers that are shown quite openly. And we like the approach because the teams really showed interest. They were keen to keep developing not only our systems as a product, but also the whole methodology. So many thanks to the DevOps department for helping us develop the concept. The Competence Center was helping us, the training division. So, and product teams, so we see that internally, and of course we'll think about that. But more likely than not, it's going to be the next generation. It's going to be the generation that will help us hit the market. And of course, that will require a lot of resources. Yes, exactly. That's the reason why I'm asking. The colleague from Inform Service asked a question about that. Colleagues from our partners, other partners of ours also mentioned this. So, as part of the as applied to infrastructure as a code. So I think this is something that a lot of people are interested in that. So any more questions to Dmitry and Iskander? So then let's give them a round of applause. Iskander, don't forget to award the book for the best question. I almost took it away. No, don't do that. It's a good book. You need to give it out. All right, let's offer it to the colleague from Gas Inform Service. Okay, that's up to you. Right, look. We now have a presentation, that I've already mentioned, devoted to a perennial topic that was mentioned yesterday and will be mentioned tomorrow. It's about how to build interaction between units within the company so as to make sure that information security should be a joint success rather than joint headache. And to do that, let me invite Ekaterina. Welcome, Katya. Hello. I would like once again to raise the subject of how important the human factor is when it comes to building a comprehensive information security system. And to remind you once again why it's so important to reach an agreement. I forgot the clicker.
My name
is Ekaterina. I am an architecture of end-to-end projects in Positive Technologies now. And before that, I used to work in different companies on both sides of the barrier. So I know all the pain points regarding the interaction between all these departments as well as anybody else. This is my first presentation in such a large conference. I do some teaching in a university, do some training, but please bear with me. I'll probably be a bit nervous because it's my first presentation at such a big conference. So I apologize beforehand. Why is it so important? The time when strict rules were solving problems is gone. And now, this infamous computer in a bunker with a man with a rifle at the perimeter, of course, it does allow you to reduce the threat model to almost zero, but the usability also gets there as well. It's time to understand that nobody is prepared to work in such conditions. Everybody wants to use modern technologies, distributed system, remote access, and collaboration. Another important thing is that in reasonably closed enterprises, you get project workstations and remote access for service organizations and other gimmicks. So we have lots of teams, products, and we need to somehow keep being friends and also trying to make sure that it's safe and secure. And potentially it's only going to grow. Of course, it's a hackneyed theme. It's been discussed more than 20 years, and the situation is still there. And more likely than not, it'll keep being relevant forever. It's a broad topic, so let there be a holy war, that's what the slide says. So it's important. I don't claim to be the final instance, the ultimate, to say the ultimate truth. I just suggest to discuss it once again and maybe offer some ways of solving it that help me in my own experience. So why it's so important? Why is the IT department so important? Security in an organization depends on every employee, but the interaction between IT and information security is quite controversial and typical. In one of the conversations where I was discussing the topic of my presentation, they told me that the IT department can also believe. So many other departments can be regarded as IT, marketing people and designers. In my presentation, when I say IT, I mean people who are directly working on implementation and support and deployment of the infrastructure in the organization. So therefore, it's on them that more responsibility resides compared to employees of other departments. So to be very brief,
If
your IT department hates information security people, then you're doing something wrong. And that's exactly what happens most of the time. Everything is burning around you, everybody is running about, everybody is shouting, requiring attention. And security people, security is always pushed to the back, and nobody wants to spend their efforts on them. The problems when building an interaction between IT and IS come from both sides. Both departments, both units have a lot of complaints about each other. And apart from a million other reasons, it all boils down to the different motivation. So IT is about everything to work, and IS is about everything to work safely, securely. And of course, there are technical and organization issues that are imposed on that, because more often than not, we have a chaos in processes. The responsibility division is quite controversial, where everybody is shifting responsibility on each other. And sometimes there may even be a problem in terms of hierarchy. IT or IS, who's more important, whom we have to listen to. And also, there are human problems as well. There's a lot of workload for both IT and IS systems, a great pool of work, no time, lack of competencies, and most importantly, in order to implement products and systems for information security, you can't do without information technology professionals. So what are the ways to motivate IS? It's not my picture. I took this picture from Alexei Lukatsky's blog. And basically, if even the most famous people in the field are using these pictures, then who am I to argue? Actually, the ban-based information security is only good when requirements are verified automatically. If in this chain between implementation and infrastructure, there's human factor involved. So it's then that where the problem starts, questions and negative attitude. Now human-faced security has coming into vogue. Is becoming more result-oriented and more efficacious. So what can be done? In 1984, Karen Pryor wrote the book, Don't Growl at Your Dog. She wrote a lot about how to train pets. She knew a lot about that because she was one of the most famous dog trainers at that time. I started to read this book when I was trying to find a common language with my dog. But I found a lot of interesting things for my personal life and work. I was caught by the phrase there that if you scold your dog every time, it will only behave as you expect it to be when you're present. Otherwise, it won't. And because we're not going to have the time and effort, the time and capacity to keep an eye on everybody all the time, this is the reason why it's so important to substantiate the desired behavior. So it's not chance that this Captain Smollett appeared in front of all of us that says that there are no desire or resources at the other side of the barricade, and who else but us. And if we do need to draw analogies with army, we need a person like a preacher, to help us do that. Of course, a search for the culprit will not bring you to the result. If you want to get rid of the problem, you have to get rid of the reason why people behave this way, rather than to find a scapegoat. But on the whole, playing a good and bad cop is quite a working topic. But in order to build an effective interaction with the adjacent unit, you need to make it so that it's not you who is playing the bad cop. So we have cyber criminals, hackers, administrative fines, and errors and non-compliance measures. You need to play the role of the good cop. Giving the role of a good cop to the supervisory bodies is a slippery road. They, as any government body trying to regulate human activities, they are always for everything good, as they say, and against everything bad, but more likely than not, they're just used. So you can scare a bit, but scare with the checks from the regulators, but don't be scared yourself. On the whole, one human error is enough for a hacker to steal people's money, data, or access. And the main thing is that it becomes easier for people to collaborate if there's a common enemy. On the whole, it's very work-intensive to explain to the adjacent unit why they don't only need to do their own job, but also another set of work for the sake of their neighbors. If you're a big boss, of course, you can, put your foot down and say, this is the way it should be done. But basically, even this position has a lot of pitfalls. What if you rank and file employee, if you're a SOC employee, if you're exactly the person who is doing everything for everyone, then what to do about that? That's a more difficult category problem. So the first thing I suggest you do is to define the goal. In any interaction with an adjacent unit, you have some goal, and sometimes it becomes quite easy to go away from it to other discussions. So first, we define the purpose and the goal of interaction with your counterpart and keep to that. Also, you have to understand that there will be unhappy people all the time, because the motivation of different units is different, so therefore questions or some negative attitudes will always be there. More than that, and you have to make peace with that. You have to accept this. And not pay too much attention to that. But you should focus your attention on those who are prepared to collaborate. Any event, they will have to be, and focus on those people who are prepared to walk their half of the road to meet you. You can't make everybody's life good. You can only focus on your own work in positive conditions. Well, unfortunately, you probably won't be able to get perfect conditions around you. There will be a shortage in specialists and professionals around you, and processes will not be perfect. And the process covers everything, says everything from documents to pen tests, without your mother and daddy to help you. So you need to delineate your area of responsibility according to your job description and to work within it in your interaction. Now, every system is unique, and you need a personalized approach to each system. There are more and more security problems coming up, and administering them is becoming more and more difficult. Also, you have to understand that security people are responsible for documents, network security, and even are part of DevOps and pest activity. You can't be good at everything. If IT people are working with things every day, they have the experience, they can use that in their daily work, then IS specialists have a lot of other things to do, and they just can't know the entire infrastructure very deeply. That's why it's so important to network with colleagues, to share life hacks, to collect ideas from everyone and to create platforms for their discussion so as to share them and so on.
Now, next is meeting as art. If you feel that several people or several professionals have different points of view, or maybe they have a desire and the need to speak up, we have to provide a forum. We have to provide them with such an opportunity. Please do not try to speak everything or make everything like in one meeting. If you haven't finalized, okay, you have to appoint another meeting. I know that it's a danger to get bogged down in all these conversations and negotiations. But if you have a whole bunch of people who would like to speak up, and also they have like a negative mindset about a particular situation, that at the very beginning of our meeting we describe a goal, like what's the point of us getting together, and then we make like a status update, what we've decided. If we haven't decided anything, it's okay, but it's important to just, jot some bullet points what this meeting was about. And at the end of the meeting, I always say, like, if I forgot something, if I didn't say, if I misunderstood, please write me an email within, let's say, a week. And so you limit the time frame when these people can come to you, hey, you've misunderstood us, we meant totally different thing, and things like that. Please remember that people treat artifacts differently. That's why you have to have the meeting minutes, and you have the goal of the meeting to send an artifact that you could go back to the future as a proof of what you've were speaking about. And always there'll be some dissent, and people will not always be happy. There's not much we can do about that, only possibly to accept it. Basically, in today's world, not everybody's so conscious and so polite. Sometimes when you get feedback from your colleagues, it is difficult to see the essence and see the reasoning among the even insults and just a bunch of baloney. Please do not think that everybody is dumb, but as a statistician, like how many times people have asked this question, and also because you're like taking the list of feedback or a bunch of problems, try to reformulate this feedback and also to approve it with what people wrote, and also to write it down on the public resource with the name of the people. It will discipline them. And also, the better you'll be able to prove to people that you are safe to send a feedback to, and even the stupid questions can be asked to you, the people will be more open, and that means that we can have a better positive result of our mutual communication. Now, the biggest problem that I've heard in my experience when working with IT departments, people say, we don't have time. But as a matter of fact, now, fortunately or unfortunately, the way companies are set up, that the time is the most valuable resource. When you deploy the product on the market, you implement some feature, all of these will impact the benefits and budget of the company. Speaking about governmental organization, basically, it's not about money, it's about some kind of punishment measures. If you don't meet the deadline, something bad is going to happen with you. So actually, we always short of time. It's always hard to find time in our modern world. So we say, yes, you're absolutely right. There's never enough hours in the day, where the scope is huge, even if you don't believe this, and even if nobody believes that in your company, and you understand that your counterparty may be very high-positioned person in a company, but you are here to discuss your goal and try to narrow down your desired outcome. And also you can ask, what would you simplify? What would make it easier for you to implement this or that, if they're saying, oh, I don't have enough time. Basically, people like when we ask of their opinion, And secondly, this particular issue, this question helps us not to focus on a problem, but on ways to overcome this situation or a problem. And please put it in writing. Because when we leave these artifacts or statistics or meeting minutes or I don't know, the notes, it helps us to understand our issues better. And it helps our conversant party to see that we put something down and we're going to keep this in mind. Next, personal responsibility is always affecting people. As soon as you begin to generalize in your conversation, it looks like nobody is responsible. It will be harder to make a deal. So when you put all the claims and objections or proposals in writing, please put a name next to each proposal with a name and family name, last name. And if in some information system this could be done automatically in Jira, Confluence, if in your company you don't have this kind of record-keeping system, you can literally jot it down in your notepad, but with a name against each proposal or complaint. And probably you do not have any control over the work time of the other division. And if you're like on fire, you want to do it, you want to get it, that's great. But you cannot expect the same mindset from the other people. The only thing we can do is to collect data, what they don't have time for, how often they don't have time for it, and then to escalate it to your management. And overall, any complaints, this is how I deal with them. First of all, we agree. Yeah, we're all adults. And supposedly, we have to understand how can we do right things, and when we don't have to be friends with our colleagues. But actually, friendly relations at work is good, but it's not mandatory, as long as we have comfortable business relationship. And for that, we have to understand what kind of desired outcome we want to achieve. And then we always have to agree, just nod and say, yeah, you see, I understand, it's very hard for you, and you believe this to be a problem, I agree with you. Then we'll limit the zone of our responsibility. I'm responsible for information security and for the total well-being. This is not what I'm responsible for. And in the end, we ask them, what could make it easier for you to follow the information security measures and instructions? Not 100% better, but at least 1% better. All in all, building information security processes in the company, it's a kind of time-consuming process. It takes a long time. You need both authority from the higher-ups and financing and the right team and many other ingredients. Again, we never have a perfect timing, so we have to focus on what can be done here and now. And this is why the new hip thing is not to write just general guidelines, but to focus attention and to think what can be improved in our infrastructure today, in this particular specific moment we're living in. And try to make sure that your requirements for the IT department would be as easy as possible. Write this instruction with pictures, personalize them, make them easier. And speaking about the software for your infrastructure, and all the way until who needs to go where and ask what about particular cases or situations. Next, have conversations with your new employees and tell them, what are your expectations and how you do the process of information security in your company. And also, it would be great if you can tell them where can find all those manuals and where can they send their questions to, or to come up with their proposals. As we say, if you don't the law, it does not relieve you of the responsibility. But we need to make sure that all the professionals from the friendly departments would know where to find those laws and rules and regulations and know how to comply with them. And also, try to explain as much as you can of why certain behaviors are desired and even necessary, and try to make it personal for each of the departments, so that these expectations would not be would not sound like crazy and outlandish, but would basically make sense for those professionals. And also, don't be lazy and inform them, these guys, using their personal channels. Personal communication always works better. So any strict measures, let's try to automate them and leave like a good cop role for ourselves, and bad cop should be automated. Of course, we all know that any conversations about implementing new security measures, it becomes with trying to scare people. But how can we make them more efficient? First of all, it's a frequency. The more often you and your company have heard about any cases of hacks and leaks and other unauthorized events and their consequences, the more we have conversations, the more discussions we have about them, the more people will think about security in their everyday operations. Use some examples from your field. And usually, what we hear is about like major cases when company crashed and things are really bad, and it was a huge scandal, and it's all on the pages of magazines and websites, Of course, these kind of cases could be very indicative, but oftentimes they are too far away from the nature and specific of your company's organization in your department. That's why it would be great to look for similar cases, maybe smaller in scope, but those would be who you could identify with. For example, if you're in medicine, let's try to study the cases of when medical offices have been hacked. If you're in transportation, try to look for leaks and stories about hacks in transportation. Also, we need the format should be accessible and easy. That would not make any sense to show any documents on Chinese, like Chinese hieroglyphs, to those who do not speak Chinese. In the same way, that would not make any sense to talk about the new CVE for 2017-56-38 to people who have no idea of what it is and work with this. Even the InfoSec guys are going to go and Google what this CVE exactly means and how it can be operated and so on. Try to make it affordable and accessible in terms of terminology and presentation. Also, we have to cover consequences. If Active Directory has been hacked, you probably cannot say that this is the end of the world. If there'll be a breach and compromise of Active Directory, probably world is going to be more or less the same. And few people can believe that, hey, this is just all horrible and we're all gonna die. But if we say that Active Directory compromised, that is very difficult to recover from, and this will be more close to reality. What I like an example. I got this example from this one's particular source, analyzing genetical information 23andMe company. In October of 2023, there was a leak, quite a huge information leaks from the company, and the company did not recognize this leak. I guess from their database, right? And immediately after that, shares of the company dropped by 15%, 1.5. And frankly, it's a quite good illustration for a story about these unauthorized events, because basically, it doesn't matter who is to blame, whether it's IT department or InfoSec guys. InfoSec guys can say, no, IT is to blame. They can point fingers to one another, but as a matter of fact, we have an unauthorized incident and money, and company has lost money or reputation. And actually, these are immediate consequences that the company has suffered, and these could be traced and measured within a month, for example. After quite a big news and news from the internet. If you look now, back or in the beginning of 2025, the company actually filed for bankruptcy, 23andMe. This company no longer exists. Probably there were some other reasons for the company going down. But I think this could be one of the big rocks that actually sunk You know that chip?
Где же их искать? На самом
Now,
деле,
where you will look for them? Actually, in Russian legislation, there are some requirements about publishing leaks. Again, this is not like a super hyped up topic, so to be able to find specific examples in narrow fields is not an easy task. So we can always look at the blogs with the information IT or information security topics. What I was looking for, like cases like that, oftentimes in different news outlets, you cannot find sources, and you have to trust this particular news media. But now in our world, it's very difficult to do because of all the fake news and stuff. So now we have a lot of blogs, online blogs with the information security. They give sources like to, for example, Telegram channels or VK groups where you can source it. Also on the sides of very big players on the market, on the information security market, like Positive Technologies and Kaspersky and also InfoWatch, they all have these kind of publications. As well as other media, when a story could be very big, very hyped up, you can always find these kind of cases. Also, the Positive Technology company in the last year has issued a map of industrial-specific PT events, unauthorized events. And this is so convenient that you can personalize and you can see what unauthorized events would be more relevant to you and what you do. And this has become so popular and so convenient for the market that even Ministry of Digital Development, like Russian regulatory body, they have developed their own methodology in terms of building the list of these kind of unauthorized and unaccessible events. Yeah. What do we do with user base? If we scare people in the right way, so to say, of course they will be following your expectations, but not for the long term. And so in this way also, a positive reinforcement, like in psychology, is working better than any negative scaremongering and trying to scare people. Try to make deals with users and make sure that following rules of information security would be easy, would be sensible, and also involved or made a part of these daily routines. A quick checkup about all I've said before. And just make sure that people can send or address their questions on your beta website or something else. And also all the questions and proposals should be personalized. And also you have like information who asked, you have their credentials, you have their data. And also in this game, good and bad cop, make sure that you're playing good cop, not a bad cop. And try to personalize all the responsibility and make sure that you follow latest events and keep everybody in the loop, especially your colleagues. And let's, like this cat Leopold from the cartoon said, let's stay friends, let's be friendly. That's it. Put a like and press the button, and I'll be happy all of your feedback and questions.
Катя, спасибо большое. Вопросик, Катя.
Thank you, Katya. Any questions? Yes, it looks like we have a lifted hand. I also have a question. I also want to ask something.
Так, Катя, это даже лучший вопрос, но точно не мне.
Now, Katya, this is the book for the best question. Hello. Thank you for the presentation. And this is my question. You've emphasized that we need to be super attentive to those employees who agree with your rules and recommendations. No, not quite willing to cooperate. They're willing to cooperate. This is important. Not agree, but willing to cooperate. But those who are not willing to cooperate, very often they're the most proactive in the company. That's true. This is true. And what do we do with that? How do we deal with these kind of people? Because they may have their negative influence, even those who are willing to cooperate. There is no one universal answer, and probably I won't be able to give it to you. Well, my way is to collect everybody when I see that there's some negatively minded people who are willing to speak up. It's also important because in the modern IT landscape, there are many people who are complaining, we have so many problems, we have so many challenges, but at the same time, when you offer, okay guys, let's talk, let's discuss it, they say, no, that's not my problem, and I'm gonna just sit back and be silent. If you have people like that, then I have a meeting, I have a call with everybody who is involved. I'm writing them before, email them the goal and what we want to discuss. First of all, it's a formality. We have digital trace that we've tried to resolve this problem. And also, if you have a goal, then this like a call and communication is not going to go into nowhere. We have to be focused on our goal. And then throughout my call, I'm keeping my notes, I'm writing everything down, who has what problems or what questions with specific names. And then, as a result, I'm writing basically minutes of the meeting. I've had a record, I've had 3 meetings for people to accept it, people who were maybe antagonistic to accept it, and we were able to talk through some issues and problems. And it's about, eternally that he began to ask this question after question, and we came to some point of agreement. He was not super happy, but he said, yeah, probably this is the best way forward. And for me, this was enough. And I've also made a digital trace for a minute, we did try to discuss it in these kind of terms and conditions, and this is the best option, this and that. And this is a working document. Of course, you can change it, you can upgrade it, you can have other meetings, follow-up meetings, but this is also helpful. Any other questions, colleagues, please? Yeah, right here. Yeah, Ekaterina, thank you. Very good job, thank you. You have a very, very bright future in presentations. Don't even worry. Don't worry about anything. You're going to do great. My question is as follows. And probably it's also going to be about integrators and regular customers. Sometimes we have situations when IT, information security, they have different goals. And their bosses were not giving them one common goals for 2 divisions, but still they have to go to pursue the same goal in the company. And they're like cat and dogs, fighting the IT and IS. Probably you need some kind of facilitator to be able to reconcile these 2 departments. Who could be this kind of moderator in organization, not to represent either of these departments, I mean IT and information security departments? Well, basically, the management of the company is in charge of all the operational things. It's, the boss should communicate it to every department, and operational processes should be built in such a way so that it would be comfortable for everyone. Again, nothing is perfect in this world, and as for myself, I do not like to work in this senior management kind of cohort. I'm trying to avoid it. But as a technical professional, I've been working within the scope of my responsibilities. I cannot make everybody happy in the company. And as a part of what I do, I have a certain outcome, to make good things better. And I'm trying to make the most of what I can to achieve this goal of mine. I apologize, there is no microphone.
Да, я, если честно, считаю, что
Yeah, you know what? Yes, I believe.
Вообще от каждого.
I believe that it depends. It's like a person specific, so I do not like when people say, hey, I'm just a little guy in information security, you know, I'm just a small officer. Let's the upstairs decide. Yes, upstairs should decide. But each of us can also do something small, however small it may be. For IT guys, not to consider everybody their enemies, you know, evil guys, and demanding impossible from them. I always try to do whatever I do within my scope of responsibilities. Dear colleagues, any other questions, please, if any? Well, if I may just provide one short comment. I've seen it more than once, even participated when a company invites an external facilitator person or a coach if there is a very serious conflict between the IT and information security departments. And these specialized or specially trained people usually provide very big help. So if you have a situation like that, I think this option could be a very viable option for your company. Now, Katya, I have the following question for you. You've suggested all of us, and you said that, you know, like a good and bad cop, it's good, but you guys have to be a good cop. And who then will be a bad cop? I have the slide about that. Of course, we have cyber criminals, those evil individuals who want to steal money, steal credentials, access confidential information, and on it goes. And secondly, we have those hack events, unauthorized events. Speaking about business, that means that they can lose like 50% of their stock or shares. This would be something that business cannot afford. We also have penalties of our regulatory bodies who are also have their own standards and checkups and inspections, you name it. So are you trying to say that this bad cop in this metaphor is always outside of the organization? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, hopefully this is the case. Thank you. One more question from the colleagues. Microphone, please. Thanks, Ekaterina, for your presentation. You've mentioned about scaring people in the right way. How can we scare people in the right way as opposite to scaring them in the wrong way or frightening them? What if you've scared people to death and that's it? I mean, no leverage. You're trying to frighten them with kind of criminal liabilities, etc. But okay, you don't have any leverage. You got to do something differently. This scaring doesn't work anymore. Or maybe we should speak about the rehabilitated users. You know, after you scare them, you know, you gotta somehow to rehabilitate them. Yeah, of course, I was being sarcastic. Hopefully, you know, because in view of all the previous experiences of InfoSec, it's more about no, what you cannot do. And in this case, sometimes you have to hype up this fear. But again, the Karen Breyer, she wrote in her book that if you're scolding your dog too much, at some point your dog does not care anymore. And you end up in a situation where the user understands, yeah, probably it's scary, probably I'm surrounded by enemies, but at the same time, I simply cannot follow up all these rules. It doesn't make any sense. And in this case, this Lukatsky has this kind of like a rabbit and carrot situation. I want organizations to popularize information security and to look for ways of how to implement it so that this implementation would take the least amount of time and the least amount of energy. And of course, we got to stay in touch with the users and say, hey, what would be good for you? Because, you know, look for any ideas, you know, on your own. That would be very challenging. It's much easier to copy it from your environment, to be able just to simply copy it from people around you. You have to make sure that the users would not be afraid to come up to you, would not be afraid to talk to you and to ask maybe even stupid questions and come up with kind of foolish proposals, like I'm like a good InfoSec evangelist in a way. Well, dear colleagues, let's once again give a round of applause to Katya for a very life-affirming presentation. Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot. Please give a book for the best question, and I'm going to follow up on our agenda. We began this IT track, if you remember. Yesterday morning, we launched the topic like, folks, what should we do with all kind of hardware, and how do we, make a right selection and do the stand testing? Very interesting topic. So we're moving from hardware higher and higher, and moving on to virtualization and clouds.
And we're starting the last session in our long track, and our colleagues are going to share how to go about virtualization today, because there are also quite a lot of questions that have emerged of late. Hi, everyone. Glad to see you. So you're cool. Some of you have been with us throughout the day, and I think it's you who deserve an applause. Let me applaud you, and you can applaud yourself. We'll spend the next half an hour in a discussion about the Russian virtualization market, and you'll see that there are a lot of myths, and there's also reality, and it's the reality that we're going to talk about. My name is Dmitry Gorokhov, and I work for JET Infosystems, and JET is a large SI, and my name is Olga Borovskaya. I'm lead engineer for information security, and I'm responsible for the security of information infrastructure. And so it turned out that we have put together, as part of one presentation, both the infrastructure and security. The content is going to be quite unique. Who's responsible for IS, for information security in your company, and for the infrastructure? Any people? It looks like there are more IS, and the rest are developers. Please wave a hand. Hooray! Okay, let's go. Myth number one: Russian virtualization is just a wrapper over open source. Works poorly, slowly, a real shame. Let's try and dispel this myth or get it confirmed. I talk a lot with customers, and they ask us what to use to replace the leader that we've had in our infrastructures, a VMware that is deeply entrenched in everyone's infrastructure. And we ask, what are you really using in VMware? Here's the requirements document, and there's this requirement document with 100 lines of small type. But when you start talking with customers in more detail, the story becomes much simpler. Everybody wants to have a centralized management console so that we could just manage our infrastructure, so that we should have GUI, so that we could connect the networks, repositories, and also have some APIs so that people could use it as well. Another thing that people are expecting of the virtualization platform is so that our workloads could move between servers without downtime. It's vMotion, storage vMotion, so that our systems should work all the time, regardless of where they are located. And most importantly, there are smaller customers and bigger customers. There are always features for more advanced people. Sometimes the joke goes that you need some folders for VMs, but actually there are quite a lot of other tasks. You can talk about network virtualization, storage virtualization. Let's see how it looks. in actual point, the important point of this whole story is that our virtualization platform needs to be just up and running. Why so? Because VMware is just reliable. So what does the market show us? We've been doing this for 3 years now, implementing these infrastructures with our customers, and I'll share our experience with you. So let's take a look. Let's first align what we're going to align about. So if it's open source, then you're welcome. Nobody carries responsibility. But we're talking about Russian products, and I'll play the role of Captain Obvious. So what does the Russian product have? Vendor, they're charging money, selling it, and when they're getting the money, they're investing in the product, they're writing documentation, and provide technical support. So they do everything that turns even an open source product into some kind of a product. And what do we encounter in real life? With there being huge problems in terms of security, that is the problem that result from the products being untested. So here, I'd like to have it confirmed from you. How many such products do you believe there are in the market? Okay, let's guess. Who believes that there are 10 of them? Let's build it up. 20. Okay, I'm not going to torture you, but if we open the Ministry of Digital Development Registry of Russian Products, 70 plus items. There were 48 last time I checked. Had I been a kid in the Disneyland, I would have been pleasantly surprised, to put it this way. Let's see what we can choose from. First story: open source versus non-open source. As a hypervisor, they use KVM. It's some hypervisor, Russian, non-Russian, open source, but it's Linux. Chemo KVM. Nobody knows anything about it. And then we are trying to draft the lanes to describe what is available in reality. We studied all that in our labs. And we have proof for that. So what do we have? These lanes are shown here not in terms of importance. I will just share with you what interrupts with what, and you can think about this. So the story goes not in terms of importance. Viet is an open source product that has been long committed in GitHub, and by 2022 we saw that to become quite a mature solution, and you could just use it. It's a simple server virtualization, what is a centralized management point, a graphical user interface, and you can make all functional actions regarding network management from this GUI. The vendors are shown here. I'm not going to talk about them, but if you open a Viet console, and they'll look very much like the other. And then we start finding out who's investing more, who's implementing additional features, who has some additional virtualization platform. Okay, next line, Nebula. Some vendors, when we came up with the question of what can we replace VMware with, and they said, here we are, here you are, these are the products. And then they didn't have a lot under the hood. And there are things that were turning into vSphere in some kind of a private cloud. So there wasn't anything about serialized automation. It can't replace your system of centralized management. And as an administrator, you'll just be having a hard time. And when guys started using Nebula-based products in 2022, they broke their teeth, so to speak. So it appeared that it didn't fit as a replacement for VMware. Proximus next. I love it, but it's for small infrastructure. I think everybody brought up a lab, was looking for a solution how to run a lot of machines at the same server, and so Proxmax is at top. There are only 2 vendors there, which means that the expertise to support and develop the product is not accumulated, and the market is low. You won't be able to find hundreds or thousands of virtualization nodes on Proxmax. So it's a niche story. It's for small organizations like 5 to 10 physical hosts to start virtual machines. Going on, OpenStack. The guys here have been talking about it. They have whole workbenches on OpenStack, but OpenStack is about really big virtualization platforms. Top banks have been building infrastructures on OpenStack, other people. So if you want something simple to be able to assemble it on OpenStack, you have serious technical competency, because under the hood, OpenStack has dozens of open source products that you need to be able to make work together with, and and the updating procedure of OpenStack leads to a situation that you build the same twin of this platform next to it and try to figure out how to do it in production. Going forward, Virtuoso. It's a commercial product. Some time ago, Russian companies were starting with it. The roads parted ways, but nevertheless, the story remained. The history of these products is such that these products are built as a Russian hyper-convergent platform. So what I'm talking about, everybody believes that there are servers and there's a data network, and it all works. Hyper-convergent is about physical servers with disk, and then that's it. Then you put the software level, you build software-defined storage. So trying to build a Russian hyper-convergent product is like such an analog to this kind. Are there such vendors? Well, on the whole, it's usable, but I haven't seen large installation. And the last one, there are companies who build their own centralized management systems. So something similar to a VM vCenter that turns several servers into a pooled set of resources. These guys are doing their own job. They are trying to build their own, something of their own, which means they understand things under the hood. But in fact, in actual fact, it turns out, well, they're not VMware. You have to write a lot. The teams are small, and it takes a lot of time to release features. So what would I like to say? There are also another 5% of the market when it's not about KVN, it's about Zen. When somebody uses Hive, for instance, but actually these are niche products that haven't found traction with our customers. As a result, the myth, open source or not open source. In actual fact, there are products based on open source, and it's not a good or bad, because if it's a mature open source product, you can take it and use it in your own infrastructure, getting support. But there are also vendor-based products, and that's cool, because there are a lot of solutions. I would say that we don't have a technology leader that VMware used to be. So each of the products I mentioned has its own peculiarities, and my message here is that you have to make a technology-based choice. So technology-based, it's not yet VMware. But this said, by the summer of 2025, we've already got a circle of leaders that is starting to win prize winners' places by the number of installations. So there is a choice. What's important, we all got used to the fact that it has to work. So ask your colleagues who already launched those, deployed them, ask them what really they have under the hood, which problems they can solve. And let's now switch to the security. Let's talk about security. There's a myth that the security of the virtual infrastructure is something you don't really need. It's enough to protect physical servers. Let's find out why and how you need to protect your virtual infrastructure. There are 4 compliance areas with requirements for the protection of virtualization and regulation. Stack 2021, ZKF Order 95. So there are these documents listed in the slide. And each regulation defines its own rules of compliance verification. In FZ 184, we consider 2 forms of compliance. First, the tests, acceptance testing of the system that uses our security tools. But here we're running into risk that something can go wrong, which can lead to the results not being accepted by the regulator. Why so? The whole procedure of running such tests is poorly regulated. Here you can use vendor recommendation, for instance, shorten the technical requirements. In our experience, this approach is not used broadly, so we're not going to discuss it. So we're going to use the second approach, that's mandatory certification, the certification of the solution as a whole in FStack. And as an output, we can implement technical measurement related to the virtual infrastructure in 2 ways. Either with a certified virtualization environment or non-certified virtualization environments with overarching infrastructure security means. All these measures are there to cover real threats. And this slide shows real-life threats that can be relevant for you if your infrastructure uses virtualization technologies. These threats are telling us that unauthorized access may happen, or there are errors in the operation of the security mechanisms in the virtual infrastructure. To mitigate virtual threats, apart from virtualization security measures, third-party security tools must be used, such as tools that protect you from unauthorized usage, integrity. In fact, when I drew up this schematic, it reminded me this picture, but we're not going to scare you further. One thing we would like to mention that the virtualization security tools take the biggest part in the mitigation of these threats. Here, we have reflected those measures that are expected of the chosen solution to protect virtualization, and as opposed to the FStack decree, the GOST standard doesn't describe measures that you need to take. You just need to reach a quantitative number, 8% of the standard, to achieve that. The main difference between the FStack decree and the GOST standard is that the FStack document is written very concisely, and there are not too many details, whereas the GOST standard is much more detailed. You know what? I don't understand these letters, but what's the difference between these documents in real life? Yeah, of course. The FStack decree has access management requirements, integrity control through segmentation, and virtual machine migration. In the GOST, we have such domains as event notification related to virtualized infrastructure and execution control. What does it mean? That there are tools to control the execution within the perimeter. And also, in the GOST standard, there are quite a lot of measures envisaged that are focused on VDI as opposed to the FStack decree. As part of import substitution, one, we're seeing a lot of virtualization platforms, and they can be split in three groups. First, basic virtualization on a secured operating system. Basically, we recommend using these solutions in small installations, because in the case where one needs to run attestation or certification, one can get into a problem because the operating system itself or some additional clustering management system will stay outside. The second category is about secured virtualization platforms. These are virtualization platforms that include management tools, and they're run by the customer. And the third point, the same thing, but in the private cloud. It's important that we are not considering public clouds. We have STEC 239, 233 decree that says that remote access can only be provided to STEC employees. So public solutions provided from public clouds are not applicable. As to overlaying certified security measures, we have two solutions, one from vGate and the other one from Davis-Log. And frankly, the more certified virtualization tools appear in the market, the more often customers choose them. They believe that they can save them budgets, place in the racks, and be easier in administering. And in fact, it makes sense. But in real life, we see that there's a certain risk. You have to pay more for the security of this approach. In one of the projects, we encountered a decision to customer to use certified virtualization environments for different purposes. And that was my first experience working with certified virtualization environments. But I already had experience working with overlaying certified security tools of the virtual infrastructure behind the back. And I thought there wouldn't be any problems. So based on my previous experience, I would find all information, public sources, how these virtualization security measures implement this. But I didn't find this information, so I went further. I decided to consult with vendors. Because, again, based on the previous experience, I was sure that vendors of certified solutions surely know everything about compliance. And it turned out that I got more questions from them than I asked them. So basically, what they were interested in was how to correctly present these measures, what that means. That was a loss of losses. That was a complete shock for me. So the vendors of certified tools, firstly, had not had knowledge of the compliance process, but my schedule was, on fire, and we managed to find out ourselves which functionality these solutions had. So we went further. We decided to compare the approaches between certified and certified virtualization environments and overlaid certified security tools. The results are presented in the slide. Actually, the difference is not sizable, a few percentage points. And it turned out that certified virtualization environments are quite good. But what to do about the measures that they cannot yet cover? We either have to cover them using third-party tools or bypass them. For instance, we use third-party two-factor authentication system. These are additional security tools in addition to those that we need to protect virtualization. And in essence, this approach, using a certified virtualization environment and a third-party solution, comes more expensive than if you just use overlaid certified tools that include this functionality. Okay, let the certified virtualization environments lag behind as yet, but in our opinion, they're also less user-friendly really in terms of management, administration. Dmitry and I, as people from different departments, information security and IT, have a problem of dividing responsibility for such platforms. And we're asking a question, how our customers will be able to split the responsibility areas in their case, because the virtualization platform is IT and security under the hood is already information security. And here I'd like to say, dear customers, don't hurry to get a integrated solution. Maybe in your case, it's still better to stay with overlaying security tools. Maybe the time is not yet right for integrated solutions. And now let's move to myth number 3. Certified virtualization is the magic pill that will solve all your problems with security and will be working in a stable way. In fact, I hear different opinions about that from both IT and IS. So what, Dmitry, do you, as an infrastructure person, think about that? What do you think about that as an infrastructure person? The story is quite simple. We come from different worlds. IT and IS, we try to find common ground. I understand that the virtualization platforms certified by STEC are growing in number from year to year, and it looks like it's convenient. Like for a product that's been certified, you can use it, you can go. But for me, as an infrastructure professional, what seems uncomfortable, what I don't like. So you're a large company, you've bought some certified virtualization platform, and this certified version has been given to you on media, documentation, another media, and installing this virtualization becomes up to you. And it lies in IT. It's a hard problem. So you just have to go through many steps so that the final end administration should find the distribution sets to install the system. What next? A long release cycle of new platforms covering virtualization. So the message was, all virtualization platforms have some drawbacks. Some have serious drawbacks, others not that serious, but nevertheless, it's important to get updates to these new platforms, to the new versions, because they can bring in some radically new functionality that will make our life better and easier. Or, as in the example, the vendor has added a system that could make the platform disaster tolerant. So, like for instance, to be rolled out onto geographically spread data centers. So, if it's a certified STEC version, I will be waiting for the certified version for a much longer time than if not. Also, you can't read the documentation sometimes because it's easier to find the regular version in the internet, but for the certified version, you need to have this magic flash drive somewhere stored in a lock room. So on the whole, I would rather confirm that this is not the best, the most convenient way. The reality is such. What about yourself? Well, Dmitry, my understanding is the same. As I said earlier, that the security functionality in the certified virtualization platform is still lagging behind. And indeed, the cycle is very long. The update cycle is very long. From half a year. We have formulas which has hash sums. You get a new version, the hash sum will change, that will disable the STEC permissions, and then a lot of time will pass until the control is passed. Of course, dependence will be lower if we use a usual virtualization platform with overlaying security tools. The only thing that you'll have to worry about would be that the updated version should be supported by the overlaying security version. And and hardening. Here you can use a way to improve the practical security, so that these recommendations you could gradually put on top of your infrastructure. So what comes as a result? Let's draw the result. We used to have 3 myths, and it seems that myth number 1 showed us that a lot of new vendors are using open source under the hood. People say it's bad, but it's a given. If we're talking about a modern microservices infrastructure, it's pure open source. Russian vendors all have some drawbacks, and you really have to test Russian products for their applicability to you. Create long lists, short lists, make priorities. But they said test them in your environment. What else can I add? The leaders of all these new solutions, the circle of leaders among all these solutions have already taken a shape. You could take a look at the revenue numbers, references, and ask the customers how it really works. And my final view as an IT person is that the presence of STEC certification for a specific virtualization platform is not going to solve all your problems. And my opinion as an IS person is that STEC will increase the problems. Also, you have to check your approach. Use the certified ways and pay attention at what exactly the solution that you have has been targeted. Question number 3. Is the virtualization environment that you're already using supported by the solution that you're considering? And also, if the solution can protect several virtualization platforms at the same time, if you have this situation, work through the question of working with the integrator. Well, the interoperation will be supported.
Решения, преднастроенные шаблоны политик безопасности. Это очень сильно упрощает процесс администрирования. И последнее,
This simplifies the administration process, and the last is the possibility to backing up components of security tools. Would it be like hot backing up, or if you any kind of fail-proof mechanism? This is can be secured by the architecture. What I want to say that definitely we have tons of content. We are doing a lot of technical meetups and conferences, and publish all the recordings of the conferences in the InfoSystem chat. Watch the video. In terms of the InfoSec, we have like tons and tons of materials. I want to say thank you. Thank you for being part of it. That's it for today. Thank you very much. Maybe this is not it. Maybe you will receive some questions right now. Yeah, and also vote for our presentation. My question is about backup. How do we isolate backup copies? If you're making backup copies by virtualization, I mean doing snapshots, then in fact this whole network is in one protected segment, in one VLAN, where we take snapshots from the virtualization environment. But if it's like a more of terabyte of the virtual, then it's recommended to do it from the operational. Then we install the agent into the operationals, and then the agent is in the same segment, and this would not be reliable. Do you have any solutions, like in maybe some virtualization environment that you can do there with a snapshot backup of the big virtual machines? And secondly, we were speaking a lot about encryptions and crypto. What do you mean by cryptography? Only backup or something else? Thank you. Backup cryptography or something else? In terms of the backup systems, they've been dedicated, like you said, like 2 terabyte. This would be probably limitations of the Russian systems of the backup. I've heard about that. I mean, no agent kind of mode. And in this case, I'm not like a super professional about the systems of backup systems, but when we build the VMware and with backups, it would be possible to dedicate backup copies and hand them over to a separate network. Then you get like a virtual the second interface, and we would pass on virtual copies on the dedicated network, isolated, you name it. I think there was a solution, like how it is done right now, I do not know. Igor was presenting recently, the chief guy on the reserved copies. Maybe he would be able to provide the answer. But Igor probably left his contact in his presentation, so you can look them up. You can check his recording and ask him this question. Unfortunately, Igor is on the fast track, and the topic with backup is quite a painful one. So if you have any questions about reserve copying, please find his contacts and ask the question. I think this is something we can resolve. When it comes to encryption, yes, Olga, can you add anything about encryption? Probably not. Like, what do we encrypt? Disks or network? Well, on the slide, there was the word cryptography. Also with your colleagues. There was like a means of cryptographic protection. What did you mean by those cryptography means? It was about channels of communication cryptography, and this is basically installed on the edge of the perimeter of the organization. This is not about virtualization. Now this would be additional security tool. But not about virtuals and SKT. No. Yeah, it's like I guess like a transit solution. Dear colleagues, any other questions? If you have them. Well, then I remember we've had one question. And again, we want to give out the book to the best questions. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your attention. Let's give a round of applause and see. Can I say this or not? But it looks like we have like a pinnacle of virtualization. This would be clouds. And how to build the cloud management and control, as well as isolation of your clouds. This will be the theme of the presentation of Alex. Alex, please, over to you. Microphone is yours.
Всем привет. Меня зовут Александр Лугов.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexander Lukov. I work in K2 Cloud since the year 2021. I'm a chief engineer in information security.
Когда Cloud, ранее мы назывались крок-облачные сервисы.
So K2 Clouds, we called ourselves the cloud services when we work in B2B segment, providing services to meet and size a big business. For cloud platforms. We have been developing the platform since 2009, and the core of it is Hypervisor KVM, along with QEMU emulation mechanism. Today, I will cover why resource isolation in clouds is so important. What are the risks when you violate this isolation? And we'll talk about mechanisms which implement VM's isolation, the rights of access and the storages. Also, a little bit about delineation of responsibility, what cloud provider is responsible as opposite to the user, and also give several recommendations about how to make sure that your cloud would be safe. Well, today we are going to go to this great voyage with a bit. It's a little guy who wants to live in the cloud, and the goal of this travel will be to go through all the key isolation mechanisms so that this bit guy would understand it. Is everything right? You can trust the most sensitive data to your cloud. But before this bit guy is going to move into the cloud, he has to understand that even the most protected infrastructure may have some vulnerabilities. And then you appreciate not not only the importance of isolation, but you need to know where it would be crucial to do this, and what are the typical risks if we violate principles of isolation. Lately, we've heard attack like Meltdown and Spectre. They're using the Cyber channel and backing up the cache and instructions to be able to go beyond the memory isolation and to get access to others' members. Then break out attacks when the attacker is trying to get from the beyond of the virtual machine to be able to get access to the host or other virtual machines. Anyway, the absolute majority of the incidents with the data leaks in the clouds happens not due to some complex attacks, but due to just common mistakes of configuration by the users. In part, the rules of the firewall are anonymous buckets and super administrator rights violated. Also, we can identify another type of risk is very noisy neighbors, where the work of one virtual machine can have a negative impact on other virtual machines. For instance, if there is a DDoS attack on one machine, the platform should kind of isolate other machines from that. All these risks are combined, but if isolation is not enough, then this is a systemic risk. And if between the VMs and the networks and storages will not be clear barriers, then attack on one system can be spilled over to different subsystems. So resource isolation is not just additional measure of security. Reliable isolation is a foundation of security, and this is why the bit guy can be sure that if something is going to happen next to him, his data will still be safe and sound. So the travel of the bit guy happens when the user or an organization decides to move their data into a cloud. It could seem simple. We choose the image of the OS, we need resources, and push a button, create a virtual machine. But frankly, this seeming simplicity hides a very complex mechanism which sets the set of hardware into automated infrastructure. Just imagine that all the virtual machines in the cloud are like separate apartments in a big multi-family building. So layout would be the image, the number of kernels, operational memory, and also the cloud platforms is basically choosing a physical server and for this little robot, it's like a new empty space, and this is the first isolation. The virtual machine works in its own space. But if there are many virtual machines operational, it's critically important to isolate their resources. And here, Hypervisor KVM is playing its role, which is the module of the Linux kernel. And through the Hypervisor, the virtual machines address to physical resources of the server, for example, processor, operational memory, and input-output devices. And Hypervisor builds very reliable barriers between them and supervises resource allocation. But the magic happens not on the level of software, but on the level of hardware. In processors, specifically. Modern processors support a technology of hardware virtualization. For example, in Intel, there are VTX, and this technology ensures that instruction of one VM would be executed and isolated from the other VM. And also EPT, this technology ensures that the virtual machines will be able to read physical memory pages which have been dedicated. So Hypervisor of KVM, with using hardware virtualization, not only controls resource allocation, but also consumption, but builds reliable barriers. Just a second, when I take my water. Just had my mouth. dry. Moving on.
Гипервизор с учетом аппаратной виртуализации — это здорово.
Hypervisor with a hardware virtualization sounds great, but for comfortable existence of the little robot, that's not enough. It's important for the host operation system, controlling resources for virtual machines and distributes those resources between them. At this stage, we're going to look at how Linux operational system supervises resource consumption by processor, operational memory, subsystem disks between different virtual machines. Begin with the process. When a user creates a virtual machine, they set a certain number of virtual kernels, vCPU. A number of vCPU means like how many operations in parallel a virtual machine can perform. A limit of vCPU would be the upper threshold of how many resources a processor can consume. But what if a virtual machine is just one virtual kernel and it's loaded 100%? Then the platform has to make sure that it would not consume more resources than it would be allowed for the whole physical kernel. There's a cdrops mechanism, and this mechanism enables you to set limits for consumptions of processor time by the processor. In reality, that we use soft and harsh limit. The soft ones for the flexible control of resource consumption, and the hard limits for micro instances that they would not take more resources than allowed. Now, operational memory. With launching a virtual machine via QEMU emulation, we reserve a certain volume of operational memory for the VMware, for example, 8 GB. And hypervisor KVM is responsible for the borders with hardware virtualization into huge pages tables. We'll use another technology, mostly for performance. It's a huge pages. This technology, huge pages, dedicates certain memory on a server and creates big memory pages. It is in this field that we place operational memory for VMs, and they can address faster to the server memory. But using this stack enables us to do yet another layer of isolation, which isolates the memory for virtual machine from the memory under the host needs itself, because it uses just a regular small memory pages. When in a cloud, we create a disk. Depending on its type and specs, we assign a limit of performance, for example, 500 IOPS. That means that such a disk cannot do more than 500 operations of reading and writing a second. If it tries to overstep the limit, then there's a bit in QEMU, a throttle filter. It stops the requests of the bit, puts them in sequence, and doses them so that limits would not be overstepped. But thanks to this mechanism, bit can be sure that his disks are going to work with expected performance, but the neighbors will not affect this performance. Next, bit robot is moving along the network, but as any self-respecting digital citizen, he wants his traffic to be confidential and immutable. So we use very strong program of the SDN tool, and on the basis of the OpenVSH OVS, OVN and OVS. When we use SDN, we are not making physical links, we're not do the manual setup for the hardware. SDN automatically applies all right configurations on a hypervisor and begins to connect in virtual machine to the network, and all the way until setting the rules of firewall restriction. When the bit robot traveling from one VM to the other VM, his packages are being encapsulated and sent on along the network to the other hypervisor with the nginf protocol, in the tunnel of which there is but I'll share about that a bit later. When the Beat robot begins to pass on data within its logical network, first of all, he ends up on the logical switch port, basically. And in the port of this virtual switch, there's a virtual interface is connected, and OVN applies rules of network ACL, and it's tracing communications. For tracing communications, we are using built-in Interlink's contract mechanism. And due to this set of technologies and at the logical router, we use the service of the group of safety. This is the firewall, and in a stateful mode, it's the final end used by the client. When the users begin to pass on, or Beat begins to pass on data into other subnet or beyond the cloud, it's end up on the logical router. And in the port of this logical router, we've connected the port of logical router. And this OVN also overlaps the ACL or rules of filtration. But in this case, it works on the stateless mode. And at this level, these mechanisms implement service called network ACL used by the users for traffic filtration on the level of subnets. When the traffic goes beyond the cloud, it goes through NAT, all the outbound traffic use source node and destination NAT, but only when the virtual machine definitely assigned public IP address. It helps to obfuscate bit addresses. Let's see additional some mechanisms or key mechanisms of security and control. First of them is port security. It's a mechanism built into OVN, which creates rigid limits for permissible MAC and IP addresses in the network interface. That means if a VM virtual machine will decide to change its IP address and pass on data, this data will be rolled back onto a virtual switch port. So this is the defense of the outgoing spoofing attacks. The next would be source dest check, another control mechanism setting the harsh limitations that all the packages going through the network interface, they gotta be either addressed or have to be generated by it. In practice, virtual machine cannot work in the mode of like router or proxy. This mechanism is working by default for all interfaces, and if the user needs a virtual machine to work as a proxy, they have to switch off this mechanism in the interface of their platform. Next, I will consider important mechanism, virtual network identifier. And this is this identifier in the GNIF tunnels, and also because of that, Beat robot can be assured that its virtual network are going to be isolated on a logical level from the virtual network of all other users and will not be mixed up even when passing along the one or the same physical network. Every proactive journey, the Beat robot has to stay for taking a rest and taking a nap, and he has a right to choose. In the cloud, there are two type of storage, block and object storage. Block storage used within the virtual machine, and the object storage is used for storing archived data, blocks, and backup copies, for which it's critically important to be reliable and to be scalable. For both types of storage, we use the program-defined storage, or SDS. SDS is responsible not only for dedicating a certain number of disk space, but also responsible for the good isolation of bit data from the other users' data. Let's see the block storage. When in SDS a disk is created, we set a certain volume. This volume becomes available within the virtual machine of the RBit character, but physical blocks are filled only as much as bits would be writing data. After creating a disk, he, using special drivers, is connected to hypervisor, where bit plans to launch a virtual machine. And later, the cloud servers with a special protocol of QMP management address the process and say, can you connect this virtual disk to your virtual machine? And after which the bit guy inside of his virtual machine can see this disk as just a regular block device like DevEDA. If the bit does not have to work with active work with DX, they can find the object storage. In object storage, all files are stored in buckets, like folders, but without inserted structure. And addressing the buckets happens by the access key and secret key. All inquiries are signed up and double-checked. The access control is two-level. IAM politics, they decide who and has access to what. And bucket policies, they define what can be executed with this bucket, what can be done with a specific object in the bucket, and from which IP addresses. And also you can use additional mechanism of protection, object lock. This mechanism, in a very tight regime, can forbid data deletion from the bucket until a certain time is expired, even to the owner. Even owner cannot do that. And also server-side encryption, which is encryption on the side of the server, meaning that when writing into a bucket, the files are going to be encrypted, and when read, they'll be decrypted. So it helps us to contain the risk if the storage will be compromised. When we need to delete something in the cloud, in the object storage, RGB. Before deletion, the file is placed in a special basket and not accessible to the user. And then there is a certain trash collector is being launched, which is deleting fragments of this file from the physical nodes of storage. In the block storage, when deleting a file, its area is placed as released, and if somebody will try to read it, then always it will be getting just zeros. So even if it'll try to read it, then it won't be able to restore any data. It is happening due to the lack of mapping in the SAP RDB for these data in released kind of areas or space. Now, having considered all these mechanisms, the Bit robot understood that throughout his life cycle from creation to deletion, his data are safe. And so the Bit robot got to his virtual machine. He traveled along the virtual network, he placed his stuff in a storage, but then he thought about who can come to his house, who can knock on his door, and who can come without even knocking. We can answer this question having one of the most important services, IAM, or Identification and Access Management. This service is not just a list of users. It double-checks the user, identifies whether it's legitimate, and it's a right of access. All of this happening under the certification and roles. Like, no, let me try, or let me just see. No, this is not going to pass. So when somebody is addressing the cloud, firstly, it meant by the authentication service. It double-checks like who is addressing, and also double-check that this is really, or basically, its identity. This service would make the forge impossible because it knows who owns what keys. It uses session keys to the users and signed up all the inquiries. Double-checks them to exclude compromise, and the secrets are safe with this system. After this identification and authentication have been passed, authorization verification kicks in. So it is critically important to keep the rights and principles of the least privileged rights. A cloud platform provides a role-based model like roles and policies. It's important for the users to be able to fine-tune them for themselves, and in such a way that the system admin would be able to build and delete virtual machines, or a network engineer to manage DNS and backup agent do only backup copies, and an InfoSec guy to manage users only. No using of credentials by super administrator. And for reliable access, it's good to use multi-factor authentication when we're using several independent factors for entry. Number one, for example, what we know, login and password, and secondly, what we have, for instance, one-time code. And because of that, even if the password is going to be leaked, probably attackers won't be able to use it, and in this way, the security of access is going up by leaps and bounds, which is important for admin privileges especially. And sometimes you want to manage users in a centralized way, especially in big companies and organizations. So Kata Cloud has integration with external providers of certificates. That means that users will be able to authorize in the cloud with their corporate credentials. Oftentimes, the external providers would be Active Directory of Katelog. So having used people to this Active Directory, they'll have the access rights in the cloud, and vice versa. If you delete them from the group, they will lose this access from the cloud. Having studied all of these mechanisms, the Beat robot understood that a cloud will let only those who got permission to do so. So the Beat robot has learned what the cloud is about. He knows that the technical protection tools are operational, but then he thought, is it true that that security is ensured by the cloud provider himself? Because if the user will leave the door open, then no protection devices and tools will be efficient. Thinking about that, he began to deliberate what cloud provider is responsible for, unlike the users. And we can get answer with the typical metrics of the responsibilities delineation. If you take this matrix and project it to what we've just discussed, then we will get the following option. Delineation of responsibility. Cloud provider responsible for physical protection of data centers, 24/7 video surveillance, security, non-stop feeding, cooling, power, and the good hardware, including the virtual or hardware virtualization, microcode, and the firmware upgrade, and for the safe hypervisor and tools of virtualization, that they are developing network barriers which are implemented by the cloud platform. It should be operational, and should be operational in a reliable mode. I mean, all firewalls should filter the traffic, and the bits should not be mixed up. The storage should be safe and also to be deleted in a safe way. It is also important for the provider to comply with the best practices or national or international security standards. Now, what is happening within the zone of responsibility of the user? They are responsible for how they will be using what cloud platform provides and for their own resources, meaning that users have to turn on multi-factor MFA, that the platform provides, to set access role model for their own needs. And OS and applications working within the virtual machines should not have known vulnerabilities. They should be upgraded. And also users have to control rights of the firewalling. There shouldn't be like all extra ports open and the backup copying of the data restoration, making sure that these are working backups also should be within the scope of the users. And also using the other services also should be within the user's responsibility.
So, the cloud provider is building the cloud platform and provides for its security, and the user is taking care of the security of the system that it hosts there. And only the joint work of these two sides provides a safe environment for BIT, so that they shouldn't worry about attacks or leaks. In order to improve the security and safety of BIT's home, certain steps can be made. The cloud platform can mandatorily enable multi-factor authentication for all users. As I mentioned, it's very important to observe the least privilege principle, so that the user shouldn't be using standard roles offered by the cloud platform. It's important they adapt them for their needs. For the automatic control of configuration, the user can use the Cloud API together with both their own scripts and some automation tools. It's important that the user should regularly verify the infrastructure for vulnerabilities, because vulnerabilities are potential holes through which the bad guy can get into BIT's home. Also, the cloud platform offers a lot of useful services, such as monitoring, action log, backup. It's important that the user should use them, and use them with quality. So the user and BIT have taken care of the security and safety of BIT's home. But they may have a question: is the cloud provider caring about their security or its security as well as them? BIT can't enter the internal systems of the cloud platform, but it can try and assess the maturity level. For this, they can check which national or international standards the cloud platform is certified to. One can take a look at the classic standards such as ISO 21013, but I would rather suggest that you check such technical standards of like GOST 57580, PCI DSS, ISO 27000, or Federal Law 152. These documents offer hundreds of requirements, just as GOST standards sets more than 400 requirements. It's important for BIT that the cloud platform should not just comply with this audit, because security is a variable for business. It's important that it shouldn't just be observed once. It should be a process. To check that, BIT can see when was the last time that the cloud platform has passed the audit. It should be mentioned in documents. Also, they can assess the openness of the provider, where they publish data on their website or they publish on request, what they're saying in general, how they behave in personal contact when questions like that are being asked. I've already mentioned these things in my paper on Harbor, to which we have the link here, and those of you who are interested can try and read it. So now BIT can believe that they're home. They know that there are lots of reliable technology tools that isolate their data at the level of virtual networks and storage. They know that security is something that works both ways, and so the platform is responsible for their part, and they are responsible for theirs. They trust the cloud. They know that it will cope with their requirements. Most importantly, they're happy and calm. Thank you for your attention. I'm hoping I've shared something of interest to you and useful as well. I'm prepared for questions. Okay, then. Thank you very much, Alexander. Yeah, we got some questions. So this book will be for the best question. I saw that the user responsibility includes protection from DDoS attacks. It's a well-known fact that DDoS attacks are installed on the provider side, whereas to drop the user, to drop the DDoS traffic at the user PC is not going to work. It won't help the canals. Maybe that was just a typo. And what the user in principle can do about DDoS. So Megaphone and Rostelecom tries to give some statistic, but it's the SOC who are responsible for DDoS. What's your take? It's a good question. Well, actually, the responsibility matrices, most of these responsibility divisions work quite often as a joint activity. The cloud provider, so what fits within their responsibility, they must protect those public resources that they're offering to the user. For instance, the cloud platform management console, API endpoints, or any other public resources. It's up to them to protect them, because DDoS attack at them will affect all users. It's fully their responsibility. If the attack is targeted at the user's VM, protecting from it is the user responsibility. So the attack kills the provider link and what? So there's a terrible bit of traffic coming in, I drop it. So it's a question to the architecture of the cloud platform as such. The cloud platform has tools to mitigate this impact. How does it look? For instance, user one says, I don't want to pay my money for DDoS protection. So if they want to DDoS me, okay, I won't be doing anything. And if nothing is done, then indeed this can affect other users. There are different mechanisms that will disable the channel, and the DDoS attack will not affect other users. Another situation is where the user says, I'm interested in DDoS protection. There can be different variants. There could be a third party, like a SAHAS device, or even a hardware solution. If it's a SaaS in the cloud platform, this indeed will be joint responsibility, so that the cloud provider should guarantee this protection. But if it's a third-party solution, then that would be the responsibility of the end user and the third-party provider. So it may happen quite often in SaaS, but if the user has a dedicated IP address, it's clear that that would be a special case. But as a rule, they attack the whole networks, and the attack goes for the provider as a whole. Well, actually, from our experience, quite often, more often than not, the attack happen targeted at a specific IP address. Like, for instance, in the beginning of this year, they were attacking everyone, and in that case, of course, we took it up ourselves. We enabled protection for all the thousands of addresses. Well, in our case, they usually take all the autonomous connection and attack them as a whole. And with a large volume, channels of quite large operators are being affected. Well, you're right. In our case, the typical cases are usually different. Okay, there was another question. Can you please pass the microphone to that person? And I see other question as well. My question is about the reliability of Ceph and the RBD solution, replacing the classic scheme with storage and so on. If we're talking about Ceph, as I understand, we're talking about the system spread over multiple nodes. How realistic it is that it will really spread, really go down. Can it be recommended for a serious enterprise customer as a replacement for a storage system? As far as I know, Ceph is used broadly around the world. But I mean, can it just disassemble because of some network problems? As far as I know, it wasn't only Ceph, especially earlier.
Его надо уметь готовить. То есть нужны просто больше требований.
The key answer is that you, as in that joke, you just need to know how to cook it.
Какие-то решения, они в чем-то
some commercial solutions may be simpler and more reliable. Ceph, I mean, the free Ceph and paid Ceph, it requires more competencies. So I think it's more about that. So if you set it up correctly, it won't. Well, we work on it, and we're not alone. We work on it, and we're far from being alone. It's quite a viable solution. So you can give up on data storage systems. And, well, I can't, be that specific. On the whole, that may depend on the specificity of a specific environment. Maybe storage servers could be more applicable to some situations. But it looks here that the server gets direct access to the physical disk without this long channel. The interfaces, the links, then this storage rack. Well, by the way, no, I think we don't no longer use Ceph for that. So there's a new type of storage. Well, if you are interested in deep technical details, there are my colleagues in the room who know Ceph and the technology very well, and you can talk to them. Okay, we're posting this question offline, and another colleague had a question. Can you please bring the microphone? So it's CB, Sergey Antikov. Two questions. You ran an audit of the system to GOST. Weren't you thinking of running a fully fledged certification to comply with Stack 21? Well, we have certification to Stack 21. We have certification to comply with GOST over 871. Recently, we ran it for the second time. Last year, we had 9.2 for the first level of security, and today 0.94. With SCISS, we have been running certification for many years now. So it's done through an independent accreditation party. We always run all certifications on the top level of security because our users are major businesses and they have major security requests. They need to comply with the top requirements. In terms of division of responsibilities between the user and providers, antivirus, is my understanding correct that the user install it on virtual machines and on servers you have it yourself? Yes, of course. All such measures in all these standards are passed separately by the provider and the user. As part of the certification or compliance verification process, they also need to use antiviruses and some IPS and firewalls. So the exclusion is that normally the provider publishes on their website a matrix of responsibility division specifically for these things, for personal data, separately for GOST 7800, where measures are listed explicitly, and it is indicated which measures are the responsibility of the user or the provider. So the user don't need to do anything. So they show this matrix to the auditor, and the auditor says, okay, it's not applicable to you. And it's all mentioned in the assessor's note report. Yes, it's a matrix of responsibility division for each of such audits. We are publishing them on our website. Thank you very much. So thank you all. Alexander, thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. That was an exciting presentation. I was listening and thought that if you turn it a little bit more human, you could read it to all school children. Well, I was trying to make it human. Okay, whom do you award the question? I think the last question is a good fit. So it's up to you. It's up to you. Look, and I have a question to you. Let's imagine the bit that Sasha was talking to us about went to a fitness club. Can we imagine that? So Bitness goes to this gym, and where does it go there in the first place? Yes, in the dressing room, where there are lots of different lockers, right? So you've been to gyms. This is the way it usually looks. Well, in actual fact, some of these lockers use one bit. One bit is using one of these lockers, another bit is using another locker. And these lockers, once we're talking about cloud virtualization, remind me of containers and how bits can find a way among these containers. Alexei is going to explain. Over to you. Hi, everyone. The subject of my presentation is the protection of multi-tenant Kubernetes clusters in network isolation. I'll briefly talk about myself. I deal with security of operating system and Linux for many years. I'm now responsible for Kubernetes security in Alpha Bank, and I'll be talking about the intersection of these subject areas. The presentation will consist of three parts. In part one, I will briefly consider network specificity of Kubernetes clusters, recommendations to secure them. In the second part, we'll take a multi-tenant Kubernetes cluster, complying with the security requirements, and I'll show you how in this situation one can bypass a network isolation. And in the third part, we'll consider security measures that can be taken to bypass the attack vector and talk about the experience that Alpha Bank has regarding these protection measures. Brief introduction. I am not going to dwell too long on the Kubernetes peculiarity because a lot of it has been talked about in previous presentations. What do we need to know? Kubernetes is a container orchestrator. It contains of two parts, control plane and workers node. The control plane controls the cluster, and we're not really interested in that as part of this presentation, so I'm not going to go into details. We're much more interested in the second part, worker nodes. Worker nodes are virtual machines where containers run. In my presentation, I will use the terms containers and pods From the network point of view, we need to understand there are two networks in the cluster. The first one is shown in blue, and it provides for the connectivity between worker nodes and the control plane. The other one, which is blue, is the virtual network, providing communication between containers. When we say Kubernetes, we normally talking about two different things. It's either a cluster that contains systems with different commands or with different teams, or clusters related to distance one teams, the other customers.
Когда нам нужно защищать кластер, в котором размещены системы разных тенантов, я буду термин тенанты заменять на термин команды, с вашего позволения. В общем, когда у нас в кластере есть несколько команд, нам важно применить дополнительные меры защиты, которые обеспечат изоляцию команд друг от друга. Меры защиты — это комплексные, их там много на разных уровнях. В докладе мы будем говорить только про сетевую изоляцию. Так вот, если мы задаемся вопросом, какие дополнительные меры защиты для сетевой изоляции
So if we ask the question what additional network isolation measures need to be applied in multi-tenant cluster, we'll find the following recommendations. There are three all told. The first one is about direct network isolation. So every team needs to be assigned its own group of worker nodes. So one team can only run the containers on their own worker nodes. The second recommendation is to apply network isolation at the Kubernetes level only according to Kubernetes network policy, default denied.
Последняя мера защиты, третья,
And
это
the
применение
last protection measure, number three, is to apply service mesh to provide cryptographic security and mutual authentication.
Так вот, давайте рассмотрим, как можно обойти кластер, соответствующий этим рекомендациям, как обойти сетевую изоляцию. Для начала рассмотрим чуть детальнее, что из себя представляет основной механизм изоляции в Кубе. Это сетевая политика. На слайде приведен пример сетевой политики. В этом примере сетевая политика применяется ко всем подам с ролью базы данных, database. И политика говорит о том, что к этим подам разрешены входящие подключения только от подов с ролью backend. Все остальные входящие сетевые соединения запрещены. На что здесь стоит обратить внимание? Во-первых, в этой политике нет ни одного IP-адреса. Сетевая политика Kubernetes — это абстракция, которая скрывает от администратора механизм того, как реализована фильтрация трафика. То есть она скрывает, что на самом деле фильтрация осуществляется по IP-адресам. И что у этого механизма защиты есть те же слабости, что и других фильтров. Как сетевая политика реализуется в итоге? То есть вот эта абстракция, сетевая политика реализуется уже на уровне хостовой системы воркер-узла. Kubernetes, точнее его компонент, который называется сетевой плагин, он берет сетевую политику и транслирует ее либо в набор правил IP-tables, либо в EBPF-программу, в зависимости от того, какой сетевой плагин вы используете, и применяет эти правила или эту EBPF-программму на отдельных воркер-узлах. Важно следующее, что в докладе мы будем рассматривать на примере конкретного сетевого плагина Kali с backend IP-tables.
Consider everything else on the example of a specific plugin, Calico, but all these approaches keep their validity on other tools. So this slide shows how the network policy from this example translates into the rules in the IP tables. You see here that it's all done on the IP of the sender, because filtration goes by address. It means that we can try to bypass by spoofing the IP address of the sender. How does it work in the base case? The slide shows a schematic of an overload Kubernetes network. It has two containers, a client and a server. They're connected to the same Kubernetes overlay network, and there's a pod that controls the attackers. For the server, network policy is set up allowing access only for the allowed persons. So the attacker can spoof the address. This request will go through the network filter, will pass the network filter. And ARP spoofing can be used to protect from this.
Из хорошего.
Современные
of the
сетевые
good
плагины
things.
Kubernetes, они
Modern
защищают
Kubernetes
от этого
network
варианта
plugins
атаки.
do
Поскольку
protect from
сетевой
this
плагин, он управляет
type of
IP-адресами,
attack
то он
because
может
the
проверять
network plugin manages
IP-адреса
IP
отправителя на
addresses. It
входе
can
в
verify this sender addresses at the
например, в
input
Calico
point.
эта атака работать не
For
будет.
instance, in Calico, this attack won't work,
Давайте
which is
рассмотрим
excellent. Now
другой
let's
вариант этой
consider
атаки. Представим, что
another
нарушитель имеет доступ не к поду, а
type
к
of this attack.
одному из
Imagine
worker
that
узлов.
the
В таком
attacker
случае он
has
может
access
провести
to one of the
эквивалентную атаку,
worker nodes rather
только
than the
в
code.
случае
In this case,
IP-спуфинга
they
он будет
can
подделывать адреса не в
run an
запросе,
equivalent attack,
а в
but they
пакете,
will be
с помощью
spoofing
которого
the addresses
туннелируются запросы.
in the package that is used to tunnel the request rather than request. So IP spoofing will be targeted at worker
Почему
nodes.
такой
Why
вариант атаки будет работать?
this attack will
На
work?
конференции уже много раз упоминалось, что
It's been mentioned
значительная
many
часть проблем
times in this
безопасности
conference
она
that a lot of
происходит на
security
стыке
problems
между разными
derive,
системами или на стыке
will
между
happen
разными
at
областями
the
ответственности.
interface between
Вот, здесь как раз такой
different
случай.
systems or different responsibility areas.
Сети,
It's
которая
exactly a
соединяет
case like
worker
this.
узлы, она
The
выходит за
protection of the
границу, за
network
зону ответственности Kubernetes, и, как правило, в
that
Кубере нет
connects worker
встроенных
nodes
механизмов
goes
защиты
outside
от спуфинга.
Kubernetes, and
На сеть,
Kubernetes
соединяющую
doesn't
worker узлы.
have built-in
Так вот,
protection
для
against
успешной
spoofing.
реализации
of the
этой
worker
атаки
nodes.
нарушителю
So,
нужно следующее. Он
to make sure
должен
that
иметь
this
доступ
attack
к
succeeds, the attacker needs to allow
находящемуся в одной
access
подсети,
to the
точнее, в одном
node
широкообъятельном домене
that's
с
part of the same
атакуемыми
broadcast
worker-узлами.
domain
И
with
он должен иметь
the
доступ к
worker
этому
nodes being
узлу с
attacked, and they
привилегией
should have
CAP
access to
NetRow.
this node
Этого будет
with a
достаточно для
CAP
успешного проведения атаки.
NetRow privilege, and
Теперь,
that would be
собственно,
enough
в каких
for the
случаях у
attack to
нарушителя
succeed.
будут такие
In
возможности? Вот
which
здесь как раз
cases
появляется
will
мультитенант
the attacker
Kubernetes.
have this
Если мы
capabilities? And
рассмотрим
here
кластер, который соответствует
we come
рекомендациям
to
безопасности, которые я
multi-tenant
ранее озвучил,
Kubernetes. If we take a
то
look
в
at the
таком кластере
cluster
у нас будет
complying with the recommendations that I mentioned
у каждой
earlier,
команды будет своя
in this cluster,
зарезервированная
each team
группа
will
worker-узлов.
have its own
И эти
reserved
рекомендации, они
group
позволяют
of worker nodes,
команде
and these
запускать на этих
recommendations
worker-ах
will allow the team
произвольные поды,
to
произвольные
run
контейнеры.
arbitrary
Вот, но только на своих.
containers on these
Вот.
nodes.
И исходя из этого,
And based on that,
предположение о свойствах безопасности у нас следует, что
the
команды
hypothesis
на уровне сети изолированы друг от друга, то есть несанкционированного доступа от одной команды к другой быть не может. Проблема в том, что если команда имеет право на запуск произвольных подов, она может запускать привилегированные поды, которые как раз обладают всеми необходимыми привилегиями для проведения атаки. Вот. А полномочия команды могут утечь нарушителям. Вот. Это теория. Давайте перейдем к практике. Мы рассмотрим вот, атаку по этой схеме на примере стенда. Исходники стенда вы можете найти на GitHub по ссылке. Что хочу сказать. Стенд, он
of the source code of the test bench. The test bench is deployed on the actual version of Kubernetes.
С помощью стандартной утилиты KubeAdmin.
It's deployed using standard KubeAdmin, or it's important because it deploys the cluster according to the security recommendations. The workbench has two teams, Alice and Memory. Unfortunately, Bob is not present on the cluster. So each team has its own group of nodes reserved for them. Between Alice
Mallory, настроенная сетевая политика Kubernetes, то есть Mallory не может получить доступ к подам Alice. Дополнительно к базовым рекомендациям мы еще усилили изоляцию, и на уровне на worker-узлах с помощью хостового межсетевого экрана мы настроили правила, которые запрещают доступ worker-узлов Mallory к worker-узлам Alice. Еще более изолированная
So we isolated it even stronger than following the base recommendations. So,
два слайда с проверкой. То есть видно, что
here I have two slides
клиента
with
Alice есть доступ к серверу Alice, но со стороны Mallory сетевого доступа к серверу Alice нет. Теперь посмотрим на нарушителя. Цель нарушителя — получить несанкционированный сетевой доступ к серверу, расположенному в команды Alice. Какие для этого есть возможности нарушителя? Он может запускать произвольные сетевые, произвольные поды, но только на worker-узлах Mallory. Вот. В данном случае ему нужно запустить привилегированный под с доступом к сетевому стеку worker-узла Mallory. То есть к network namespace
of malware, like a network workspace of the malware in the Linux terms. So here on the slide, you can see unprivileged part, but part with the limited privileges. It's done to show that, as a matter of fact, it's enough to have a limited number of privileges to have a successful attack. The natural would be the mandatory privilege, others are optional. I've used them simply to shorten the time to prepare the stand because they simplify the attack, and you can use just a ready-made tool for that. Having launched this poll and connected, we can see that we have an access to the network interface of the worker malware.
Значит, атака будет состоять из двух этапов.
So the attack is going to be two-stage. Number one, information collection. An intruder has to identify IP addresses of a server of Alisa and clients of Alisa. So in both cases, they do not know it, and also it need to get authentication for the servers. And all this information in the packages which authenticate requires, they go bypassing worker malware node. But to resolve this problem, so to speak, malware can do the ARP spoofing attack, and the packages will go through the node controlled by the intruder. At the screenshot, you can see the ARP2 commands, ARP spoofing on the Alisa nodes, and also after doing the spoofing, the violator is waiting until the inquiry to the server of Alisa will do. Then TSP shows that we can. Our spoofing was successful. We captured the packages between the client and server. We see the IP addresses and credentials to get access to the server.
Вот, далее. Второй этап, собственно, используя
second stage, by using these IP addresses and the credentials, we need to do IP spoofing attack, and by doing this, bypassing network isolation and firewall. The answer is going to go back to malware because we do this ARP spoofing. Here on the slide, I can see the example. I show the examples of how to execute ARP spoofing with Linux's utilities, with the IP utilities. Right here, we simply create a tunnel with a fake IP addresses that we've identified on stage 1. As soon as we create a tunnel, we make and request through this tunnel with credentials we captured, and we see that we got access with the response from the Alisa server. We get access to the information which attackers would like to get. So attack has been successful.
Какой можно сделать промежуточный вывод?
What kind of interim conclusion we can come to? Number one, that the basic defense measures or tools which you can find in regular recommendations, they're not enough. We need the network architecture which will protect us from spoofing. Now, what are the defense methodology applied in the Alpha Bank from this aforementioned type of attack? The easiest method is hard multi-tenancy. What is it about? It's basically very simple. No multi-tenancy. I mean, each client should have their own cluster, and the clusters are in different subnets divided by firewall. Obviously, the minus of this approach is that it's expensive. I mean, each team should have a dedicated resource for a separate cluster. In our case, we apply this kind of approach for protecting the special critical system to comply with regulation. And the second option is that we apply all basic recommendations which I've mentioned in the beginning of my presentation. That is, we have network politics of the Kubernetes. Each team is getting their own bunch of workers nodes separately. And one addition, that groups of worker nodes should be separated in different subnets. And with firewalls, we forbid direct access from one group to the other group. In this way, we neutralize this type of attacks. This way has some advantages. because we can save on one common command of cluster support and on some infrastructure services. And also, another advantage that the teams are not limited or less limited. They can launch Kubernetes with their own privileges and their nodes, and also there is no noisy neighbor problem. This problem is noisy neighbor. I mean, that you may have a situation when pods of one team have identified or used all the CPU and memory and no resources left for the pods of a different team. In this case, you do not run into this kind of problem. Limitation of this approach is its relative price. We still have to dedicate for each team a separate worker nodes. And also, an attack is still possible within the nodes of one team. But there is an option of protecting, like to start. This is using port security. It has already been mentioned in the previous presentation. I'm not going to elaborate on that. And I'll say that it's used in virtual network more often. Right here, our spoofing protection is not going to be done on the border of the network, but at the port to which worker node is connected. But if you raise up the cluster in the cloud, this protection may be out of the box. Please ask for your cloud provider. Next would be the method number 3. We allow the teams to use common worker nodes, but at the same time, we ban them to launch privileged pods, which may do their own, attack. Could be a vehicle for attack. And how to limit the pod privileges, there is some built-in Kubernetes mechanism and also external tools. You can see them on the slide. One benefit of this approach is that it enables you to share very expensive resources, for example, GPU. And also, you can decrease latency between parts of different teams because they are on the same server, going to be based on the same server. Well, a drawback of this approach is that, first of all, teams are limited in what pods they may launch, no privileged pods whatsoever. And secondly, you need to deal with the problem of noisy neighbors. You can do it, but again, you just have to invest money and effort and so on. And number 3, there are some additional work to elaborate on details of what pods can be placed on common nodes. That is, it's like in terms of information security, it just means additional work, both IT and information security. And several notes that you may have noticed when I was speaking that I've had 3 recommendations. And the third recommendation is about using encryptions of ratification. I kind of lost it. I didn't use it. I'll explain why. Because teams, in some cases, may not use encryptions and mutual authentication, because there is a valid reason if you're using legacy system and you're not ready to invest resources to add this encryption to this legacy system, or if you're using the vendor-supplied products, you cannot have any impact on that, and vendors are not using the encryption. And lastly, this would be if you need to minimize latency between containers. This option is especially important if you will be misusing microservices. And thirdly, what I would like to point attention that all these defense mechanisms, they are working until we have rightly implemented division of the workload by worker nodes. I mean, that one team cannot place their pods on the worker nodes of the different team, and vice versa, that they are limited in their privileges. I mean, the pods are limited in privileges. So as of today, this infrastructure of the Kubernetes we have, you can do it only by admission controllers. I mean, it's important to use these controllers, but again, it's a topic for a separate presentation, even a number of presentation.
Вот, в качестве выводов хотел бы сказать.
As conclusions, 3 practical steps or recommendation. Number 1, don't use some multi-tenant Kubernetes.
Если вы все-таки
If you have to, if you have to do this, then I would recommend to separate teams by different worker nodes and set up network isolation using Kubernetes and firewalls. If you don't have this option, you need to share nodes between the teams, then you need to limit privileges of these pods. Privileges of pods at the common worker nodes. I think I'm done. Thanks a lot for your attention. And I'm kindly asking you to follow this QR code and evaluate my presentation. And I think, I can answer any questions should you have them. Alexei, thanks a lot. And dear colleagues, when you'll be rewatching presentation, please appreciate that Alexei showed us a link to a project which he mentioned about. You can experiment. Yeah. Yeah, I can roll back to this slide. No, it's okay. I think there'll be presentations, the video will be uploaded, and it'll be available. So, dear colleagues, any questions for Alexei at this point? Would it be possible to fight spoofing per se? Would it be possible to totally eliminate it in the environment between the nodes? Yes, it is. It is possible, for example, with port security mechanism. It's quite applicable, for example, if you have a virtual network center. Yeah, but it looks like everything is spinning around one server, right? And we have virtual machines, and in between them is happening certain spoofing of IP addresses. Because if it is in between physical services, then you can filter it by some kind of hardware solution, or on the level of hypervisor. You can fight with spoofing, because it's communicating like one physical server in the other physical server. In between them, you have like a network link, and hypervisor can, on both servers, those packages, which are spoofing packages, somehow not to let them to go through, right? Yes, you're right. Fighting the spoofing per se itself on the level of OS operation system. In this case, on the level of a separate information system, that would be difficult. On the level of hypervisor, yes, you can, but again, the port security is working like that. Your hypervisor is managing IP addresses, knowing which IP addresses issue, so you can filter them, but you cannot make it as a main solution. Yeah, because not everything is deployed in the cloud. There is some equivalent mechanisms when you have a bare metal. Well, but some switches can do the similar mechanisms. What does cloud has to do if it's a physical server, like 1, 2, 3 physical servers, and then you have like different nodes for different teams spinning? Your cluster can be deployed in different environments. It could be on the hardware, it could be deployed in cloud. So in the cloud, you have one protection mechanisms. On the bare metal, you have different mechanisms. But in the cloud, this spoofing can be working because we do not have any leverage over how they do the authorization. Yes, it can, but you can separate your worker by subnets, and then with a firewall, you can do that. And plus, in some cloud providers, they implement spoofing defense with a port security. Simply, you have to specify with your provider, would they be able to provide this kind of service? Yes. Microphone, please. Waiting for the microphone. I think you've had a question, and then, Mike Reiners, please help us. Thank you for the presentation. If we continue on the topic of the spoofing, if we use not IPv4 but IPv6 or a combination of IPv4 and IPv6, then the spoofing situation and defense would be better, would be worse, would be the same. And what is the difference if you have any technical details? Yes, of course. Well, basically, in principle, situation would not change. I can say that in IPv6, simple protocol, NIR, for ICP, neighbor discovery, right? If I'm not mistaken. But the main principle is the same, the principle of attack would be the same. And defense, yeah, you can have options. So bottom line is IPv6 or v4, basically it does not depend. And by the way, can I have a short comment? I simply remember that I just work with internet providers, Moscow Internet Exchange, about guys, how much IPv6 traffic you have, and they told me, Mike, the volume has grown up. It's already 1.5% of the total traffic volume. And ask him, like a couple of months back, you just reminded me. Thanks for that. Thank you for the presentation. It was cool. He said that we need to protect from the ARP spoofing, and also I like that you've called the topic of a multi-tenant and recommendations not to use multi-tenant. And towards the end, you've mentioned that somewhere you're using this bare metal cube. What's the model of usage scenario? Because you have like a cube in the cloud, right? And sometimes you have like a bare metal, but the bare metal criteria is what, regulatory or some kind of performance when you choose the bank. Yes, some regulatory, the bank cannot have everything in the cloud, right? 100%. That's one of the reasons of having bare metal. And secondly, we've been working for a long time, even before the clouds became a common thing, you know, in this format, when we're comfortable enough to use it. That's why we have some systems which have been for a long time. And I mean, if right now you would have to deploy it with a Kubernetes, do you have any criteria? I mean, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When for the Kubernetes you need bare metal for the bank's purpose. If you ask me as an InfoSec guy, I will say that it depends on regulatory. If you have any technological aspect to that, if you need, you were speaking about the critical infrastructure, payment systems, and yeah, that's a regulatory aspect, right? For sure. Maybe it is not quite the information security criteria. If you need that you can control your nodes for your launching, you cannot rely on external provider. Then this would be your option, right? Your option to go. So it's a depth of control of the object. Yes, that's a criteria. Have you had to launch Kubernetes with Accord or something like that? You know, like the trusted loading services. Were you forced even to do that at any point in time? You know, I wanted to not to answer this question because it's a part of the part of the proprietary information. Yeah, thanks. Okay, guys. Any questions to Alexei? Maybe one question right there. You can see. Please provide the mic, and we are going to move on.
Так, давайте я.
Yeah, we have one more question. Yes. My name is Mikhail. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you, on your slide, you had the CNA Calica, and Calica deploys its interface on each pod, through which they're listening. You know, they're choosing just one interface, which is function, but listen to all interfaces. It's a vulnerability that basically you can pull the traffic. When you develop Calica, there is also like a Berg on the host machine is being deployed. And we're using different configuration, right? And if you're using overlaying networks, there is also a road leak. And in addition to spoofing, there are probably some other attacks potentially if we have like a distributed tenants and distributed clusters, which may impact the overall system. It's not only about spoofing, right?
Да, спасибо за замечание. Вы правы.
Yeah, thank you for this comment. You are correct. The vectors of attacks for the Kuber and multi-tenant are more. There are plenty. But my presentation was dedicated to a certain like a class. Yes, you're absolutely right. And yes, I also wanted to emphasize that multi-tenant clusters defense is a complex issue, multifaceted issue. It's not only about spoofing, right? And for what I named, it's about checking your configuration. Maybe something else. Yeah. Well, definitely. It's about checking for configuration and security of your CI/CD tagline and control plane on Kubernetes. You need to delineate or separate access rights of different teams to the IP of Kubernetes. It's admission control. I mean, not everything is covered by Kubernetes airbag. You also need additional defense ministry like Caverna, Gatekeeper. In the modern versions of Kubernetes, you have like a built-in admission controller, so they help you to set more complex security checks. That's only for the Kubernetes specific of Kubernetes, and also the separate things on the level of containers, hardening of containers. Dear colleagues, there was a final question for this presentation. If you still have any questions, just catch them on the sidelines. Alexei, thanks a lot. Thank you. I've really enjoyed the question about your question about applicability of clusters in what cases. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, I want to say that thanks a lot for sticking with us. It's a Saturday. It's not an easy thing to do. And we have a final presentation on the topic which has been mentioned many times, but without any details to it. I mean, how to ensure or secure access to an isolated network. And I kind of spoiled this topic by saying that, you know, the PAM would be not the best and not the most interesting application tool. And Alexei will give us about different in other approaches. Thank you, Mikhail, and thank you guys for staying with us that late in the day and willing to hear my presentation. I'll try to be as fast as possible without diving deep into details. But if you'll feel that this topic is interesting, of course, in the Q&A, you know, or off the stage, I'll tell you all the details. Well, my name is Alexei, and probably I'm one of the few people in Russia who participated in development of two browsers. There used to be Atom, which is now shut down 12, 13 years ago, and now, lately, in Yandex, I'm developing a Yandex browser for organizations. It's a B2B product. It's a corporate browser. And you will ask, you know, much was mentioned already about clouds, and all of a sudden I'm speaking about the browser. Why, you know, how does it work? Today I would like to talk about the browser that is used in clouds or in any other infrastructure, and also about this solution, about to separate the work desk and the browser somewhere else in isolated container, in isolated environment, and how this would provide additional security, and under what scenarios this could be implemented. Why speaking about the browser and why Yandex is building a corporate browser? We believe that everything kind of is going into web, and maybe over 50% of the time, employees of the Russian companies spending their time in browser and working on whatever, working with corporate systems. And in this way, it's a browser that it becomes like an interim link, sort of for spreading of attack. And first of all, it's a phishing, social engineering attack, ransomware, and other malware, which incidentally, or if there is an insider in the system, they use it in the corporate device, trying to persist, and after the initial infection, attack persists across all the network. Yes, there are some solutions like antivirus, ADR solutions, and all that. You can just surround your browser with this solution, kind of wrap it up with the several layers of security. But there is one more solution when you use basically two browsers. Let's look into that, the small diagram. What do we have? We have a browser on the employee's device, laptop, whatever, and we can place it in internal network, internal infrastructure, or in a cloud infrastructure. Like we said before, like now cloud is doing a lot of things, and it has a lot of security, different solutions. We're not going to talk about that right now. So anyway, we have have certain isolated container, and page rendering and code processing is happening in this isolated container. And through the video stream, it's being broadcasted into the employee browser. You would say that's just a virtualization. We're doing this every day. We have hundreds of servers, thousands of employees who have been working like that. Like, what's the difference? No, one of the scenarios is that launching browser for a session is much more efficient and less resource demanding. We are going to go back to that about how to economize, but as one of the values. But on a technical level, this is what we have, that this container, even if it's going to be attacked, under attack, if all the security layers that we've been building on the level of network and clouds will be kind of broken and overtaken, then they won't be able to. This attack is going to be contained in a container, which will be working in isolated environment. And when this attack will be identified, or it simply is going to be deleted now. I don't have it on the slide, but there's a mechanism of orchestration, regulating the workload and building this dynamic session, depending on how many devices and employees would be connected, would be using this service right at the moment. And the wrong containers are being deleted and resources are being released automatically. So, a video stream, I've asked about that, and our professionals in Yandex, InfoSec guys, have security that basically it's impossible by the video stream, which is also being recorded as on the go, to translate any threats, and this would be the safest way of communication. And also on the way back, like from the browser of employee, you do the touch, scroll, push the buttons, and work environment. And again, why is it important for this solution and this service can be done with by the browser developer? This user experience right here in this part of my screen, it is very important. If by default you translate a video stream and then try to do some events, there'll be a huge latency. And the first prototype of this service that we've developed in the last year, latency was like 500 milliseconds. So it's simply impossible to work with it. It's like a very, very slow thing. And it's obvious that something goes wrong, like things are kind of jamming up and slowing. But as architecture was evolving at this stage and prototyping, we're doing the new architecture, we've decreased it 5 times, and now the latency is about 80 to 100 milliseconds. And developers tell me that, hey, 50 milliseconds would be realistic as a near future, which we're going to achieve, and because we are, deeply into this browser, and we can see the traces of all the delays, and we can make the max optimization. I was saying about this transmission through the video stream, but the RBI Solutions International Market, SRBI remote browser, it's a different name for the same technology of remote browser. It's a quite mature market. It has been developing in the world globally for over 10 years, and right now many international vendors are saying that this pixel pushing or video broadcasting translation is getting obsolete because it's quite traffic heavy. You have to have a very good throughput capacity, bandwidth, and the new methods is like DOM model reconstruction, when the website on the server browser is going through some kind of pre-rendering, and on the code level there is an analyzer, antivirus, and different solutions. You clean it up, so active scripts are being deleted, maybe some unsafe, untrusted things being deleted, and the computer of the employee receives the chunks of the codes which are clean, and at the same time the code is being broadcasted HTML text basically. It's super fast. Employee does not even notice that they are in a special kind of mode of browser. operation. But again, this is like the partial isolation, I believe, because the code, again, it's not enough just to clean the code. Some things can slip through. There could be some malware which could adapt for such a scenario, and so on. That's why, as a part of the current solution which we've been implementing in Yandex, we believe we're kind of holding the video streaming, optimizing on the level of video codecs and what else, representation and so on. What else I would like to say? Key use scenarios. After this kind of introduction, let's summarize what could be potential scenarios. The main one, of course, is the access from the closed contour into the internet. The big companies I've been working with the B2B, maybe you've heard this, they do not trust the clouds. Maybe you've seen that.
Well, I'm sure you've seen that in your work.
обязана, да, не вынуждена, обязана использовать свои ЦОДы, в которые они годами инвестируют.
In our case, companies have to use their data centers. So the on-prem configuration remains quite a typical solution for them. So they are interested in the remote isolation scenario, where they can provide access to some privileged users, members of the top managers or domain administrators. They can get access by default to some data, sensitive data, and it's only this mode that ensures that they don't get and don't expose the system to the problem. And also there's the reverse scenario, when you need to provide access to people who are outside the perimeter, be that contractors or employees working in the field. So that an employee can use this kind of access, read instruction, access financial information, and we identify the third scenario, third value, the savings on the virtualization solution. And I'm going to talk about this scenario a little bit later. So, what and how do we organize in terms of secure access into the system? So we have this remote isolation container. So imagine it's a Docker container with restricted access to the network. And additionally, you can strengthen it by implementing a DLP solution to keep track of what's happening, what kind of data is the external user viewing. And again, to integrate this container with CM and broadcast the security event, see what's happening, and maybe just block the unwanted activity if something goes wrong.
Ну, более привычный, да, там, даже если вы
the more typical is like even if you admit employees via VPNs, if you have access to the on-prem system, the system, even VPN may not be enough to help you forestall the spread of the threat. And just to read materials are stored in the cache of the browser, and involuntarily data leaks are possible from non-secure devices.
Ну и про оптимизацию.
Now about optimization.
Я уже третий раз эту тему поднимаю.
I'm raising the subject for the third time now. Look, we have the following story. So there are employees, or a lot of employees, working in VDI sessions and DAS, because in Russian companies the consumption of such scenario is growing year on year. There are estimates that last year this scenario has grown by almost 50%. So we see that most employees in this scenario only use web browsers. They work with documents and view information, and therefore they are, spending resources without a purpose, because you need to add some other tools, control files,
и так далее.
and so on and so forth.
Допустим, более наглядно.
So it would be more graphic to understand the problem in the following way. If part of the employees that only required a browser, if you connect this RBI service, then the saving on 2,000 users will be measured in tens of millions of rubles, composed of the low cost of the infrastructure, because instead of a fully fledged computer, you only have to virtualize a browser tab cost, and the cost of such solution is much smaller than the cost of the server-based operating system.
И тоже я упоминал вскользь, что
I've already mentioned that
режим изоляции полезен.
The isolation mode is useful for privileged users. And there's a question about PAM systems. Why do you need RBI if the company has purchased licenses for PAM? PAM seems to be doing everything. Yes, of course, PAM is a great tool, even to protect passwords and security levels, to record actions. Nobody is denying that. And the isolation mode complements this technology very well. For instance, there's a system administrator who needs to work on a web console, setting up some cloud resources or configuring some ERP system. So correspondingly, using the existing PAM system, you can generate a single-time password, and he will be working, or they will be working in the remote isolation mode. And this way, the phishing, the zero-day exploitation hazards will not cover him. So our best recommendation is to use both solutions. To use even more solutions using DLP, CM system, everything available in information security, so as to guarantee that the attacks do not proliferate, that can arrive via a browser. And in conclusion, why we at Yandex are showing interest to the subject is because we see the market. And in fact, the market is growing both globally and in Russia as well. A need like that exists because Russian customers who are used to having access to international RBI solutions are now in a situation of hunger. So they are expecting Russian implementations from vendors, including from us, and it needs to pass the relevant certifications to comply with the regulatory requirements. So we're trying to play in this market. We're prepared to consider technology collaboration. We want to be ready to any requirements of our customers and to be interoperable with any information security solutions out there, so as to be as accessible and available as possible, and to be safe as well. With this, I've arrived at the end of my presentation. I'm ready for questions, and here are my contact details. Should you want to learn the details of our meeting, and we will not have an opportunity to talk here. Alexei, thank you very much. I am hoping you have questions, and we'll award this book for the best question. Yeah, I'm here. My name is Mikhail. I have two questions. First, your product exists in two versions, one for free and the other by subscription. Which one is used more actively? Well, the service, we're not yet ready to announce it as a fully fledged business solution. So more likely than not, it's going to be an absolutely separate product, so we don't know. So it's going to be a third product, right? Yeah, it's going to be a separate solution, an information security solution that will be based on Yandex browser, but it will be offered as a separate product. Okay, good. Well, I think you need to think about how to choose customers, because even now it's difficult to choose the customer, because the whole idea of a subscription-based browser that you need to pay is something that users will think twice. And the second question is about the infrastructure. Where do they store passwords and other things? Firstly, let me comment on the subscription statement that you made. So we also have a permanent perpetual license. But to answer your question, the passwords are not saved by default. The isolation is exactly about the browser. Passwords as part of the content. Is there at least some content that the user can't store? Well, it's an open question. So far, we haven't been saving any content. We completely evicted after the session. Thank you. Another question here. A colleague somewhere in the middle of the room, to the right of me. Well, if you allow me, while they're carrying the microphone there, this colleague was raising their hand. Yeah, even two. If you allow me, a small comment from myself. Maybe Alexei will agree with me or not, but speaking in general, the RBI technology is being very actively used together with technologies to provide cloud-based security services in systems like SASE. It's in SaaS. It's about systems of security that operate as SaaS, and I think that it's an extremely promising business, especially including in Russian market. And myself, as an expert in information security, I'm taking a look at the implementation of this solution with a lot of interest, and we're actively thinking how to integrate with them. It's just a comment. Thank you. I hope that we'll manage to do it. Me too. Okay. There are two small questions. Are there any additional factors or capabilities to strengthen, to improve the capabilities to connect a client machine to a remote, isolated browser using LS, TP, or something like that? And where exactly the information
браузера, или мы будем получать данные с...
the browser side, or we'll be getting the data from the user computers so as to send all information to CMs and in other places. Let me start with the end of your question. So it's supposed that you can install it from both ends. If, for instance, we're talking about the Yandex browsers, it supports out-of-the-box integration with popular CM solution and DLP as well. It can work as a DLP agent, so we can obtain the required information from the employee device, because the following scenario is considered. It connects directly to internal services and goes outside, and it goes to RBI only if accesses some external services. And we need to control the employees' devices as well. And also the container as such can also be equipped with security tools. And what was the first question? It was about multi-factor authentication. Yes, any factors. Authentication in this scenario is happening at the service level. So we got some feature requests detailing how they would like us to use PAM solutions and other solutions to control access. And I think it will be done via integration. But currently the product is in a very early technical preview phase, so we haven't yet worked out all the details. Thank you. Hello. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the interesting lecture. I have two questions, one technical and the other one conceptually. The technical question is, how do you solve the latency problem, especially when it comes to video traffic? Actually, the biggest source of latency resides in the browser as such. The page is rendered, and that entails the biggest delay, because we can render a video on the server side, including software, CPU, and GPUs. In GPUs at the hardware level, 4K frame can be compressed in a fraction of a second. So we fix the delays at the engine level, and then encoding does not affect the traffic a lot. But what affects the traffic is like if they're watching a video in the isolation mode. That's the maximum requirement to throughput. If it's just about navigating corporate website, reading mail, then the requirements for traffic requirements go down by the order of magnitude. Okay, got it. Second question. Which industries do you think require this technology in the first place? And for which industries, companies, this technology is an overkill? Just in your opinion. For the most part, we see that it's for the largest customers we have, who mostly use on-premises solutions, who keep an eye on their employees very strictly. And I think this is especially interesting for them, for large enterprises. For small companies, if their information security requirements are low, but again, at the level of top managers and key employees, this solution may also be of interest to them. And here we are prepared to offer it to anyone. So, for instance, there's a customer that has 100 computers, and they're already shown interest in piloting the solution once. So you don't identify specific sectors. It depends on the overall policy of information security in a specific company. Yes, at present it is so. Of course, we were thinking about major, large customers in the financial sectors, in manufacturing, who got interested in that and showed the interest in funding the development of their technology. But won't say no to those who are smaller. Thank you. Colleagues, there was a question there. Hello again, CB company. Firstly, regarding the certification, you mentioned that you are planning. But when exactly are you going to do that? Well, we haven't yet launched the product, and it's very difficult to talk about the dates before that. Yes, we are in consultations with colleagues who have experience regarding certification. One of the questions we are now working on is about containerization and lightweight operating system that runs in the container should be Russian-made. So the Docker should be Russian, and this light operating system should also be Russian. And we're in discussions with major Russian operating systems providers. Who is going to provide us with the smallest operating system? And is the Russian Docker type? Yes, there is a solution. We are in communication with them as well. There are some subtle details there, but I think we're going to get a certifiable solution. And also a small question, do you consider a question of FSB certification? Well, I'm not yet prepared to comment. We're only at the beginning stage of discussions. Colleagues, any more questions? I think the whole idea of selling a browser looks like the adage about selling the elephant. In 2025, long after paid browsers have gone out of the market, especially if it's about a paid version of Yandex. So what a company will lose if it decides not to buy a paid browser from Yandex? Because the free version also have policies. In Google Chrome, it's even better with policies. You can disable the cache, you can restrict its size, you can reduce the scope of using the operating, the random access memory, and also you can use the browser on the terminal server, run only one browser, and that will look just like a window rendered on a user computer screen. And generally, if we only have a browser, then we can just load only the browser on a workstation and work only in it. Everything will be fine. So what can be attacked there if there's only browser running there? The whole idea seems I just don't see any people who are prepared to go along this technology, including VDA. Was it a question or a comment? It was a question. What do companies lose if they decide not to buy a paid Yandex? Yandex browsers. Which pitfalls they're going to fall into? Which rocks are going to fall on their heads? Well, there are policies in the free version as well. Well, I wouldn't like to go into advertising the product. Mikhail, can I say a couple of words? Well, for sure, you can say a couple of words, considering that you are doing work on it as developer, and I'm sure you have answers to these questions. Yes, in fact, we've had a paid version. For some time. This is just a new service that we're building on top of the existing paid version. What it does, it offers you deep integration capability with the existing information security environment. It can be integrated. It's a B2B solution that can be integrated with adjacent B2B solutions. Also, it has built-in DLP policies that reduce the load on the DLP infrastructure and offer you control over the browser sandbox context, which may be difficult or really impossible to be achieved using other solutions. I'm not even mentioning built-in anti-phishing and so on and so forth. The second point is that not only policies give you B2B manageability of an enterprise level browser. We have DPI, we can be set up for the setting up and for immediate response to threats. And now that we're talking about information security, it also includes extended capabilities to move the security environment to personal devices of the employees. Without setting up any new profiles for them. Our browser, as a security control container is prepared for this scenario of operation, safe operation on personal devices. We have quite a few applications where these scenarios manage to sell our browser to companies. One can spend more time discussing, but what I would like is to start selling or keep selling. Do I remember correctly that you have browser implementation for mobile platforms? Yes, we support Android and iOS, including Russian implementation of Android. And if we try to find a normal MDM for the Russian mobile platform, I think we're going to get a lot of additional details to overcome. This is just to support the discussion. Do we always need VDM? So the question, when a mobile phone is being used to access enterprise resources, the control of a mobile device belonging to an employee is a must. And there's a question that a lot of these sessions are either inaccessible or they use security tools that do not reside in the territory of the Russian Federation. So it's in this aspect that this is important. The question is that the zero trust policy should not trust a device that's located somewhere outside. In any event, we have to verify what's flying from it. It doesn't matter whether it's protected or not, because in any event, what's flying from a remote device needs to be checked, needs to be understood how dangerous it is. Well, it's a theoretical discussion. We had the theme of information security architecture on the first day, so I guess we shouldn't be going to that kind of discussion right now, what's coming in, what's flying in, and other things. But still, the question of providing access to enterprise resources to a low-trust device, in my opinion, I think Yandex browser is going to help us, especially for a number of operating systems for which there's no Russian NPM products.
Google Chrome,
Google Chrome, it's not that it's going to disallow that, but we've already discussed this in a session about MFA and other such things. In actual fact, we have plenty services controlled by Google on our phones, and it would be useful to have some additional security environment there, because we don't keep those services under our control in actual fact. Oh, and this is a great story. Well, I'm prepared to comment, because we've discussed this together with my colleagues, and that is something that we can easily do, right, Alexei? Yes, this is actually a key thing that we do with customers. It's called security policy bypass protection. We offer a number of recommendations. So we have our own small service, not as powerful as RBI. It's called Enrollment Host. And the browser, let me try and explain it in very rough terms. A dynamic header is built at the level of every request, and the network environment of the company controls that the connection can be made to the enterprise resource with this header. So the browser does support this. It compares the new version of the header and any other connections, either from Chrome or Firefox or even from a Yandex browser that does not have this header will be blocked. In the browser, we can use any version of mail. Yes, this is the story. That's why I'm acting cynically, and I was cynical in placing such an exciting presentation at the end of the session. I can give you mine. It's actually quite an exciting news about this header. And what protects it? Is it being encoded or... so what stands in the way of add any other payload to this header? You can manipulate with it the way you can. It's done at the level of network automation. I didn't prepare this question, and of course I would like to open up all the cards. If we exchange contact details now, I'll give you technical details as early as on Monday. Actually, basically, it's done at the encryption level. The service that supports this mechanism, there are many factors that guarantee security. This implementation has been tried. The scenario has been used for more than 18 months. We've gone through all the levels. And so the company also has the capability of strengthening this thing whichever way it can. The browser will accept any way of identification. Is it a proprietary solution or are some open technologies being used? We provide our own solution. Also, the company can create their own way of identification. It's a universal story. We just conceptually offer using this method. And then it's up to the organization to decide based on the network solutions they have, Nginx or not Nginx, which server they have internally, and they can provide role-based access. It's just up to the architecture decision. Thank you very much. A good question. Here, if you allow me, I would like to echo what Alexei said.
You know what I wanted to say, that this is the approach for the browser, and this is approach for implementing RBI technology. I would say that this is extension or addition to the corporate perimeter of security. There are a lot of interesting integration opportunities. We're also looking into that right now. Yeah, I guess I also have to give you the microphone because we've lost everybody else. Yeah. Since we are talking about internet host as an option, maybe it could be also used for a connection from the client's machine, like RPDI. What do you think about that for the counter? Well, a client's browser connection with RBI can be set on the level of group policies. You can set up where to connect and for what URLs. It does not require any additional effort in terms of configuration, and the browser itself, when it comes to to the certain URL, should it open directly? Should it open through the RBI? It's pretty simple, in terms of architecture, we're having a couple of projects, so I just wanted to suggest an idea that maybe we want to enhance this user's machine communication in this remote table. And as an option, this host sounds like a good option. Well, like I'm saying, that we are developing this product, looking at the market, looking at the partners and our clients, getting feedback and trying to be very flexible, because again, the international vendors like Chrome Enterprise Premium is available on the market, like Kalik was asking, who is buying this kind of commercial browsers. It is available on the international market. There is a huge layer, even Firefox enterprise version. It costs $10 a year, per user or month per user. And this is not a new approach, which was invented by Yandex. Simply wanted to make a Russian enterprise browser and a Russian product. Yeah, with the focus of dealing with the Russia-specific security issues. Any other comments or questions? Well, yeah. Or should we close shop? Dear colleagues, I think that's enough. Thank you. Thank you for staying until the end. Very interesting discussion. And, you know, I got a little bit sweaty. But anyway, it was like awesome. We left it, we finished it up on a high note. And thanks to Alexei for a super interesting talk. And Alexei, give the book for the best question of your choosing. I would like to give the book to
to
the other side with a different perspective about looking at deploying the corporate browser. Maybe I should have chosen a different book instead. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for being with us. And some of you have spent the whole 3 days like non-stop, and it looks like you didn't even go to lunch during these 3 days. We would be super happy to see you at the next Positive Hack Days conference, and I think we could be able to discuss the current situation of a browser connected by or protected by RBA. We are going to move away from conceptual ideas, which I like, to some practical use in applications. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Have a good day.